We waiting for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Wait. This is getting awkward. Twitch, can you hear me? I think the Twitch can hear me. There it is. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting day ahead of us. Technically, the Fed meeting starts today. We hear from Powell tomorrow. However, we have our first set of banking news in the morning, and we're going to see if it holds up. But Janet Yellen, she has a speech today at around 10 a.m., but the Treasury made sure that they put out the written statement, and the written statement was discussing insuring all the other banks and making sure all the other banks are safe. So pretty much, you're up today. You have a recovery in FRC, a lot of regional banks, a lot of the big banks, and it is all off of the Treasury, pretty much saying that they are going to provide more guidance or insurance against deposits. The big news overnight was that there was news that the government was studying a way to find how to insure over $19 trillion of United States deposits. So that's what we're reacting to today. Kind of like yesterday, we'll see if this actually stays up, and then this will be the final day ahead of Powell, wherever the Fed futures are. That is most likely what Jerome Powell will be doing tomorrow. So Chattadonia, it's going to be a wild day. Yesterday was exciting. This one's probably going to be a little bit more exciting. We'll see how the news plays, and again, we'll see if anything fades away. But now this is leading into Powell. It is in the middle of March, and oh my gosh, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready to end the first quarter. And good morning. What's up, Chattadonia? How you living? Good morning. What's up, Laker J? What's up, Tim Whitman, the Watcher, Data Junkie, Logan, Lostwood, Clint Harris, Sam Ulrich, J Max. Good morning. Danny's in the house. De La Greasy's in the house. Gunner's ready to play. Candy's in the game. Post, what's up, baby? How you living? Open face sandwich, lateral, Frizzle, Monizzo, Nick D, David De La Torre, El Trapado, Jeremy Diaz. Good morning. What's up, Cameron Watkins? What's up, Grannyville? What's up, you feel me? Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning. What's up, Ansel? How you living, Blaine? Oh, Downer, you ready to go? Yunan, it's a beautiful morning, right, Yunan? Good morning. Martin Skrelly, you ready to play? I know you in the game. Nepal, oh, he's ready, baby. Good morning, Nepal. What's up, Ark? What's up, Prince Hakeem, Riley Mack, CJ, Roga, Count It. Oh, Alaskan Assassin, Battleborn, Astro, Coke 45, Cannabis Epidemiology. What's up, Jean De La Cruz? What's up, Raul Rodriguez? Oh, good morning. What's up, Devin? Anthony Vo, Jay Goes, you're a good rabbit. Good morning, Payday Devo. Better Metas in the house. Mr. Zilla, Picchiotti. Oh, good morning. Sizzler, Max, good morning. What's Jollibee? Oh, you don't know about Jollibee? How many people know what Jollibee is? Oh, good morning. I'm ready with the joy. I got the joy down in my heart. Hey, down in my heart. Hey, down in my heart. I got the joy down in my heart. Hey, down in my heart today. Oh, yeah, bro. Jollibee. Jollibee is very, very, very rare. If you know, you know. You know, let me get a chicken joy. You know what I'm saying? I had a chicken joy yesterday. Yeah, as if you know, you know. Not everybody knows, you know. It is a Filipino fast food restaurant. It's very, very good. It's actually it's like a McDonald's but Filipino food, but then it's like KFC. It's very, honestly, it's a trip. It's very good though. I love it. I love it. I love all of the news. I love living through history. I mean, it'd be nice to live through a non-historic year too, but you know, we'll take it. But Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're ready. Again, you have banking news. Janet Yellen's comments are very, very stimulatory. But again, they made sure they put out her comments before the market because she doesn't speak for another couple of hours. So we will see what happens, Chattadonia, and let us get into the news. So hopefully you like the video. Hopefully your morning is good, but here it is. The Treasury, they may step in again to protect bank depositors if small lenders are threatened. Janet Yellen will say in a speech to the American Bankers Association today that our intervention was necessary to protect the broader U.S. banking system, and similar actions could be warranted if smaller institutions suffer deposit runs that pose the risk of contagion. She didn't address the issue of whether the department can temporarily expand FDIC coverage of all deposits. U.S. futures pointed to a firmer tone. European shares rallied for a second day as steps to shore up the financial system helped steady nerves. Treasury yields rose across the board with the 2-year up 15 basis points. The dollar fluctuated, oil advanced while gold fell. Ghostly global banks are crushing the market for new leveraged finance deals. Underwriters across the U.S. and Europe are pulling sales and pausing future ones. Barclays shelved a pair of loans for Ineos and Russell Investments, and J.P. Morgan yanked one for Agility Health. The primary loan market feels like a Scooby-Doo ghost town, recently deserted and a bit haunted, said Scott Macklin at AllianceBernstein. The ECB widened their sweep of bank credit risk to Credit Suisse after finding their balance sheet shows fewer no holdings of their junior debt. People Familiar said the watchdog is asking if banks face risks from trading clients losing money on the type of bonds set to be wiped out in the rescue. A systemic credit event is the key risk to markets for increasingly pessimistic investors, according to Bank of America's Lotus Global Survey. The most likely source of credit event is the U.S. shadow banking, followed by U.S. corporate debt and developed market real estate. The poll of 212 fund managers between March 10th and March 16th, a credit event was chosen by 31% of participants. UBS relies more on AT1 bonds for its capital than any other major lender in Europe. AT1s are the equivalent of about 28% of their highest quality regulatory capital. Bloomberg calculation shows just slightly more than Barclays. The average exposure among the 16 banks in Europe is about 16%. Credit, 5 companies are looking to sell high-grade U.S. bonds today, underwriters said after a pair of issuers ended a 6-day shutout yesterday. Syed Hadar, Jupiter Funds slumped an estimated 32% this month through Friday. People Familiar said the decline puts the macro strategy down 44% this year. Philippe Lafont's Cotu Management gained 5.5 this month through March. Google suspended downloads of Pinduoduo after discovering malware and unsanctioned versions of the software. A pair of former Jefferies executives at Crossover Markets launched a crypto exchange aiming for high-frequency traders while backing quant investing giant 2 Sigma. Brandon Mulville and Anthony Mazarez, who left Jefferies' FX Prime Brokerage division last March, are debuting a crypto trading venue named CrossX. With Vlad Rysin previously at Euronet FX, the startup raised $6.3 million in seed round funding. Chart of the day is that Brent is vulnerable to further losses. A Bloomberg survey said after the recent slump, the 200-day weighted moving average is back in spotlight. Failure to hold the line above 70 will bring the focus of the 61 Fibonacci of the April 22 and March 2022 rally near 63. Goldman doesn't see that happening, and they expect upside of $10 a barrel on Brent. 10 a.m., you're going to get February existing home sales. 10 a.m., Janet Yellen is speaking at the ABA. 11:30, $34 billion of 52-week bills. 1 p.m., $12 billion of 20-year bonds. And then the FOMC meeting begins, and you will get the updates tomorrow. Earnings include Nike and GameStop. America, the U.S. will unveil tight restrictions on new operations in China by chip makers that got federal funds to build in the U.S. The CHIPS and Science Act will bar firms that grants exceed output of 5% for advanced chips and 10% for older technology. The new restrictions will include a 100,000 spending cap on investments in advanced capacity in China. Existing U.S. home sales probably rose 5% month-on-month in February to an annualized 4.2 million units. Canadian inflation eased more than expected at 5.2 in February. That is the biggest deceleration in headline since April 2020 for Canada. Senator Mark Warren said a bill that would give the U.S. legal authority to ban TikTok now has the support of 10 Republicans, which bolsters his argument that it should be a Senate priority. German investors got gloomier about the future. The expectation gauge of the March ZEW survey fell to 13 from 28.2. Auto sales in Europe increased for a 7th month. Registrations jumped 12% in February to 902,000. UK Chancellor Jeremy Hunt is on track to undershoot his borrowing forecast. Borrowing of the fiscal year was $123 billion. The OBR had an estimate for full year at $152 billion. Fumio Kishida will visit Ukraine today. Xi Jinping kicked off the second day of his visit to Moscow with talks of Russian PM Mikhail Mishustin. Kishida will attend a summit in Poland tomorrow. The cost of borrowing overnight in Hong Kong jumped to the most in the last 17 years, with analysts pointing to stress in the global financial system and a quarter-end cash hoarding. The RBA will consider pausing policy tightening next month, given that rate settings are already restrictive and the economy outlook remains uncertain. Thailand will hold a general election on May 14th. A pre-poll survey shows opposition parties holding a clear lead over military-backed establishment groups. IMF sees substantial progress by Pakistan towards loan program. FT Commodities Global Summit update. Top traders and oil fundamentals are getting stronger. Goldman predicted the banking crisis will hit supply harder than demand. As much as 300,000 barrels a day in U.S. output is at risk at current prices, while demand may get a boost of 200,000 barrels a day. Energy Aspect said Pierre Andron forecast prices near 140 by the year end. Oil reverse losses. Copper led base metals higher on the LME. Available or on warrant copper inventories fell the most in 3 months. Wheat fell for a second day after a report pinned to improving conditions for the U.S. winter crop. Russia overtook Saudi Arabia to become China's top oil supplier, shipping about 2 million barrels a day. Saudi flows slipped to the lowest since June. In metals, China almost doubled imports of Russian aluminum to 538,000 tons in the year since the invasion of Ukraine. Americans proposed a debt plan that includes steep losses for creditors. Americanas, the proposal forecast a capital injection of $1.9 billion and potential asset sales. Pernod Richard will buy a majority stake in U.S. whiskey maker Screwball. Brookfield will buy 50% of ex-Elio. It does not own from KKR, valuing the company at $2 billion. Brian, an agriculture tech company, agreed to go public through a $215 million merger with blank check firm Northern Revival Acquisition. BlackBerry will sell most of its non-core patents and patent applications to Maliki Innovations for $900 million, including royalties. The Glazer family may get up to 8 bids for Manchester United. Vanguard will shut off their remaining businesses in China after a partial retreat 2 years ago. People familiar said it will shut down their Shanghai unit and exit a robo-advisory joint venture with Ant Group. Geely jumped after beating estimates and forecasting further sales growth this year. OpenAI temporarily shut down ChatGPT yesterday on reports of a bug that allowed some users to see the titles of other users' chat history. The service was back online in the evening. First Republic rebounds from a record low amid as aid plans are in focus. Bank of America's longtime Asian Pacific prime financing head Seaton quits. IBM slashes their Aussie tech consulting ranks. Microsoft is building a cryptocurrency wallet into Edge browser. Campbell and Lutyens JP Morgan team up in secondary advisory market. And Credit Suisse storm. Recruiters in New York, London, and Singapore are getting a flood of calls from Credit Suisse bankers. People familiar said up to a third of the jobs combined group may be cut, the Financial Times reported. Not much sympathy outside of Credit Suisse HQ. About 200 protesters on Monday threw eggs at the building and chanted, "Eat the rich." New York City is still the priciest city for business travel, with cost up 8% the year before. 4-star travel costs $7.96 a day on average, according to the ECA International. San Francisco came in at 5th. Or are these pre-market movers? I almost X'd out of pre-market movers. We always need pre-market mover in morning, you know? Always good to have the movement. San Francisco came in 5th, while London and Paris retained a top 10 spot. Hong Kong topped the Asia ranking at 520, just $5 more than Singapore. Containing Musk, Biden officials fear Elon Musk may already be too hot for the government to handle and vulnerable to foreign manipulation. Between Twitter, Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, Musk's growing clout, a unilateral decision-making has made Elon one of the biggest headaches. They say Elon is beyond the government at this point. Wow, I love the Elon headlines. It's good to see. It's good to see. A drug-resistant fungus is spreading across the United States and saw a dramatic uptick in cases during the pandemic, with more than half of all states now reporting cases. Can it kill? Yes, but statistics are vague. Here's what to know about the Candida auris. Apparently, there's a deadly fungi. The Last of Us. Another Swiss miss. What? Don't say, my girlfriend gonna be say what? Nestle had a third of its sales don't meet an independent definition of healthy. A nutritional rating test across the portfolio showed 30% is considered healthy and 35% is unhealthy. The remainder, pet food, infant formula, and medical nutrition products were not tested. So Nestle slacking. And then on this day in history, Alcatraz prison was closed in 1963 after nearly 29 years. Following intense scrutiny of confinement practices and steep operating costs post-closure, many ideas were proposed for the island, including a monument to the UN and shopping and hotel complexes. Native American activists occupied it in 1969. For about 19 months, the island reopened to tourists a few years later. Wow. Today is Alcatraz Day. That's kind of fitting. I feel like the market is in Alcatraz. We're kind of on an island, no? Oh, SPY hitting a high pre-market. You're up almost 1%. Chattadonia, how do you feel? How do you feel? So what's going on, Alcatraz? Still got a couple of pre-market movers for you. Altimmune, ALT, shares are down 35% after the clinical stage company gave results for a mid-stage trial of investigational drug pemvidutide for patients with obesity, including some participants of the drug discontinuing. First Republic shares rallied 24% after falling to a record low on Monday as investors pondered what's next for the struggling mid-sized lender. Shares in fellow regional banks also gained. Western Alliance is up 8, PacWest is up 9, Foot Locker, they gained 4.6 as Citi and Evercore both upgrade their recommendations on the sports apparel retailer, with both liking the change in strategy for the company. Harley-Davidson shares rise 4% after Morgan Stanley upgrades the motorcycle manufacturer to overweight from equal weight, saying that they are confident that the company's hardwire structure and strategy is attractively valued. Harmonic HLIT shares jumped 7% after Charter Communications picked the fiber optic system maker to be a strategic technology partner. Meta Platforms is the most durable mega cap, and its cost cutting has been better than peers such as Alphabet, says Morgan Stanley Brian Nowak. Shares gain 2.6. New York Community Bancorp rises 6.9 as D.A. Davidson analyst Peter Winter upgrades the stock to buy from neutral on the deal to acquire Signature Bank. ON Holdings, ON, I know a lot of ONs. Shares are up 19% after the Swiss sneaker maker reported fourth quarter results that easily beat expectations. Peloton shares are up 1.5 as JMP Securities sees signs of strong sales in subscription fitness company on Amazon. Selecta Biosciences, SELB, shares jumped 12% after the firm announced positive top-line results from their late-stage Dissolve 1 and 2 clinical trials. And then Wix.com is upgraded to overweight from neutral at Piper Sandler, which writes that they are now favoring growth software stocks over value ones as part of their call. Shares are up 3.3%. Wow. Thought I was ON. Oh, because your name's Owen. So ON. No, it's the Swiss maker, Owen. ON. What's up, Owen? Good morning. Good morning, Owen. Good morning. But, Chad, those are your plays of the morning. We're going to have a couple of more here. Still bright and early. Let me get you some news while I go on a potty break. I love you. Get ready. Again, it seems like Janet Yellen will probably be the biggest event here. And then 10 a.m. real estate data. That could give us a lot as well, too. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Don't be too shy to say what's up in the chat. Like the video, and I hope you're ready for a good pregame of Powell. Amen? Amen.
To go.
Right,
Wall Street now taking sides on whether they make a move at all on Wednesday. Goldman, Wells, Barclays, they say the Fed is hitting pause. On the other side, looking for the Fed to stay the course with a 25 basis point increase. Morgan Stanley, Citi, Bank of America. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Mike McKee. Morning, Mike.
Morning, John. Well, that was the screen door, not the main door. And Jay Powell is not going to be opening the main door to 50 basis points this time. It has been a crazy couple of weeks. Remember when Jay Powell went up to Capitol Hill and said, well, if the economy calls for it, we'll raise 50 basis points. You can see what that did to expectations for this meeting. And then they plunged on the Silicon Valley Bank news and have sort of bounced around with the stock prices of regional banks. Right now, the green arrow is kind of pointing to where they would be if they went 25 basis points. The white line is where the market is. So the market's sort of coming to that level. They haven't gotten complete conviction yet that the Fed's going to do that, but there is a belief that maybe inflation is the issue. I think that Bill Dudley put it very, very well. Can't improve on that. Powell's problem is you got PCE inflation still at 5.4%. That's way above their 2% target. And GDP is not really slowing. Atlanta Fed GDP now, latest number, 3.2% for the first quarter. So his choice is pause tightening tomorrow, promise more later. That would be a hawkish hold, or raise 25 25 tomorrow and promise to be vigilant. That would be something of a dovish raise. The questions that he's going to face are going to be very interesting. What's the economic outlook? We'll get the dot plot tomorrow. We'll get their summary of economic projections. What do they think is going to happen to inflation, unemployment, and to growth? The state of the nation's banks, there will be a lot of questions about that. And, of course, he will be asked, how did you guys miss Silicon Valley Bank?
How did
John?
you miss
He's going to face that question a few times.
That is going to be a very good question for Powell. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I have tinfoil. To start. Is it too early for tinfoil? I don't know. It's never too early, right? I don't know. What are the odds of us getting 1,000 likes right now? Is that I don't know, but I have something to share with you. So I'm going to need something from you in a little bit, but if you could like the video, I would love to talk about this morning. So like the video, and how about we'll do this? We'll see where the likes are at after you tell me the plays. So if we could, I got great tin for you today. I'm telling you, you're going to want to hear it, and you're going to want to hear it early, but it's just speculation. But in the meantime, Chad, what's the first play of the day? What do you got for me? Like the video and drop a play. Wow, what a great way to start off the morning. Like the video, drop a play. Like a video, drop a play. Boom, just like that. Just like that. Tesla long calls on CS. 10 futures up. Waking up on deposit. Josh, I got you on the 10. We in here. Nvidia, FRC, FAS, FRC calls. Tech long, QQQ, long cash, selling Enphase, holding AMD, DWAC, Tesla calls, patience, MNQ long, FRC, Riot calls, watching FRC, all in FRC, Bank of America calls, Meta calls, stuck on UNG, FRC shares, Meta call, FRC cash, FRC long, sitting on hands, MSTR, shorting FRC, Meta calls, beyond law and Boyle shares, Tesla shares, watching QLGN, Nike calls, short QQQ, closing UBS position, Boyle, DCA, short Intel, XLF calls, Iraq, what? Nvidia puts 265, SPY puts for Powell, Josh, double down on coin, gold, DPST long, banks playing mind games, DFEN, MMM, call leaf, Nvidia puts 230, FRC, restarting the LT. Let's go. 23andMe, Meta calls, Amazon puts, Nike calls, 23andMe, JP Morgan, LNTH to the moon, Bitcoin long, USFD, Apple for the breakout yang, long dot, short Microsoft, short in the SPY, XOM, waiting on Powell, shorting Intel, McDonald's, Nike call, JPM and FCNCA. That's the big one. That's the one from yesterday. And Oxy. We'll end it there. We will end it there. Let's go, Chattadonia. Good morning. I love it. A lot of plays out there. A lot of plays. So I got a couple. Again, I hope you liked the video. There you go. You guys ran up the likes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to be watching FRC and Wall. Again, my theory from yesterday is pretty much FRC is the only thing that could mess things up. Again, this morning, the market and bank stocks are responding very positively to Janet Yellen's pre-written statement regarding support for more banks. I'm going to be watching Meta. They got a nice upgrade, and really, they haven't broken above 204 since a couple of days ago. So if that tech outperformance continues, they'll be good. SCLB, they just, what's it called? Oh, I'm blanking on their news. I think that's the biotech phase 1, phase 2. The Netties, going to keep eye on China names. Then NYCB, they got the upgrade, and they benefited off of Signature yesterday. ON, we'll keep an eye on it. Then XLV and Nike, and then Nike pre-earnings today, since earnings will be after the bell. So get ready for that. But Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're feeling good. So did you like the video? I think the likes are good. Can we just get one more like push? There you go. 800. I'm fine with 800, honestly. I'm cool with 800 likes. I'm very blessed. So thank you for liking the video, okay? So here's my theory. Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. Either nothing is going to happen today, okay? Or today will be one of the biggest days. This is my tinfoil. Why? Because there was a time last, I believe, April or May or June of 2022 where we were one day ahead of the Fed meeting and the data came out and it changed the Fed futures. Now, granted, we do not have a CPI event today and we don't have a big data set. However, this is the final day of the Fed futures. And last time we were on the cusp, we came into some pretty wild news that day, And by the end of the day, it was cemented that we were going to go to 75 basis points instead of 50, even though everybody was 50 leading into all of it. So like I told you yesterday on the watch list, as long as no bank goes bust today, nobody gets clapped, we should be doing 25 basis points. Other than that, though, the risk is something random comes up, and that literally alters everything. So today could be very big. It could be nothing, or it might very well be we have a potential event that is big enough to move the Fed future. So Chattadonia, it's going to be an exciting one. I hope it's simple, but just be on the lookout. But today holds a lot of power in terms of what it leads to tomorrow. So we'll find out. We do have the Red Book today. We have real estate data at 10, and then you have Janet Yellen at 10. And like I'm telling you, bank stocks are up right now. So you know how we've been talking about how there's like news in the morning and overnight, and then we digest it, but then by the end of the day, the fear comes back. Well, today's morning news is Janet Yellen. It's Janet Yellen in the news that regulators are looking and talking about supporting other banks if there is a problem. Pretty much more stimulus and insurance on deposits. That is the big positive news here to start the morning. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. It's going to be a very wild one. Again, tomorrow will be even crazier, but, you know, we're going to be right here with you. So let's get through it, Chattadonia, but you know what time it is. You know what's good, baby. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, baby, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, baby. God bless you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show love and appreciation to all the veterans out there, baby. So God bless you and thank you, and shout out to anybody else out there helping their local community and being a light out there, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the people volunteering, people helping with the nonprofits. God bless you and thank you, and I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning. Great day to have a great day. Wow, I hope you're ready. We got 2 minutes until the bell. Very big day. Got a little bit of data on the way. We're waiting for Powell. It's the day before Jerome Powell. The bonds calm down a little bit. Still near the panic highs. Tech is kind of getting a safe haven bid, and it's going to get riled. Oh, my gosh. Chattadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? So good morning. I hope you're feeling good. Can we go red? Anything could happen. Again, if we just fade all of the bank hype by the end of the day, I mean, that will be it. Yeah, Yellen's comments didn't indicate 100% coverage. She actually didn't mention it, but she did say that she would give support to smaller banks. And then the news last night was that the government was researching how to insure all the deposits. So here's the running theory right now, is that Janet Yellen doesn't speak till 10 a.m., but people are saying that the Treasury specifically wanted to get her statement out before the market. So you combine the government news yesterday and Janet Yellen's comments, everybody's feeling as if, we're pretty much from last night to this morning, all we're doing is talking stimulus and insurance for banks. So that's where we're at right now. It's quite interesting. It is quite interesting. So get ready for Yellen, though. That's going to be about 30 minutes after the bell. We got about 30 seconds here. So like the video. Call out any plays. You got any questions? Don't hesitate to ask. Let's have some fun. And good luck, Chattadonia. Good luck, my friends. Good luck. And get ready. I think Tesla's going pretty crazy. FRC's up a lot. I should have held those shares from last night. I sold out for like $8. Could have made like 300. Not bad. Not bad. Still long on Meta. So let's see. 204 is a very big level, but 10 seconds, a little bit less. Get ready, Chattadonia. Good luck and good morning. And here it is. 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Okay, so Meta, they're already selling off to start off the open. We'll see what FRC does. FRC, you just got to get above $17 or $18. Everything's in the green right now. Only thing red is utility. And surprisingly, communications. Is Google red? Google's up only a quarter. Nvidia's up 1%. FRC 1590 right now. So they're up 30%. S&P's up 1%. NASDAQ's up 0.8. And then Dow is up there. It looks like Dow's leading. My goodness. So this is a solid 1% in the morning. I wonder if we're actually going to hold it. This will be very interesting. 39. Damn, you're about to go to 4,000, Chad. Chad, you are about to go to 4,000. That's crazy. ETH pop. Oh, I haven't even checked Coinbase out today. See, they did nothing, and then they gapped up 2% at the first candle. So they didn't wait. Microsoft still up 0.72. Remember, Microsoft was a little bit more subdued yesterday. All of big tech is up there pretty much except for Apple. That's the interesting one. Nvidia, they're selling off a little bit. AMD 0.57. Baidu is on the low. Watch some of the China ones. Google's starting to run up. Let's keep up. Meta, FRC, Wall. Bank issue going red. It seems like they're holding. Again, USB's on the low. What was the other one? NYCB, New York Community Bank. They were up. They were upgraded yesterday. These are the guys that bought Signature. Cut EUFN. No, I think we still have some gains. It's back there on the bid, but the ask is up a little bit. Damn, but they're up 3%. That's a huge gap up there. Where's UBS? UBS is up 6%. Maybe that's it. That's crazy, actually. And then Meta is still selling off here, still up 2%. Tesla's up 3.5. Tesla's about to go to 190. XBI, sky high. Nvidia is running up 1.1. Even the SPY, again, you're about to go to 4,000 here. So 3994, 3999 will obviously be a level. I mean, we haven't been here, what? We haven't been here since last Thursday? Oh, wow. So this is the highs of SVB day. This is actually quite wild. You're like near the higher end of when SVB collapse first began. Whew. Oh, my goodness. Pinduoduo running. They had bad news. Again, they had some places on the App Store that shut them down. Or there was like malware or something like that. Bonds went negative now. So watch there. Again, I still think they're near the high. Well, those are going to chill out coming into Powell. Meta still at the low. Nvidia a little bit. Again, Apple is the one not too hot here. And then Microsoft looks like it's going to actually play along today. But at least it's up 0.65. Bank of America. They're running again. Regional or non-regional and regional banks are doing very good. XLF is the leader here. Actually, energy is outperforming financials today again. But financials are up 2%. Energy up 2.5%. Tech is up 0.61. And you got a solid 1% across almost every single asset. Oh, and then there's ON. Oh, damn. They're up 6% more. Where's Nikes? Oh, Nikes already 2%, Habibi. Oh, my gosh. Nikes gap up. Big gap up on Nikes. Rug pull. I think it'll depend how Yellen's speech plays out. But again, Yellen at 10 a.m. alongside real estate data. But if Yellen keeps talking more bank insurance and bank support, I mean, the market has been loving it so far. Amazon to hit 100. Yeah, they are. 90, 98, 97. Still one more dollar, but it's good. $100 a big price. JP Morgan's up 2.8. Airbnb's up 2. Microsoft making another move up. Snapchat's on the high. Meta's only been selling off. So Meta hit 204 pre-market, then sold off. That's kind of near where we opened. And then Tesla's actually held up great. They're holding up there 3-4% from the morning. Bank of America, let's check. Wall up 9%. FRC starting to slip a little bit. Hit as high as 16, but they're still up 24% on the day. See Redbook. I thought Redbook doesn't come out till later. I don't even. All I see is pending homes and existing homes. Then Philly non-manufacturing Fed declined. FRC selling now $15. Nvidia is still holding. Boeing's running up. LMT's up 2. Johnson & Johnson on the low. Square on the high. What was the other one? Pfizer. What was the other one yesterday that kept moving? Was it J&J? Yeah, value plays are actually down, believe it or not. And then Netflix on the low. Snap new highs. We're at the 50-day on the ES. Snap big candle. Again, banks are taking a candle right now at tier 2. Snap is doing good. Meta finally got a candle. Then Google is catching up to Meta. Enphase is on the high. Unity. Again, a lot of tech names, but then today's still a pretty broad day. Just like yesterday, there's only one industry in the red right now. And this time it's not even any of the defensives or healthcare. It's utilities. Tesla, FRC down below 15 now too. Enphase is killing it today. One of those random 3-4% days. Uber. Coin is holding up. Short the 400 level. I just got to be careful you don't get trapped coming into Powell, but I mean, you could take any play you want right now. The real question is, do you hold it for Powell or not? And then what's going to happen in the meantime? ON, that's positive earnings. They're still going up. Microsoft coming into a low. Manu's on the low. Nvidia's catching a candle. Bonds are coming into the low right now. And then dollars even still down. NYCB, they dropped a little bit. I think that might be one of the first banks coming down. Nikes do good. Nikes came down, but still very big gap up on Nikes. If you want the pre-earnings on Nikes, they move a lot in the morning. Nikes, not cheap Nikes. Amazon's going towards the high. Again, oil is the leader on the day, believe it or not. So oil's up 2.6 right now. China bull plays. There's another piece of China news in the morning. It's weird. There's still a mixed bag, though. Like Baidu, the leaders of China yesterday are down today. And then the laggers are up. Yeah, J&J. Again, some of these value defensive names were up yesterday, but they're not really getting any love today. Netflix, another huge candle. Baba high of the day. Bank stocks climb on support. Yeah, Netflix is down. It's not 1%, but, I mean, they're going in their own direction right now. There goes AMD. Yeah, Micron as well, too. MU's on the high. AMD's up 1.8. $1.30, $1.40 away from 100. We're up because of Yellen's comments. So we're going to hear from Yellen at 10 a.m., but pre-written statement was talking about backing up banks and then the talks of insuring deposits last night by the government. So pretty much it's early bank stimulus talks. So we'll see if that holds up 7 hours from now or how strong of an impetus it is.
Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As traders feared another bank collapse, Jigglypuff came in to save them. We think that it should be, we'll insure them and we'll do more and we'll make sure everybody has deposits. They were lost but found. They felt good, only for a couple of hours, on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You.
So we'll see, but that's pretty much what it was. Janet Yellen, government talks of insurance, strong enough to get us up here, and then we will find out if it holds. That's it. Again, day before Powell, Very, very big. Nvidia's on the high. N-phase is up. But honestly, in a weird way, if Yellen goes off without a hitch and Yellen keeps the banks up and the banks don't sell off, I would take them putting Yellen out the day before. That could be them trying to guide the Fed futures. But let's see. Otherwise, we are on the cusp of one event altering the Fed futures here today. So that's what we're going to be looking out for. XOM, yeah, all of the energy plays are up. It's weird. Energy has been a day 2 leader in a weird way. As financials have rebounded, so has energy, kind of. Depends how you look at it. Meta's a new low. Meta's giving up 2.5% right there. And then Tesla's still holding 3%, but it's a lot of other names moving around, and we haven't really seems like most of the action here so far was pre-market. We've not broken out of this range, and a lot of early leaders here, they're not getting out of their range. So a lot of morning juice has yet to turn into a round 2. AMD and Nvidia, though, Microsoft's on the low now. Microsoft could go negative. TSM, AMD, all the chip makers. So chip makers are on fire. And then NYCB, they're still holding. What was that other one? FCFNA? What was that one bank yesterday? Or FNCNA? You guys know what I'm talking, like First Republic? Or no, First something. Which one is it? The one with all the letters? FCFNA? No, FCNCA. There it is, I think. Yeah, First Citizens. That's the one. Damn, they went up another 2%. So we'll watch them. Yeah, First Citizens. Remember, these are the ones bidding on SVB. So you're coming lower into the first candle here. Seems like chip makers are the real winner off the open, and then energy as well. Not to mention financials, though. So again, it's still a pretty nice rebound. Regionals are doing what they did the last couple of days. Again, you open up 5%. Let's see if you hold it. But the difference is you actually opened up higher than yesterday, but now you're still to Thursday's level. And that's last Thursday, not the Thursday prior. So this is where banking crisis started. Regional banks are the last Thursday, and then S&P is now back to where the banking crisis started, or the higher levels. So keep watching. Tesla 190. LMT came back down. LMT's red. Tesla is 190. I think we're in at like 192, 193. I don't know. Yeah, I think 195. But almost there. Watch carefully. UBS, altcoins are ripping. So I've heard, again, crypto seemingly still on fire. UBS at $20 is big. Baba's on the high. So again, watch some of the China plays. They're mixed bag here. Decent sized green off the bottom there, taking you to the higher candle on the SPY. Yeah, UBS is up a lot. Meta's on the low, though. Every time Meta gets to the level, it just sold off heavy. PayPal's on the high. PayPal and Square, they were running earlier. Netflix still on the low. Boeing's on the low, but still in the green. And then again, watch some of those defensive names. Energy still loving it. I just have old Tesla shares. I don't have UBS. I have a Credit Suisse that will become UBS. So in a weird way, again, the more UBS goes up and then Credit Suisse stays the same, there'll be that arbitrage play. Airbnb on the high. 2% on Airbnb. EA is popping. Where does Nike's? Again, little green pop and then come down. Nike's is catching a couple of bids. Again, Nike's would be nice if it wasn't up 2%. And then again, Tesla 4% at 190. That's a big level. Nvidia's coming down a little bit. AMD and the other smaller chip ones actually look to be bigger leaders. Oh, Petey, this is my birthday. Petey pivots. PD pivots. Sound like PD Pablo. God bless you, my friend. Happy birthday. Man, happy pre-Powell birthday. Tesla, again, up almost another $1. TSM is rocketing. Bro, TSM's at 92. Is that higher than the Buffett levels? What's happening? Even Buffett dipped out of the company. TSM's ripping. TSM is actually very, very strong. TLT, oh yeah, I haven't even checked FRC yet. They're back to 15, still holding up 25%. Wall as well. Again, all the other regionals, they're near the highs here for now. They haven't moved too much. Kind of like the market. Again, we had a lot of pre-market moves here, a lot to react to, but we haven't done much. Again, 15 minutes. You're going to get Janet Yellen, the full speech, as well as real estate data. So we'll see how that gets in the way or not. Oh my gosh, Coinbase again. Coinbase, Nvidia, Microsoft. Those are all coming down here, though. And then Meta is sold off 2%. Tessie is still holding. The Gamble, Airlines. I think they were green in the morning. Even some other travel plays like Uber, even DoorDash are actually holding up decent. XOM, oil, steel is on the high, and then UBS as well. Then Chevron, but a lot of energy materials on the high, and then a couple of bank stocks. Palantir, Tesla. SPY about to break out. Well, we're at 4,000, so if we do break out above here, I mean, this will have a lot of implications. Very big level. Very big. Very important. Again, I mean, this is back to where the banking crisis started. So we were dealing with a whole different beast leading into all of this. So it's actually very interesting. Same problem, worse problem, and we are now at the same level. Again, bank stocks are still much lower. That's the ironic part that you got to realize is that, you know, since 2 Thursdays ago, big banks are really, really clapped. Big banks, regional banks, they are all still lower. Really, this has just been tech and a bunch of other names that have caught up here more or less. UFN's up 4% because of UBS. Again, UBS is up, I think, like, 10% in the last 2 days? What's BE? Bloom Energy? A lot of energy plays on the high again. Enphase above 200. Oxy again. Coin on the high. I should have closed that one out yesterday. JPM. JPM's not actually. Oh, no, that's Nvidia. Dow names. Yeah, Dow is not doing too good, but it's still up 1%. So we had a lot of activity here to start off the morning. And then don't forget, Goldman is part of the Dow. They're up 2% as well. Bookings on the high. Teslanian. I think today could even be a little red. It just all depends. I mean, if banks hold up, I mean, wouldn't be the first day we started off green with banks and then gave it up. But the only difference is that tomorrow is Powell. So whatever does happen today, I mean, we should be on the lookout for anything that could alter the Fed future. So that's what I'm saying. Yellen's speech will be interesting right now. It's at 17%. So Fed future odds are definitely cooling off coming into this. Yeah, energy is very, very strong. Regionals might slip from here. Apple and Meta on the low. SPY is about to go into a low candle of the day. So back down here to what? 398, 3987. Again, opening candle was massive. You fill the gap at 30 points lower than here. Almost 50 points at some time. Apple is dumping there. Apple is in the red out of all the tech stocks. So again, Amazon's up 0.5%. I think Microsoft's the only one close to going red, except for Netflix, but everything else is in the green. Raul. NRDY, that's on the high. Where's ONON? Is that still holding? Yeah. My goodness. NYCB. they're on the low, and then First Citizens, they're on the low, but still up 2%. Tesla's actually doing the best. I'm sad with Meta, bro. Meta was looking on fire today, especially after that Bank of America upgrade. BAC is coming down now. Again, watch the bigger banks. So XLF is doing better than regionals, but I do think regionals are hitting now. Kind of like the SPY. They're just going into the lower candle. Wall is still holding up. Well, Wall is just the same price as yesterday. Microsoft willing to pursue whatever conciliatory path leads to ATVI closure. Yeah, Airbnb's up a lot again. KRE is slipping. Wall is kind of holding up, and so is FRC. Amazon pop. Yeah, big candle on Amazon. That's almost 70 cents in 1 minute. Again, SPY still holding near the lows. Amazon is running. There news on that? Nope. XHB home builder move. Well, 9 minutes. Real estate data could move that. XPEV up 11. There's Wall now. Americana's Melly, main competitor, will be selling parts of company. Wall's breaking out now. I'm contemplating it, but I literally just missed out on $1 per share there on that candle. So I'm going to pass it up. But that one's very interesting. Wall's up 13% now. Again, Amazon got that candle. Wall is still on the high. FRC's trying to move up here. Again, they're already up 27%. And then Tesla's still trying to climb. Nvidia, not too bad. Wall again. Damn, I missed out on $1 on that one. UBS credit cut to negative. Even UBS is about to take off. More energy names on the high. Bonds even seem like they're chilling out a little bit here too. Teslanian. So UBS, Wall, those are regionals on the high right now. Is UBS considered a regional? I still have the coin short. I know that one's. I should have closed it yesterday, but now I guess we might have to average down. See now, because it was like I either took the loss yesterday, but I do want to get out of this play. I think crypto is gonna fucking wreck in a good way. But I'm surprised. I think Coinbase is definitely a little excessive, but we might have to. I should have hit the parachute yesterday, but now we're gonna have to probably pull this into Powell. FRC. Alt on the low. Where's Wall? Again, Wall is looking pretty nice, but those candles just got up there by $1. There's Coinbase again on the high. PayPal's going up. Enphase as well. Someone might short Ford. I don't know. It all depends on autos. Amazon, new high now. A firm busing. We're taking off. I mean, banks, just to start off the morning, another day of bank calmness through some statements. So, again, Janet Yellen in comments, one from the government last night on ensuring all deposits. And then Janet Yellen this morning talking about providing support. JP Morgan, bigger banks are on the high right now. So Yellen will be speaking here very shortly. Again, we already got our pre-written comments, and this will be the American Bankers Association. In a funny way, this is like the banking conference and the scene of The Big Short. You know, when they go to one of those banking meetups? Well, ironically enough, today is the American Bankers Association, and that's where Janet Yellen will be speaking. Yeah, Meta gave it all up. Amazon's leading. Again, energy is outperforming financials by almost 1%, but Meta's at the low. See if Apple and Microsoft play along, because they haven't really been. I mean, they're still up. Again, NASDAQ 1%, SPY 1%. Dow Jones is up only 0.87. Again, TSM, that's been another one. Coin is just ripping. So I think watch $80, and then I think it go even up to like 82 or 84. So I'll give it a little runway. I'll probably try one more small short, and then I'll cry. How much is she speaking? She probably gets paid like $250,000. I think that's Janet Yellen's average rate, or like 150. She make bank, bro. So she kind of like Lil Baby. She like 100 in occasion. She like, I need 150 in occasion. So she's like that. So like, honestly, I call her Lil Yellen. You know, like Janet Baby. You know what I'm saying? 4PF Janet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just, if you know, you know. So long story. FRC. I'm mad. I just missed on that wall. FRC just shot up 2. Wall just shot up $2. Let's see. $60. CS is not completely dead. No, not especially if UBS shares go up. Technically, CS shares should be going with it, but it's a 1-to-20 ratio. Tesla is running up here, 190. It's slowing down from the morning, but holding 5% gain is nice. Meta is starting to actually work up here. Still think FRC is going to fail. Well, like I said, it's either something bad happens today, or even after the Fed meeting could lead to something. But if nothing goes bust today, we should be good. Oh my goodness. FRC's moving. Damn it. Oh shit. Oh, my platform being slow. FRC halted. Come on. Come on. Whitehall FRs, they move a lot. They move. Amazon breaking out. I'm trying to put in an order right now. Even Meta is coming up. Why everything's so lag? No? Okay, we wait. FRC. I think everyone's waiting on Yellen. Again, 1 minute here until data, actually. Get ready. And then Yellen will be on here soon. First Republic extends gains to 37. ECB's Enria says liquidity ratios of European banks are still strong. Oh, what was I looking for? ECO. Yay. All right, I got FCNCA. I bought 10 shares at 572. And then get ready. Oh, there it is. Damn. Existing home sales came in 15% higher, 14.5. Estimate was 5%. And then again, 4.58 million homes versus 4.2. Damn. So existing home sales, 15% gain. Dude, my shit is lagging so heavy. Well, I don't know. It's weird because we're getting a good reaction off of it, but I don't think that's what Powell wants to see. That one's very, very weird. And market is breaking out from there again. Get ready. We should be hearing from Yellen, but right now, February existing home sales, they rose 14.5% to 4.58 million rate. So they're doing good. First Citizens is FCFNA, whatever it is. They're the people bidding on SVB. But that's great. I'm surprised, bro. You're rallying off of very good real estate data. So that's not good for inflation, but I think maybe in the heat of everybody worried about the economy and the banking crisis, I mean, that could be a good sign that the money is alive and well. And even a banking crisis didn't stop 30 days delayed real estate data. Can I explain? I can't explain why. The only explanation I could have for today is that this data was all before any of the banking crisis. So other than that, we should be going down off this data. That is a extremely inflationary set, but that data is for February. So this doesn't account for anything related with what's it called? This has nothing to do with everything we've dealt with like SVB and all that. Well, my computer is tweaking today, so I can't even get you the screenshot, but that's a huge bounce. So, okay, that maybe it could be like, remember the other day? What was the day? Google is granting access to Baird, its AI chatbot. Yo, Google AI news. So see, Google might react to that, but Google is giving out access to the chatbot. And then Treasury Secretary is live, Yellen. I think, or she's not there yet. But again, Google news on AI chatbot. They're giving people access to it. So what was it? What was the other day? Remember we had data. It was like 2 days ago. And then we had a pop, and then we ended up selling it off. I think it was consumer sentiment. And I was like, I'm surprised that was Friday. So Friday we had that. So watch what happens here. Because we should be down off of that real estate data. I don't see how that data is actually exciting. But again, right off the bat, it's 1 month delayed. So we'll see. It's either this is going to turn into a stupid squeeze, but based on the consumer sentiment on Friday, we had that pop for a little bit, and then we sold off. But this one's a little weird because, again, that's very strong real estate data. I'm mad my screenshot thing isn't working. I'm trying to show you it. But that's like a huge jump. That's not like that's not good. That's not like a small number there. There it is. So here it is. This is where it came in. Oh, whoa. So this is where you're at. It was expected to come in down here. So it's still low historically, but or even compared to the pandemic, but you could kind of see it there. That's a big surpriser. I mean, you would think we don't want surprises. And then, dude, my computer just keeps freezing today. So please hold. You guys, the Honda's not warmed up yet. You're going to have to wait till this disappears. Everything works. Okay, there you go. So now we're a little bit down on that. Is Yellen? Yeah, Yellen is speaking now.
Forceful actions to strengthen public confidence
Again, these were the
in the
pre-written
U.S. banking
statements.
system and protect the American
This is what
economy.
made you go up in the morning.
Let me be clear. The government's recent actions have demonstrated our resolute commitment to take the necessary steps to ensure that depositors' savings and the banking system remain safe. Our approach had two main pillars. First, we worked with the Federal Reserve and FDIC to protect all depositors in the resolutions of Silicon Valley Bank
selling off.
and Signature Bank. The
Rate hike odds
steps we
haven't moved
took
yet.
were not focused on aiding specific banks or classes of banks. Our intervention was necessary to protect the broader U.S. banking system. And similar actions could be warranted if smaller institutions suffered
That
deposit
right there,
runs
that was the headline that
posed
got everyone
the risk
excited this
of
morning.
Contagion. I believe that our actions reduced the risk of further bank failures that would have imposed losses on the Deposit Insurance Fund, which is paid for through fees on banks. Second, we announced a new facility
So new low
to
of the
provide
day.
additional liquidity to the banking system. The
are you doing,
Fed's
Yellen?
new
Talk
lending
normal.
facility, the Bank Term Funding Program, is designed to help banks meet the needs of all of their depositors. The situation is stabilizing, and the U.S. banking system remains sound. The Fed facility and discount window lending are working as intended to provide liquidity to the banking system. Aggregate deposit outflows from regional banks have stabilized. And as you know, 11 banks, including the very largest and some regional banks, announced $30 billion in deposits into First Republic Bank last week. This support represents a vote of confidence in our banking system. We're continuing to monitor conditions closely. My team and I have been in close communication with many of you, in addition to federal and state regulators, other market participants, and international counterparts. While we don't yet have all the details about the collapse of the two banks, we do know that the recent developments are very different than those of the global financial crisis. Back then, many financial institutions came under stress due to their holdings of subprime assets. We do not see that situation in the banking system today. Our financial system is also significantly stronger than it was 15 years ago. This is in large part due to post-crisis reforms that provided stronger capital standards, among other important improvements. In the coming weeks, it will be vital for us to get a full accounting of exactly what happened in these bank failures. Regulators have already announced a review into Silicon Valley Bank. We are currently focused on the situation at hand, but we will need to re-examine our current regulatory and supervisory regimes and consider whether they are appropriate for the risk that banks face today. We all share an interest in ensuring that the United States remains the strongest and safest financial system in the world. Given recent developments, I think it's important to reaffirm a broader point. Our dynamic and diverse banking system is critical to the American economy. Large banks play an important role in our economy, but so do small and mid-sized banks. These banks are heavily engaged in traditional banking services that provide vital credit and financial support to families and small businesses. They also increase competition in the banking sector and often have specialized knowledge and expertise in the communities they invest in. Indeed, many of these banks have played an important role in supporting our economic recovery. In the depths of the pandemic, Treasury was tasked with getting money quickly and responsibly to those who needed it. So we work closely with many of you to send economic impact payments to millions of families. You also worked with us to deliver advance payments from the enhanced child tax credit, which helped cut child poverty nearly in half in 2021. And we've collaborated to rapidly deploy assistance to hundreds of thousands of homeowners facing foreclosure. I also know that many of you are working with state governments to inject new financing into small businesses as part of our state's Small Business Credit Initiative.
But
In the
this is the
prior
reaction so
iteration
far.
of this program,
Again,
lenders
Google
with
just
less
had AI
than $10
news.
billion in assets accounted for 95% of all program-supported loans. Our administration has also been focused on working with mission-oriented banks to put us on a path toward inclusive economic growth. For example, Treasury's Emergency Capital Investment Program has invested almost $8.4 billion in depository institutions that are CDFIs and MDIs. Treasury is committed to ensuring the ongoing health and competitiveness of our vibrant community and regional banking institutions. So to end, let me return to where I started. A safe and sound banking system is integral to the health of the American economy, and we are squarely focused on doing our job. And you should rest assured that we will remain vigilant. I look forward to continuing to work together to strengthen our banking system and our nation's economy. Thank you.
I don't know if that's enough to be up 7% on regionals. She loves this. She's like, yes, I'll let you. All right, they're going to ask her questions. That was a shitty
Secretary
speech,
Yellen,
though.
thank you
Again,
for your
not enough to
leadership
keep us up
during
here.
this
Wait
time
for the
of stress and for taking time not only to deliver those
Bro, this is just like the
important
scene
remarks,
from The
but
Big
to
Short.
also
It's
give us a
hilarious.
couple of questions as well.
Sure.
Let me start, I think an obvious one, and that's kind of the path forward. You've spoken about the extraordinary action that the Treasury and the Fed and the OCC and the FDIC took, but you also spoke about, or have spoken about, the making sure we have to understand the root causes of the factors before determining whether further regulatory or policy action needs to be taken. Can you expand on that and kind of give us an idea of what you and your fellow regulators are considering? You know, where do we go from here?
Okay, very good question. So
Okay.
let me just start by saying that our banking system is sound,
Okay.
even as it's come under some pressure.
good place
As I
to start.
indicated, this is different than 2008. 2008 was a solvency crisis. Rather, what we're seeing are contagious bank runs. We demonstrated last week that the federal government is resolutely committed to taking actions that will mitigate
Bro, she's
financial
just reading this
stability
off of the script,
risks
too.
where that's necessary.
Damn.
And every step we have taken
You cannot misspeak in this setting,
to reassure the public
given the situation.
that our banking system is resilient and that we stand behind the banking system. The public should have confidence in our banking system, and it's our intention to remain vigilant in the days and weeks to come. And as I said in my remarks, that means potentially intervening if a smaller bank experiences the kinds of difficulties we have seen that pose the risk of contagion. So banks, of course, need access to adequate liquidity when they face deposit outflows. And really, that's the reason, that was the motivation for the founding of the Fed in 1913. So we need to make sure that the Federal Reserve is
still up almost 1%,
able to provide the liquidity that banks need. And we see the Fed's new facility and discount window lending as now working as intended to
Bonds have been
provide
going up
liquidity
since the speech and
to
data.
the banking system. We're monitoring conditions closely, communicating very actively with federal and state regulators, and in touch with you and many of the banks in this room. We see the situation as having improved. Aggregate deposit outflows have stabilized. That's really what we're focused on, but you asked me to look forward. So we don't yet have all of the details about these two banks. As I said, we know, though, that this is a very different situation than the global financial crisis, when banks came under stress because they had subprime assets that lost value, and that was a situation where there was a shortage of capital. We have post-crisis reforms that have greatly improved capital standards and other important improvements in supervision. So I think there will be time, it will be necessary, but there's time to evaluate whether some adjustments are necessary in supervision and regulation to address the root causes of the crisis. I don't want to speculate at this point on what those adjustments might be. What I'm focused on is stabilizing our system and restoring the confidence of depositors. But it has been announced that Vice Chair for Supervision, Michael Barr, will undertake a thorough review of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank with an eye to determining next steps. So there will be time to consider whether some adjustments are necessary. Now we need to stabilize the system and restore confidence in its soundness.
Thank you for that answer, and also thank you for your timely comments around deposit insurance and smaller banks, and for emphasizing that in your answer. Thank you. Second question I had for you, Secretary Yellen. You know, bankers in this room today.
So most of it's all in the
represent
pre-written
banks
statement,
from all
but
across the country,
she's being very
all across
specific
the
with her
size
answers.
spectrum, from small community banks, mid-sized banks, regional banks, money center banks, globally active banks. It's the entire U.S. banking sector. Can you speak to the importance of kind of the industry working together and unity, and what banks of all sizes should be focused on right now to reaffirm the faith that customers have placed in them?
Absolutely. So let me just start by saying that community banks play a vital role in providing credit and financial services to small businesses, to farms, to consumers in thousands of local communities around the United States. And they can provide services that larger banks can't replicate because they know the special features of their markets and the people who are active in those communities. And I think the most important thing for all of those banks is to remain focused on serving the needs of their communities. We have an economy that remains very strong and vibrant. We have seen more new businesses formed in the aftermath, the last couple of years in the aftermath of the pandemic. And those businesses and households need support, and that is the prime business of community banks. So I guess I would start there. The community banks in this country, we know, are strong and resilient. And I think banks need to reassure their customers that they are strong and resilient. And the government needs to do exactly the same thing. And
So you just got to reassure
I believe
people.
we do have a very strong and resilient
money.
banking system, and all of us need to shore up the confidence of depositors that that's the case.
This is not helping
So
Yellen.
let me just say again that all of the actions that we have taken are designed to bolster confidence in the banking system and to demonstrate that we are ready and prepared to take the steps that are necessary to ensure depositors that the banking system and their deposits are safe.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. And in fact, my own, as I opened the conference right before you arrived,
I shorted
talking about
100
the
shares of
strength
FRC,
and the resiliency of the industry
1602,
and
or 16
confidence in the
flat.
industry and the health were exactly the themes that,
Don't
that
trade it,
we
you'll lose
used to
money.
kick off this
Not a
conference. We're
recommendation.
aligned certainly on that. I know your time is tight and you have 1,000 places to go, but as a Treasury vet myself, I have to ask you about another really important issue around financial stability. And so before the stress of our sector over the last several days, we were looking at the need to raise the debt ceiling, something you're very familiar with, sometime this summer, given the associated economic risk of not to our markets, to our economy of not doing so. Given the situation we're now in, the events of the last 11 days, how important is it for Congress and the administration to resolve this debt ceiling standoff, acknowledging that people are talking about current events, and to act swiftly to ensure the full faith and credit
Google's
of the
still
United
on the high?
States?
Well, I consider it utterly essential
Google's up another $1
for
from that
Congress to act to raise or suspend the debt limit. I really worry about waiting until the last minute to do it. What we saw in previous debt limit impasses, and I'm thinking especially of 2011 when it took until the last minute to be resolved. The government's credit rating was downgraded, and that's the first time that's happened in the history of our nation. And that's something, this kind of brinksmanship with the debt limit, I think really imposes substantial
Bonds
harm.
have just broken
It
out as
raised
she's been talking.
the cost to the United States
Again,
of
XLF
borrowing,
is slipping
and
now.
in turn,
then
the
regional's hitting a
short-term
new low,
borrowing
too.
costs of millions of consumers and small business owners. And we have the safest and most liquid financial system of any in the world. The dollar serves as a reserve
bounce on the
currency.
banks. UBS is still running.
U.S. Treasury securities are the go-to asset whenever there are concerns about anything, any economic or financial developments around the world. And this is something that we should prize and is a great benefit to our country. And nothing should be
New low
done
and a new high on the
to
bonds
throw that
now.
into danger. And so,
Again, the pre-written statement seemed more reassuring than her speech. That's the attitude I'm getting.
I believe it
And
would
she still
be
just keeps reading off of this paper.
Catastrophic.
But the
And
headlines seem
take an
more bullish than
economy
what she's
that
actually
is
saying.
Performing very well. We've had the fastest recovery from a downturn that we've ever seen, and the fastest recovery of any nation around the globe. The unemployment rate is near a 50-year low.
So 39.80, the low of the candle is 39.75.
It would
Fill the gap
threaten
at
all of that.
39.50.
Now, that said, having a sound fiscal policy and making sure our country is on a sustainable fiscal path is vitally important. And this is a priority for the president. He has just issued a budget that contains deficit reduction in order to make sure that our debt to GDP ratio remains stable and that net interest costs that the government pays remain well contained and manageable. There are different views about
Nick is
what
just
we
tweeting
need
the
to
comment
do to
that made us go up in the morning, but
be on
like
a
I'm saying,
sustainable fiscal course.
the comments of the pre-written statement were more supportive than what she's actually saying.
Address fiscal policy, but importantly, that's a conversation that needs to happen over time and in the appropriations process, and not through the threat of forcing a default. Preventing a default, making sure that the government pays bills that Congress has already committed us to.
Another new low again. This is below 39.80. Bonds are hitting their high of the day. So you're at 39.76, almost to the low end of the candle.
Without conditions. I guess I would just mention one further thing in this regard. It's something very much on my mind. I sometimes hear it suggested that Treasury can and should prioritize payments. If Congress doesn't raise the debt ceiling,
oil is even slipping
we go
now.
through a list,
So energy and oil are almost matched up. Tech has gone negative.
Later.
Staples are negative, and then real estate.
In that regard, let me just say, Treasury makes absolutely millions of payments every day, and our system is built to pay our bills on time, not to delay bills or try to sort payments into different categories and to pay some ahead of others. And there's a reason that Treasury secretaries of both parties have rejected the idea of prioritization as a risky and dangerous idea. It's never been done, and prioritizing is
Russia says
nothing
they're
other
ready to
than
develop
default
Northern
by
Sea route with
another
China.
name. So I believe it's essential that Congress raise the debt ceiling and that they do it promptly in order not to inflict a truly catastrophic wound on our economy and financial system.
Well, Secretary Yellen, our time is up. Thank you for your leadership at this time, and thank you for your timely comments today.
Timely.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking
That's it, bro.
Treasury
That was
Secretary
shit.
Janet Yellen.
Thanks, Yellen.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Yeah. Honestly, so I think the headline of the speech was more powerful than what she said. Again, just the timing of the nature of the Treasury Secretary saying we're going to support all banks and we need to do much. She said they don't know fully what's happened with SVB and Signature. I mean, we might be able to hold up, but my initial read off of that was definitely that, the initial headline, that was kind of just sell the news, because if you were expecting Yellen to say more, she didn't say anything new. How she said what was in the morning, what we reacted to, you didn't get more. And most people were insinuating that based off of the earlier statement in the morning, she was going to come up there and then give us a little bit more and explain, how they're going to calm us down and why they're going to reassure us. But that was pretty mediocre, but we'll see. We will see. As of now, I mean, nothing has changed with some of the banks, but since the market, remember, this was the housing data. We said it was very good. It was kind of weird. We were up. Then we sold off a little bit, but this also correlated when she started speaking. And then as Yellen was speaking, the bonds, they caught their first pretty big streak here of the day. But let's see if this actually holds up again throughout all of it, though. I know like UBS and a couple of other banks were still actually working their way up. That's her first green candle as she's done talking. But it didn't move Fed futures. So like I'm saying, unless anything really breaks today, we should be getting 25 from Powell, but we'll see how everybody reacts to this. So regional's catching a bounce a little bit. Bonds are selling off. The EUFN, I still have it. The play is still up. It's coming down on the bid. It went as high as 300%, and I decided to hold it, and now it's came back down. U.S. District Judge sets JetBlue Spirit trial to run 20 days. So JetBlue and Save. I don't know if have we seen any pops on that lately? It's weird. The market kind of reacted, but the banks were kind of in the middle there. And then only plays I took today were FR or FCNCA and then a short on FRC. One long bank, one short bank. Are you getting an ad? All right, I need to go pee. I think that's a good time to go to the bathroom. Well, I love you. So follow me on Instagram. We're glad you're here. I hope you're having a wonderful, beautiful, glorious morning. If you're getting an ad, I'm sorry. But I'm going to go to the bathroom so you don't miss much, okay? Sound good? Sounds good. All right, perfect.
Valley Bank debacle, the collapse that we see earlier here in the month. And I would also make the argument here that you have an area of congestion that is basically calling for an equal and opposite move higher. So at the highs on the session, you actually had the S&P 500 slightly green over this time period. But this chart strongly suggests that the buyers are going to continue to come out. Maybe a good sign around the Fed that they're not going to be introducing anything all that surprising or new for investors. It's a broad-based rally, too, relative to S&P 500 sectors and other indexes. If we take a look here, the NASDAQ 100 clearly off of its highs. We'll be taking a look at why in just one moment, but up about 0.5%. Small cap, though, doing great. Transport's doing great. And then take a look at the regional banks, up 4.7%. This has everything to do with yields higher. A 2-day chart of the 2-year yield is really pretty extraordinary. We're looking at a backup of, at this point, off of the highs to some degree, about 29 basis points, back above 4% in a very short period of time. That's hurting tech a little bit. Investors are having a little bit of a harder time digesting that. Still, those stocks are higher, so not so bad, but really helping out not just the smaller banks, but the big banks. In fact, there is the idea, Guy, that we're going to see more volatility here. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal, we are going to see here for on the top panel, regional banks, big banks. What we're looking at are the regional banks in white, implied volatility over the 10 days, over the next 10 days in yellow. And here we're looking at a similar relationship for the BKX, or that KBW bank index, and implied volatility. The larger bank, the more smoothed out bank index, Guy, less volatility. But you can see for the regional banks, big volatility is still expected to be ahead. The thing to remember, because we're seeing it to the upside today, it can come to the upside or the downside. Today with First Republic, last time I looked, up more than 30%.
Yep, 34%. All right, so Yellen stops talking. Market gets a little relief. We're coming off of hot real estate data. Yellen kind of saying they're going to support the market, and that's it. There's even an update. FDIC is going to get stuck with $11 billion of dead assets from SVB. Russia says they pledged oil output cut to be in force until July. So Russian oil cut now, but I think that was already factored in. I think it depends. Why did you short FRC? Because it's already up 30%, and I think it's either going to move up 30% or down 30% again. And then I was thinking possibly Yellen's speech, again, the fact that it didn't have any more ammo might have had a negative effect, but we'll see. And I went positive on one of them too. So I went long on FCNCA, First Citizens. So went long on them with a small amount of shares, then went short. They're kind of balancing out. We'll see. Fitch rates for public services proposed the third triple B. Again, Russian oil news right there. So FRC's up. I'm down 57 bucks, 50 cents a share. And then we're up $2 a share on the FCNA, but different amounts. UBS is still, bro, UBS 9% is huge. PAC W now. Looks like all the regionals are coming up here. So they just needed Yellen to stop talking. I still do have those quote shares, yes. I think they're down like 20%. Pear Therapeutics, it's up 114%. Penny stock, I have no idea what's going on with it. Pierre. Sell-off as downgrades follow strategic shakeup. That's it. They had an $8 price target a couple of days ago, but they were cut to neutral. Oh, CDTX, that's the PDUFA for tomorrow. That one just keeps going up, though, every single day. So that one's a PDUFA where you're actually going up leading into it. And there's Amazon. And then Google's been going up since that, what's it called, news. It actually just came back down here, though. And then UBS is running. FRC still making a move. UBS is, like, really running. If anything, I think FRC is kind of reacting to that. UBS is going. CS isn't running because it's 1 to 20. So if UBS is up by 10%, divide that by 20. What would that equal? So, like, if you're up 10, that'd be like, what, 2%? So, I think, right? They should be up like 2. They should be up 20% of whatever UBS is up. So, yeah, they're about the same. So, UBS up 10%, them up 2%. That's actually like the perfect ratio. And then SPY is coming back down here. Walgreens on the high. Microsoft's running. They're the first to hit the low. Meta's on the low right now. Oh, no, Microsoft's running to the downside. I was going to say, how's no way Microsoft went green. But Meta and Microsoft, those are both going into the lows. UBS and FRC, they're making a way up. And then FCNA did go up there a little bit too. Let's see, Wall. They had a bounce off the bottom. Regional index still kind of near the lows, lower than Yellen, and then SPY just wicked into a new low right there. Well, it's not that they're shadowing it. It's just that, like, legitimately, UBS now owns Credit Suisse. So what's going to happen is eventually they're going to convert all Credit Suisse shares into UBS shares. And it's pretty much every 20 shares of Credit Suisse equals 1 share of UBS. So that's why they should move in tandem. Because if UBS gets expensive, you could just buy Credit Suisse for cheaper and vice versa. But actually, you can't turn UBS into Credit Suisse, only Credit Suisse into UBS. Ethereum wallet on Wedge. Yeah, that was this morning. They want a crypto wallet. And then Microsoft or then Google announced the test to Baird. So you just wicked into another low. Again, this is lower than the beginning. Again, giant candle there in the morning. But you're still about a solid like 25 points now away from filling the gap. I do like pharmas, yeah. I like CDTX. I think it just moved up a little bit. It's cheap, though. I think that could be an interesting PDUFA for tomorrow. And then we still have the EBS. And then the latest one we hit was Rita. And we're still in that. We rolled over. They haven't done anything 2 weeks later. Apple approaching. I haven't even looked at Apple today. So KRE's coming down. Apple's near the low. Again, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, those are low. And then Tesla still holding up 4%. Fed futures are low today. Nothing has really gotten more negative. I mean, the probability is lower than yesterday. Like I'm saying, or from yesterday, just as long as nobody goes bust today and the news doesn't turn sour, the Fed futures should be at 25. So even again, last night on the watch list, I was telling you, it's virtually guaranteed we get a quarter basis point unless there is a banking black swan today, unless there's another bad set of news for FRC or Wall or somebody else goes bust. Unless that happens, we're pretty much guaranteeing 25 basis points for tomorrow. So that's why today could also be such a big day, because day before the event, I mean, anything could happen. FDA decision on new COVID booster. What? Could come within a few weeks. They're nearing decision to authorize second round of Omicron COVID boosters. And then U.S. Treasury updates Iran-related sanction list. So you wicked, bounced up there again. Banks are kind of dancing around. Thoughts on the Swiss ruling class changing the rules to protect the oligarchs and wipe out the working class? Well, in a weird way, I mean, most working class individuals, they do not own AT1 bonds. So if anybody got fucked, it was PIMCO, it was Investco, It was any of the big banks and the greedy financiers who were trying to get late stage debt and, fund Credit Suisse at the back end. So it wasn't, they didn't get clapped on it. And I spoke to people from Switzerland. So what they were telling me, most people were just disappointed that the government didn't buy Credit Suisse. So I guess, again, I talked to a couple of people from Switzerland yesterday, and what they were telling me was that they wanted Credit Suisse to get bought out by the government because they would have made a lot more money, whereas they would have actually benefited the government and there wouldn't have been a time frame rather than selling it to UBS. And now UBS has a balance sheet. UBS has a time limit they have to work on with everything, whereas if you sold it to the government, they could have actually turned Credit Suisse into a money-making business. And then what they brought up to me was back in like the 90s, there was Swiss Airlines went bankrupt, and the government had to step in, and the government, came in to ease things, and that was in the early 90s. But what they ended up doing, the Swiss government sold Swiss Airlines to Germany for like $1 million. They sold it at a stupid low price, again, kind of like they did with Credit Suisse, and they sold it off at a very low price to Germany, and that ended up becoming Lufthansa, and they ended up becoming worth $500 million, and they sold it for $1 million. So as of now, most people are just like most Swiss citizens, it fucked the banks who bought the additional tier bonds, and then most people are just like, why didn't the government buy this and then turn this into a profitable venture rather than selling it and taking on losses and guarantees just to give it to UBS. Yandex submitted delisting appeal. Yandex, the Russian stock. Remember that one? They just requested a delisting appeal. Thoughts on the ruling class? Damn, so you just made me answer all of that? You made me answer that question and give you an educated ass answer with like relevant, accurate, anecdotal like evidence, and then you ain't even listen? You asked the question again? Oh my gosh, where's Ashton Kutcher? So Ashton Kutcher has to be here. I'm on pranked. I'm getting punked. That's cold, bro. I know, isn't that cold? That's cold, bro. That's cold. If you're holding the index and they get their appeal, you should be able to trade it again. So that would be the good part. I think I've been punked. Yeah, Yandex, that's the latest one. U.S. stocks mover, Altimmune. Where is Citi? XLF had a nice bounce. Goldman's on the high. That should help lift up the Dow. Goldman is at 318. Yeah, they're going up pretty good. JP Morgan, not so much. So banks are kind of just doing their own thing now. Regionals and then big banks are in their own world. The banks of Americas are doing different than the JP Morgans and Goldman. Even JP Morgan's kind of in the middle. BAC is the laggard in general, but they're like up today. Like they're still up 3 while JP Morgan's only up 2. Even Goldman, but Goldman is like, that's a big move, 3% on Goldman. But they're the only ones into the high. FRC's working its way up, but Wall's near the lows. And then KRE is still bounced a little bit, but it's kind of right where Yellen started speaking. And then SPX is just right at the lows. DWalk and Rumble, they just started going up, getting ready for the Donald Trump arrest. So people started buying those as a sympathy play to Donald's arrest. I don't know. China says ready to join Putin in planning for ties. What, bro? Is this happening, bro? There's a lot of China like escalation news, or like China and Russia, but apparently China Xi says ready to join Putin in planning for ties. That doesn't sound good. But Baba's still up. Yeah, I still have Citi and Bank of America. I'm down, I think, 10% on Citi and then 18% on Bank of America. I think Trump should be getting arrested today. Yes, that's, well, according to Trump himself. Me and my wife closed on our first home today at 25. Let's go. New construction. That's good, bro. Congratulations, Horn. Bro, at 25, that's awesome, bro. Congratulations. Very good. And then you got a brand new home, too. Get some life value in there, you know. It's beautiful. FRC's breaking out. I'm down $1 a share now. Still down between the two, but that other FR whatever is helping out. FC, TLT, big pop. Even bonds. I'm surprised bonds came up here as the market started dropping. We'll see if that switches, but FRC's breaking out now, going towards the highs. Where's Wall? Wall ain't moving yet. They were the ones leading. Microsoft's at the low. Nvidia is still in the green. PAC W's hitting a high. What is it? FITB? They're still holding. Must be loaded with interest rates and housing at all-time highs. I don't know. Are you loaded? Like how? Like what was it to get the house? Was it an easy process? Would you say it was realistic or what? Like how did you get a house at 25? Justin, that's they're already asking questions. Did you get a small loan of $1 million from your father? Is his name Trump? How did you pull this off? How did you pull this off? The Nvidia event should be today, or I believe some of it. I thought some of it was yesterday. FRC at the high. KRE is moving. You'd probably say 10%. Well, I mean, you'd be surprised. 10% after a couple years. It could get you there. All right, so FCNA, that's literally just going to balance out the FRC play, I think. So that's good. I can't even spell the ticker, though. I don't even know what it is. FCNA or whatever. We went over the earnings preview on Nike yesterday. Again, inventory will be at FRC running. Snap on the high. SPY getting some decent candles here off of the low. That's about almost 10 points now. And it seems like regional banks as well as big banks, they are playing along now. Yeah, XLF is ripping. Even Goldman is gapping at the high. XLF's about to hit a high now. So I think that's because of Goldman and the rest. But those are working really, really good. Nvidia keynote in 15 minutes. Got my first house at 2022. Tons of programs to get approved, even down payment assistance. I know, amen. So I was going to let Jason or Justin answer it. But they do have it. They extended the California equity share program. So even in California, if you're willing to share your back-end equity, the state of California will give you money. My 25-year-old nephew just closed on a house, $1,900 a month income on a VA loan for $310,000 house. They're still giving them away. Yeah. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. How do you share back-end equity? It's a new program from the state of California. You have till June. They extended it till June. Shout out to Boomer for the updates. You could even contact Boomer, and I'm sure he could hook you up with the loan. But it's where you agree. They give you money up front. They like subsidize it, or they give you part of the down payment. And then when you sell, you give them like 15% of the profit. So they help you with the money up front to buy the house, but then they sell it. When you sell it, you have to just pay it back as part of the loan. So you don't give them all your equity, but a portion of your equity goes to the bank or California because they gave you the money. If you don't sell, then you have nothing to give them. So just when you sell. If you die, does it pass through to inheritance? I think it might, because I think it's tied to the property. Novartis, Sandoz, FDA approval for Hyramos. Hyramos. If you pull equity, I think you have to pay. I think it has to do with if you get the house refinanced or appraised. All right, housing prices at the high. They are near the high, but I mean, definitely houses are cheaper than 2022. So even like late 2021. So, but it's like as of now, like I still think home prices are expensive. I have seen good deals, but it's not as if it's not as extreme as it was 12 months ago. That's the only caveat I could give to real estate. I don't think it's cheap, but it's definitely not as high as a year ago, but that doesn't necessarily make it affordable. Was that Apple on the low? Why is Apple's flushing right now? And then Walgreens is on the high. If I was going to lock in mortgage rates, would you do it today or wait? How longer do you have to wait? I mean, again, we'll find out tomorrow. He'll get one more raise, and then maybe Powell stops. But chances are mortgage rates will probably come down here if Powell pivots. So if this is really bad, I mean, in the next 30 to 45 days, you might have a good chance rates come down. But not a recommendation. I'm not sure. Oh, but you know what's going to come in right now? Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. It is here. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, the Peach has arrived. Are you kidding me? Get your ass up. Oh, man, I'm still sore. Wow, but that feels great. Wow, the Peach has arrived with Apple in the low, FRC near the highs. We're about 20 or 30 minutes off of Yellen, it seems like. Bonds are near the high. SPY right below VWAP. NASDAQ is up 0.65, SPY 0.75, and Dow 0.71. And now the Peach has arrived, 7:51 a.m. Pacific time here on March 21st. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning. Now the candles are picking up here. So again, you had almost 10-point move off the bottom. Kind of danced a little bit, but we're still near the lows, which is much higher than yesterday, though. The Qs are on the high. VIX is still negative, but you might hit a new low there. Again, regionals and banks had a nice little rally there in the last 10 minutes. Frizzle Nation. All right, candles are getting a little bigger there. So you just wiped out 10 points now in 3 minutes. Back to the lows, have not set a new low just yet. The yen is kind of dancing around here too. I'd watch the bonds. Again, ever since Yellen's speech, the bonds were kind of dead. But like I've told you from yesterday, as long as they hold up these highs. So it's not too bad yet, but it's just interesting because we're still kind of just fading the morning. Bank of Russia changes FX reserve requirements for April. Again, Novartis, FDA approval based on phase 1 study. Credit Suisse Singapore had $38 billion in assets. Oh. Where's Meta still? Meta, man, you were at 204 today, bro. 204. Tesla's actually still holding up great. AMD sold off? What? Wait, have y'all seen this? Even TSM, they're still in the green, but AMD flipped. Even Micron, too. So all of that positive chips in the morning, some of them are still up, but you have definitely lost a decent amount of steam. I think CDTX is the one with PDUFA tomorrow. CVS could be good. I mean, I think they still have a higher share price, but it's kind of going to operate like Walgreens a little better. But I think there's still an element of risk to it. Just make sure you get at a good price. SPY's coming down here. Speaking of which, where's Bill? I haven't looked at Bill. It's been like slowing down here at the top. Oh no, did it break out to a new high? Let's see the long term. Does interest rates help or hurt the market? Well, broadly speaking, it hurts it because it slows down, demand. But in this case, coming into tomorrow, some people are viewing a rate hike as positive because it would indicate that the Fed isn't panicking about a banking issue. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they raise rates, and then if FRC or anybody goes bust afterwards, they could also do an emergency meeting. But as of now, we'll be there. Oh, shit. Where is it? Where's Bill? Yeah, Bill, you've gotten 0.25% without the dividend, $32. Yeah, I cut the ES at rollover, and I just didn't buy back into it. I said I'm cool with what I'm holding, and then we'll wait. Just ate that loss. And then Bill, we have a little bit. Where's MPW? That one was shitty. I mean, long term still pretty solid though. Where's MO? Something macro changed? No. I mean, tech is a little bit down. It was up in the morning, but I think this is just the jitters coming into Powell. But between yesterday, even the last couple of days, nothing has really changed. I mean, all eyes are on FRC, and if anything goes bust. But now this is a day ahead of Powell. This is everybody positioning and getting ready for Powell and what he's essentially going to pull out. I mean, the good part about today is that we have some confidence so far, unless something snaps, that he's going to do a quarter. But this is all getting ready for Powell tomorrow. Nvidia on the low. Our home price is less likely to fall as low as we thought since the rates are coming sooner. Yes and no. I mean, that's what I told you about a year or two ago. Like, by the time real estate actually starts coming down, if they start cutting rates, it could spur it again. But if they cut rates, it'll help real estate. But then the question will be, when they cut rates, will economic activity still be comparable? But I'm leaning towards it will support prices, and it will naturally. But it all really depends on the health of the consumer and how people react accordingly. Powell is going to be at 2:30 tomorrow. The release will come out at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then 2:30 is when the press conference happens. What I heard from Yellen is that the banks are in great shape, and there's no reason to pause hikes until inflation nears 2. Yeah, she said, be assured. She said, have assurance. The banking system is stable. And I said, oh, really? Okay. Thanks, Yellen. That's all I needed. Janet Yellen said it's stable. Did you guys know that? So there you go. This is not 2008? Well, then there you go. So Nvidia flush in, bonds near the high. SPY has just hit another low. The chips just flipped. Again, they were the ultimate leader. They were very strong in the morning, but they have already turned around. So you just wicked into another low. The yen is even bouncing up here today, but let's just see. I mean, it's really going to be about, do we fill the gap, maybe go down to 39.60 or not, but you're holding up decent in the regionals. They're not giving up. All you have now is just tech really isn't playing along. Neither is real estate or utilities, and then chips gave up some of the earlier gains, but you're still holding. I mean, it's been, an hour and a half now, and we're still holding like 5% on the regional banks for now, and we're higher than yesterday's high. Tesla is in a safe haven. It's a meme stock. That's offensive. Tesla has been good, though, as far as tech is concerned. Microsoft has been the one. It was Apple for a little bit, but Microsoft, and then, again, Meta. It was Bank of America this morning that said Meta is the most robust big tech because their cost cutting has actually been effective. FRC about to go brazy. Oh, man, you better double down then. Last chance. Last chance. Every day, good or bad, we've learned so much. Amen, man. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you got to witness it. Hit that like button. Stay with it and get that long term, baby. We have a long year ahead of us. There's only one quarter. I can't believe it, though. Didn't it just feel like we were having New Year's? Didn't it just feel like we were cutting the turkey together, Chad? It was October, November, and then we were here for Thanksgiving, and then we had Black Friday. You guys remember that? That was just like, and then now, bro, it's like we're almost done with first quarter. Like, isn't that crazy? First quarter is almost done. It is in the middle of March right now. That's it. You have 2 more weeks? You end this week, and then you have next week, and then that's it. And then first quarter, just like that. Just like that. Q1 is almost done. I know. Now you have ads. And now you have an ad. That's good for you. It's humbling. Humbling. The ads aren't aggressive. It's like, have you seen the movie Holes? Like, you know, like you like, I want you to envision yourself as a young Shia LaBeouf. Okay? Because that's who you are right now. And every time you get an ad, it builds character. Okay? It's character building. Because like I said, it's very humbling. And they're like, oh, wow. And, you know, so just that's why I'm just make sure, you know, you get your ads in because it'll build character. I love Shia LaBeouf, too. I know. Yeah, shout out Hector Zeroni. You know what I'm saying? In a weird, I feel like he's related to Yellen. I don't know. Little bounce off the bottom here again after Wiccan. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Hey, dude, I can't believe it. It's already March. It's already end of March almost. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. I'm just saying, y'all would be mad about Pump It. I would be mad to hear Pump It Up right now. Because we were listening to that song months ago, man. And to think that the stock market's the same price as when we started listening to Pump It Up, that's fucked up, dog. Okay? I hope you realize that. Like, that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's offensive. Like, I should get canceled for that. Like, y'all don't understand how offensive that is. That we were playing a song called Pump It Up, and then we would play it every time the market would go up. And now, roughly like 6 to 9 months later, the stock market is at the exact same price. And now you want to say pump it up? Read the room, man. Read the room. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's some weird shit, bro. That's some weird shit. We got brainwashed. You have 24 months. No, get hard, bro. I'm mad at you. You're like complaining about like the working class, and I gave you a really solid answer, and then you didn't even listen to what I had to say. So like you just getting mad over this stuff right now, but like you don't even want to like this ain't. I thought we were gonna have a cool discussion, bro. But nah, now you just mad. Now you're just mad at the government elites, just without any other context. Warren Buffett in talks with Biden admin. That was over the weekend. So apparently Biden and Buffett, they talked either getting potential investment from Buffett or just asking Buffett's general advice. Thanks, Bostic. You guys remember that? That was a couple of weeks ago. So watch Apple, watch Microsoft. Again, we're still near the lows here. Regional banks are holding up. Meta's hitting another low right now. Yeah, I closed FRC yesterday, and then I went short on it after Yellen today, and then I went long on FCNCA. Thomas Pena, Mr. Pena, welcome. God bless you, my friend. I don't think Trump has gotten arrested yet, but today would be the day, according to his post. Yeah, JP Morgan back in the day bailed out the market at one point. Even Buffett, I remember Buffett helped with the Bank of America deal, even Solomon Brothers. So dude, Buffett's a shark, bro. Don't get it twisted, man. Buffett, that's how they always come back to him. But like, he don't even solicit it. They go to him. But that's how Buffett was part of a lot of, like, Buffett scooped up a lot of cheap banks after 08. So, but Buffett has had he's had his little cherry Coke fingers on a lot of different deals. So he is the guy to go to. Yeah, JP Morgan bailed out the banks in 1909. Something in the early 1900s. We don't know if he's arrested. We don't even know. I mean, apparently it's supposed to be the campaign finance charges related to the lawyer and Stormy Daniels, but we have not. We have, honestly, today, all I've heard about is Yellen, the Treasury, and banks again, but no updates as of what's going on with Mr. Donald. And then bonds are chilling out here a little bit after that little Wiccan pop. Amazon's not really playing along. Teslonian's holding up very good, though, 4.7. Are we putting on the Nvidia event? Can I? I've been banned with Apple events. I don't know if Nvidia events are any different. So FRC, get ready if that breaks out. Again, $18, I believe. This is where, even 17, this is where the first halt was. So if it gets above there, you're going to get another $2 out of that one. Yeah, they were setting up heavy security yesterday at the courthouse. That's why DWalk and Rum started running. Even Rumble's still on the high right now. Actually, as we're talking about this, PODD. I laughed and a guy asked me what was funny. I told him Josh said Buffett had his cherry Coke fingers on the banks. Then I had to explain why cherry Coke fingers were funny. Honestly, I'm just glad that you laughed at that because I don't know if everybody got that joke. So I'm glad. Thank you. You know, I always love it when y'all can recognize, you know, just I'm glad that you pick up on it. I'm glad that you pick up on it. Trump is not arrested yet. Or again, that was the rumor from a couple of days ago. There has been no Trump arrest just yet. Rumble long term. I've said it may be in the future. Again, I think Rumble, just don't forget, they're still in a raising money stage. So that's what I'm worried about. But like I said, you know, even a year ago when we first looked at it, I just said, watch out to, let's see what happens with YouTube. Let's see if this actually turns into a really good alternative. But I think with enough time, it could be. But I think it's too early to invest in Rumble, personally speaking. MSTR. Coin is coming back. Everything looks like it's starting to march back up. Some of the big tech isn't, but if it had a gain in the morning and it's holding, it's starting to move up there again. Yeah, the only person saying Donnie is getting arrested is Donnie. No, for real though. That's why I think I feel you on that. That's why it's weird. Because I think it all started with Donald saying it, and then that's it. But then we ain't have anything else. Tesla's moving up to the high. That's another one of those names. Junko Solar. Again, Enphase was on fire. They're still near the high. And again, FRC, they could break out here. Again, anything above $17.75, pretty much $18 could be big. Next level on the market, I mean, it's $39.99, $4,000. You either go to $4,000, we dance around $39.80 where we're at now, or we go down to $39.60, maybe a little lower to fill the gap. Is it too late for FRC? No, but I think every day just FRC and these regional banks, they just run a risk of moving 30%. So I think if you play it small, there you go. You could go either direction, but the real risk is just back and forth on the shares, considering it's up 40% now. It could still run up another $3-4, but then it could also come down too and give it up like we've seen at other times. Nvidia CEO just called ChatGPT the iPhone moment of AI. Is that why sound is up? I think some of the AI plays might run. Can we listen to the Nvidia thing? I don't know how it'll play. How am I? I'm good. Enphase is on the high. They're running. Let's see. Conferences. I see Nvidia's at 1. Today's Tuesday, right? GTC 23 keynote. Oh, this is financial analyst Q&A, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So there might be one going on now, but there's another Nvidia financial thing later today. For non-registered attendees on YouTube. So that would be the one that I think could move a lot. I think the analyst at the 10 a.m. meeting, that might be the one that gets things going. Spies at VWAP. FRC dancing. I hope everyone is okay. Yeah. Everyone's okay. I hope. I mean, pray for everybody every day. I'm sure some people are having a good day. Some people are having a bad day. But, the beauty is, God willing, we get another day. And we have a moment today to do better than the day before. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Coin up 100. Man, it's up 30% since I fucking shorted it a week ago. I don't even know that was that possible there. I was like, how did y'all even do that? That's insane. UNG, I know. Well, let's see what happens with rates here. That will be interesting. Top tick Josh on that short, definitely. Very, very wild. IonQ just mentioned at Nvidia event. Amazon's working its way up. Again, SPY above VWAP. So this is now recovering the Yellen losses. This is where I think Yellen started speaking. And then again, this is also just half a point below where the data came out. And the bonds are chilling out too. IonQ is running up there a little bit. Again, Jay Alt just said it was mentioned in the Nvidia thing. So Nvidia has something going on now, but there might be a bigger update at 10 a.m. with the financial questions. But IonQ now, that one keeps going. Great call out on that one, Jay Alt. So that one's still moving. MPW will go up after Powell. It depends what happens. Again, yesterday, like we talked about the, what's it called? The what versus the why. So the why will be there, but depending on what happens with interest rates, I mean, real estate related stocks will respond immediately. So we gotta see what happens with that path forward. One thing to think about too is that tomorrow, and this is something a lot of people have talked about but relatively ignored. We got to realize tomorrow with the Fed, there is a summary of economic projections. So somebody asked me a great question yesterday. They said, Josh, what are you going to control F tomorrow? When the report comes out, what are you going to look for? And I said, I'm going to look for the word pause. I'm going to look for the word ongoing, anything related to ongoing or increases. However, there was something that we should be looking at immediately tomorrow that I overlooked. It's the SEP, the summary of economic projections. So that's going to come out right when the release happens. So that's why tomorrow, believe it or not, like right when the release happens, you are going to get a bigger move than the last Fed meeting. So when was the last Fed meeting? Let's see. Please hold. It was February 1st. Damn, why does that feel so long ago? So last Fed meeting, we still had a decent move, and then you went up from there. But I would expect a way bigger daily move, like right at 2 o'clock, you're going to get a way bigger move. IonQ is still running. That's 7% now. Again, they got mentioned at the Nvidia conference. And then I think someone said CDTX is running. IonQ is still going. Tesla's into a new high right now. I'm sure Coinbase is too now. That's another one that was holding. There's Nvidia. Apple even recovered a lot. AMD's not playing along. Microsoft not as much, but Amazon, they're getting up there, but it looks like Tesla and then like Coinbase, they're running up there a lot. They could, well, they're changing their SEP all the way up until today. But that's what we have to be watching tomorrow, is that pretty much right when that gets released, the SEP is going to contain a ton, and that very well may surprise people. And maybe the SEP, that may highlight where the Fed thinks rates are going to be, you know, especially following this whole banking situation. AT&T Nvidia partnership being detailed. Again, IonQ 5% is decent. And then Nvidia is not moving as much. Bro, Tesla's the one right now. Tesla 5% or 5.5. Yellen talked today. Her pre-written statement in the morning. That's why we had a lot of bank relief. But then as she started talking, she didn't really say anything besides what was outlined. She said, have faith in the market and that the banks are stable. And if she tells you that banks are stable, you'll listen to her. And that's kind of what happened. Nvidia AT&T supercharges operations with Nvidia AI. Talking AI use in ads. You hope all the banks fail and everyone loses their money. You don't have anything in mind, so I couldn't care less. So you just want everybody to fail, huh? That's crazy. I feel you though. I mean, you know, that's your right as an American to want the banks to fail. I understand. It's okay though. We'll get through all of this. Don't worry, little by little. I think if I could advocate patience, you know, we need this whole story to take place. And little by little, we have to have a lot of patience to watch how things play out. And sometimes in our mind, things occur faster than it takes reality to play out. Oh, man, another one? Yeah. The Yellen quote was that, it just came across the wire again. Yellen says, bank situation is stabilizing and system is sound. Tesla 193. So I had a mini child support payment, but that one's about to go green now too. I'm mad at Meta though. I'm mad Meta. That was very, very. It's still holding up 1%. That's the sad part. It was just up a lot more in the morning. This is playing out like Mr. Robot a little bit, but we're gonna find. We have only now 24 hours of doubt. I still think there will be some doubt after Powell, but I'm telling you, we're going to get a great read off of Powell tomorrow. Is that once we know what Powell is going to do and how he responds to this, we're good to go. Coinbase, again, that one's through the high, ripping faces. I think you get CDTX tomorrow. I'm not too sure, but I'm under the impression it is this week. Yeah, FRC still holding at the high, hasn't moved. SPY above VWAP. Coinbase now to 80. They straight up want my face. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin or Ethereum futures. So I'm glad. My bond rollover hurt me with the ETH one. I ended up saving all. Yeah, 1,800. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, so I'm glad on that one, I guess. Dude, this is crazy. Bro, Bitcoin 28,000. So it's now above the Terra Luna collapse, I believe. Or was that at 38,000? Wall is near the high. Good call out on that. Because Wall was actually going up a little slower. You feel bad for those who suffer, but I wouldn't know. But I wouldn't, and I know I'm not alone. Yeah, I mean, just be careful. That's all. Like I've always said it. I used to tell this to a lot of the younger guys back in the day. Is just like, you know, a financial strategy that's like based around like a massive amount of failure. You know what I'm saying? Like a strategy. It's like, I'm going to make these investments and like I would love this environment where like it related, you know, it was caused by a massive amount of people getting clapped. That's usually not the best strategy. So it doesn't even matter if you want to be nice, mean, positive, or negative. But like even just logically speaking, you know, trying to bank on something that would require a massive amount of failure just usually isn't the best approach. So I'm sure you're not alone, but, you know, make sure you control your emotions because in a weird way, it's still kind of like a bias. But if it makes you emotional, it makes you kind of like, you know, you're structuring a strategy around that, it may hurt you in the long run. You're still long with 10%, baby. Amen. 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 That's all you need. Besides BTC, everything is still down. Well, the market is up. I mean, technically speaking, I mean, like, you know, Bitcoin's back up to what? May and June levels. I mean, that's exactly where the stock market is. So if anything, they all just kind of caught up. FRC's running up here again. And down $1.50 a share on that. So emotional recipe for disaster. It is, but that's not necessarily what I was saying. But, you know, the emotions tie into it. But I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've been like that in my life. And I've seen a lot of people, especially as I've dealt with, I've dealt with younger investors who have now became not young investors, which is cool to see. But a lot, like you have no idea how many people, even in 2019, 2018, they were telling me, I'm not going to buy a house until it crashes, or like people really wanted stocks and real estate, but their logic was, I will not buy it until there is a huge failure, and people were rooting for certain failures to occur so that they can make an investment. And guess what? Eventually, they just still never bought anything, even after COVID brought things down 30% in a week or two. But it was just like, I know a lot of people who have never made an investment in their life by simply waiting for a big collapse, and all they wanted was to invest, but they were kind of more just like their logic and their strategy was like, okay, I will make this decision, and I'll make a good investment once the ultimate worst case scenario happens, and once, you know, millions of people suffer. FRC's halted. I don't see any news. Just the drop. So just be careful of that. That's all. You know, I think it's not about being positive or negative, but just know any financial strategy that's based on like everything going wrong is usually not going to be your best bet. You're still going to add to it. You got the 401k. So that you still have a bank, though. So I feel you, where it's like you want, like I want to see like the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. Like I'm an advocate of truth, and I would love to know the truth from FTX all the way down to what's happening. But this is that rabbit hole I was talking about the other day, because it's like, okay, we could try to short the market. Maybe we know there's about to be something, right? And let's say we make our moves on it, but it's like, if where you hold money becomes at risk, at some point you have to go down the logical rabbit hole and realize then, well, shit, if everybody gets threatened, even making the best possible move doesn't even matter. It's quite the paradox. So it's like if the banking situation is bad enough where you're actually, you know, it's going to get awful, but it's like at that point it will even threaten your ability to short the market. Now, FRC's halted right now. Spotify brings new audiobooks to Canada. What else? Tesla is up the most in three weeks. So 6% move is the biggest Tesla gain in 3 weeks. Etsy on the high. You had a little Chicle. Yeah, so it's like we want this situation to play out, but then if it hits the Mr. Robot zone, none of our plays even matter. So that's why it's like, fuck. So it's a weird middle. So it's like we would like to see the truth in the reality, and we want to watch it play out and hopefully let the market work itself out. But at the same time, it's like, hopefully this does not turn into anarchy. Because at that point, then everything is threatened. But I doubt that is what is there. But let's see what Powell says. Yeah, Nvidia announces computational lithography product to speed up semiconductor design and production. Atlassian's on the high, team. I know I do need to watch Mr. Robot. It's been a while. UK lifted Bain from bidding on official contracts. That's ASML, LRCX, and AMAT. Is that for lithography? Where's Broadcom too? And then again, FRC got halted after a $1.50 decline there. You're getting golf ads? I didn't get a golf ad. I would like to. I need me a Top Golf session, man. You got any rocks? I heard JP Morgan wants in. Isn't that crazy? JP Morgan got scammed on the nickel exchange. They bought a ton of nickel, but it ended up just being random metal or rocks. Meta on the low. Meta's actually taking some pretty decent sized candles here now into the bottom. He said computing module to do AI can be air cooled. You've never been. I'll go to Topgolf, especially if there's one by your house. Oh man, you're gonna love it. Nvidia, are they reacting to that? Air cooled AI? You got to check out a place by Tiger Woods. It's called Pop Stroke. They partnered with Cooper. Is this a joke? I wouldn't go to a place called Pop Stroke by Tiger Woods, just considering his history. I feel like that'd be a strip club. So I'm not going there. I'm cool with Topgolf. I'm cool with Topgolf. I don't know about Tiger. You know Tiger. Oh, it's solid? It's real? I thought this guy was trolling me. I thought this was a Tiger Woods joke. I really thought this was a Tiger Woods joke. FRC resumed. Again, they just gave up that whole little run there off of those two candles. No headlines. Yeah, halted to the breaker. Now up 30. That's it. U.S. says Yellen is ready to protect small banks. That's a big pop. 40 cents up there. AI's on the high again. Nvidia's conference seems to be benefiting AI companies more than anything right now. They're still getting that hype, and then Nvidia hasn't really even moved off of their own announcements. Talks in Moscow between China, Xi, and Putin have concluded. So FRC, big volume, almost $1 pop right there. So it's popped all the way back up there. Aware of Japanese unrealized losses? Yes, but they print their own. I mean, Japan has been losing money on bonds for a very long time. They don't even care. I mean, because they just print more. And somehow their society, well, not somehow, just took 20 years, but it's kind of made for it in a weird way. 52-week bond auction coming in, 4.39. Watch the bond, see if this moves the market, and then wait like 15 minutes and check Fed futures. But Fed futures have calmed down so far. Yeah, FRC's right back up. No news on Trump so far. T-Mobile enters into an agreement with AAA for connectivity for roadside vehicles. ARKG, Coinbase above 80 now. Tesla starting to pop off here too now. So that's good. It's coiling. There's FOC. Coinbase above 80. That's terrifying. I should have cut yesterday. Still waiting. I think I'll do one more average down of share. I haven't even averaged down from the beginning. And it's just been painful. But we'll see. Twilio's on the high. Again, Tesla at 194. Twilio's up 4%. Unity's running up. Even Roblo's at the high. Then again, no Nvidia reacts. Dude, Tesla's 6%. And then SPY's getting above this level here. We have not been here since the morning. Oh, wait, 3 minutes. 3 minutes ago was Euro close. So this is now Euro close. You've been working up from the bottom for the last 30 minutes. Oh, no. 1 hour. I'm tripping. No, it's still early. We have an hour till Euro close. Putin says talks with Xi Jinping were successful. Nvidia Oracle chooses Nvidia Bluefield Data Center. So Oracle chooses Nvidia, or Nvidia chooses Oracle. I think Nvidia chooses Oracle. Or Oracle chooses Nvidia. He didn't mute me. You think I mute people and then I don't respond to my stuff? I mean, we have a lot throughout the day. Again, if you guys don't realize, like, we're reading, like, multiple news scanners, then the chat, and then going over everything else. So, I mean, if it's on topic of what we're saying, you could kind of mix it in. If we miss a comment, don't take it too personally. And good morning. We do trade futures, yes. I'm in one right now. They just reiterated the iPhone comment. Nvidia is still selling off. I don't think the arrest of Trump will affect the market. I think it'll distract people, but that's about it. But then DWAC and rum might go up off of it. Tesla took a candle there. J&J, another dump. Any chance that they're clapping you from SPNY? No, you should be good on the short. The only problem is if you're short on like SVB or Signature is that you're going to like you just have to pay the margin requirement. So what everybody's waiting for is the reference price. So you need the regulators to figure everything out, and then the exchanges are going to have a final reference price so that they can outline everything, and then you'll know what the play is worth. And then you'll go from there. But in the meantime, your margin, that's the only real effect, is that it's going to tie up your capital. Rackspace achieves AWS service for Amazon. Nvidia and Microsoft bringing industrial metaverse. Nvidia, are they getting clapped off of that? Are people worried? So again, it looks like sell the news for Nvidia. And then Putin said ready to increase oil supplies to China. And Nvidia launches DGX Cloud, giving every enterprise instant access to AI supercomputer from a browser. I mean, hopefully it just doesn't. I mean, wait till 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. my time, in an hour and a half, Nvidia, there's going to be a financial part to the presentation. Maybe people are worried this is going to cost more, but let's see what they say from that. And then Tesla's still holding. SPY coming down. Again, you were just about to break out from those levels. Still got an hour till Euro close. Here's an update. So somebody, I don't know who this is, Ram, they're saying investors are underpricing the risk that the Fed will revise their dot plot higher. Honestly, that's a crazy concept for tomorrow. I didn't really think about that. I don't know. I figured they'd keep it the same. What do you think, Chad? Do you think there is a chance that the dot plot goes higher tomorrow? Yes. So that's what somebody just put out here, an analyst. But this is the dot plot. So if you've been watching here, especially from the beginning of the year, I mean, we've been bringing up Fed policy. So this is the dot plot. These little dots, these are where the Fed is. So right now their median is right around like 5.2. So tomorrow they come out with the summary of economic projections, and that means we get a new dot plot. So that phrase, the people are saying that the dots are going to be up here now, whereas now, again, the futures are pricing that the dots will go lower. So what will happen? Maybe slightly higher? I don't know. I feel like that would be a very interesting reaction tomorrow, because if the dots do come in higher, I think that would kind of panic people. But then again, I don't know if they'd want the dots higher, considering. Look at Chewy. There's no way in hell. Someone just said that. It's very interesting. This is another good one. Don't expect looser conditions even as the Fed reverses much of quantitative tightening. The Fed's actions to stave off the banking crisis should not be taken as loosening financial conditions, far less QE, and in fact, conditions should be expected, tighter conditions. The banking crisis led to almost $300 billion rise in the Fed's balance sheet last week, reversing almost half of the decline since QT began last June. But even more relevant is the change in reserves. Reserves are generally higher velocity, and therefore a true economic and financial impact from QT comes from the changes in reserves. Reserves are now actually higher than where they were when QT first began. First of all, this is not QT. QE is open-ended purchase of securities, the Fed's new BTFP. That's the bank term funding facility. To which much of the discount lending is likely to migrate, is essentially a repo facility, although with no haircut, with a maturity of up to 1 year. Furthermore, it cannot be used as a limitless carry vehicle for banks to buy discounted debt and repo it at the Fed at par. The small print shows that BTFP can only be used for collateral that was owned by the borrower as of March 12th. Secondly, financial conditions are likely to tighten even as the financial balance sheet has recently expanded. The reserves that are leaving the smaller banks in the shape of the bank deposits are going to larger banks who don't want them. One reason why deposit rates have remained stubbornly low. While bill rates are similar or lower to the rates offered by the reverse repo, much of the new reserves are posed to end up at the reverse repo or at the Treasury's account at the Fed as they replenish it after the debt ceiling resolution. So new reserves created could soon end up on the black hole of the reverse repo facility or the TGA, leading to a steep fall in money velocity and hence much tighter financial conditions. Very interesting. SPY just dumped too by the time I got finished reading that for you. Xi and Putin stressed talks as solution to Ukraine crisis. That's a pretty crazy concept. They're pretty much saying even the balance sheet going up, how it's designed, it's going to just lead to tighter financial conditions, and that money is never going to see any real banking activity. So new low right there, bro. That was why you just literally broke out to 39.88. Now you sold off 15 points, hitting a new low. Wow. Again, Nvidia was selling. Tesla was running up into the high on that. A couple of other names like even Coin. FRC selling off now. Yeah, Raul just came out of nowhere, and FRC is getting clapped. CFTC cites SEC order. Again, a lot of Putin and Xi Jinping headlines. They have not halted FRC yet. I'm surprised they haven't off of that drop. ECB says Credit Suisse had no impact on EU bank funding. FRPT is on the high. Nvidia keeps dumping here. SVB wanted to ease customer worries but fueled a fire instead. That's old. FTX Ledger X attracts bids from Miami Exchange. Yeah, I think I was just positive on my FRC. And we'll see. Again, SPY just flushed 15 points, wicked into another low on the wick, but now you're bouncing up a little bit here. Between 39.75 and 400. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen 39.60 though. I think the fill the gap is still in play. It's early. It's still like we haven't even had Euro close. We've been here for 2 hours right now, 2 hours 15 minutes, but I think we got a lot of time left. 29 million in volume though. Definitely dry compared to the last couple of days. You could even see it. Even yesterday was 92 million. That's like 50% lower than the last couple of days. And then DWAC is falling out of nowhere. So I guess rest news not so bullish. Then Nvidia, first green candle there in a minute. FRC bouncing back up here. You think Powell? I don't think Powell does 50. I think Powell is going to do 25. Again, right now, 2 hours into the day, you had positive news from last night, or again, this whole Treasury shit. But unless Fed futures move, then that's it. Is the dollar going up? I think it might have. I think it's at break even right now, but it was down earlier today. And then the bonds gave it up. I mean, last time we were this low, I mean, the bonds were starting to break out, but now the bonds sold off leading ahead of this. And then I think chips are getting a lot here. Then you got that Nvidia stuff. And then just not to mention, too, any of the banks, if they give up steam, I mean, that could have an outsized effect, not to mention energy, too. Russia is committed to resumption of peace talks ASAP, Xinhua says. AMAT on the low. SPY selling off here once again. Damn, Suave went up after I sold out. Russia is helping build atomic stations in China. SOX S is on the high, so chips are dumping now after running this whole morning. Watch TSM and Micron. Those are the strong ones, and they're about to go red. TSM is a lot stronger. Putin will respond to Britain sending depleted uranium to Ukraine. And then again, SPY into the low, or the wick of the low. And then Walls right where everything started. Boeing's on the low. Barely. Boeing just went red. Same thing with LMT. China plan may be basis for future settlement, says IFX. So no settlement. Honestly, it just sounds like more China by Putin relations than anything. Watching UUU. Uranium headlines. Volmageddon, there you are. Tesla shares climb amid Moody's upgrades, broader risk-on rally. Again, you're coming lower here now. Low ticker kind of starting to dominate. It's not like full-fledged flooring it, but the high ticker is drying up. You're into the low now. 39.73 and holding, so solid like point or two from the previous low. Watch 39.70, then again 39.60. But then at that point, you'll be like 9 points away from filling the gap. So we are going lower here. Again, Xi and Putin signed joint statement of economic cooperation or eco-cooperation. Xi Jinping and Putin signed joint statement to deepen strategic ties. Yeah, man, I don't know if this is happening right now, but it seems like China and Putin are like becoming buddy-buddy right now. So I don't know. I remember a couple weeks ago, we had a similar headline and the market didn't like it, but then we got distracted with the banks. But as of now, that is coming here, but maybe we'll see if that actually ends up moving Fed futures. I think the meeting was today, but they said they concluded the meeting today. And they just put out those statements. Nvidia is still on the low, too. So Nvidia keeps flushing. Again, SOX S is on the high. You just hit another low, but you're doing the air brakes more or less. Like that move 10, 15 minutes ago was big, but even into the lows, you're not like flushing. And then the yen gave up about like 5-10 minutes earlier. Getty with Nvidia. We'll just watch the chips though. This Nvidia, and then again in about an hour, 15 minutes, there's going to be a financial side to the whole Nvidia conference that I think will be bigger. Is Apple still into the lows? No, Apple was lower earlier. Amazon trying to get into the high. Things like everything's just all over the place. MO flipped to the lows. Google's still near the high. Regional banks still up 5%. Fine, everything. Banks are just right where they opened in the morning. So banks aren't really even doing much. Again, even FRC slightly up from the open. Tesla. What time? 8:48. It's early. So yesterday flew by, but it feels like we've already had a lot to deal with today. But it's still very, very early. Volume is much, much lower than the last couple of days. UBS is still on the high. So that's wild. UBS is still going. Watch if, again, Credit Suisse should move 20 20% of the gain of UBS. Google's hitting a new high right now. So a lot of things are kind of pushing and pulling. You're literally at the lows. SPY, NASDAQ, Dow up 0.5%. Chip makers, Nvidia is plummeting. But then there's a couple of names still on the high right now. Like literally Google is going into a high right now at 103. And then even Snapchat's up, and then Meta's at the low. Yeah, Snapchat's up 5%. Even Pinterest up 2. Google says that, well, they're doing another test. If their next test ends up doing good, I mean, maybe that could help some of the negativity, but we'll see. Russell's up a lot. I think that's because the regional banks. But yeah, I just noticed that 1.7 on the Russell. That's wild. Hey guys, what's up, man? Good morning. Happy 8:50 a.m. Pacific time, day ahead of Powell. UBS is still going again. Anytime UBS was into the highs, the regionals have been loving it. But again, UBS is up 10%. That's a big bounce for UBS. Jeez. Nvidia unveils large language models and generative AI to advance life sciences R&D. VWAP up and down. I mean, just pretty much price in that at that volume. Again, more higher volume, lower volume has effects, but higher volume has a bigger effect on VWAP. So just showing you the average price of trades today, slightly going lower. But that could change with a lot of volume and higher prices. And then Fed futures still 15%, almost 50% lower than the last 2 days. Manu on the high. Mercuria has very minimal involvement in Russian oil, they said. Mm. 20-year auction in 9 minutes. That could be big. I feel like the Yang play is going to be good. Like I was saying with China a couple of weeks ago, I think China is either going to get washed or they could go up 20, 30%. I pretty much think China is a both-way play, 20%, especially from here and with everything else going on. FRC fall tomorrow. We'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, if it's not related to the company, everything relies on Powell tomorrow. But unless they come out with a new update, that's even by the end of today. I mean, we're going to see what happens with FRC. So far, it's doing, every regional bank is doing what it's done the last couple of days. We're waking up to news in the morning or overnight. We're kind of calming down. But then by the end of the day, the fear and panic. I don't think we've actually held up. I think last Wednesday, you opened up lower. But anytime we've actually held up higher, I think you've sold off every single time. So every time regionals have gapped up, we've sold off. If we've opened up lower, we've been able to hold those gains. But pretty much every gap up has been sold. So we're going to find out. Powell is going to be at 2:30 tomorrow. Damn, end phase. SVB Financials, cash held at Bridge Bank sent to FDIC. Yeah, there's news coming out. They said Bridge Bank accounts have zero balances. Bridge Bank accounts had $2 billion last week. So there's no money. What sector is bullish and bearish? I mean, I'd watch tech as a safe haven, or if people respond to higher or lower rates, and then just bank stocks. Pretty much banks, tech, and then industrials and defensives. But it just depends on what Powell says. Again, the range of why, the what will be important, but like we said, the why will be the most important, and potentially what Powell could bring up, the pace of rate hikes, the response to the banking situation, all of those could have very specific effects. Google's hitting another high. Damn, so Google's running now. Amazon's at the high. Again, Apple and Microsoft, they're not playing along. Enphase, Coinbase is about to break out. Tesla was playing along last time. Airbnb, they even got Airbnb involved in this. Yeah, even Airbnb's up 4% right now. And Snapchat's up 7 or 5. But yeah, Google and Amazon, those are the two big techs that are running here. Amazon was higher a couple of days ago, though. Wasn't it? Yeah, it was at 167. J&J wants 150. They all mentioned Nvidia integration. Airbnb's been chill. I mean, it hasn't done anything too crazy for us. I mean, we were way better off post earnings, but it's been holding pretty nice. And the long term's good. We lost some of our JP Morgan gains, so that killed some of the stats. But again, I think those covered calls ended up being very good for us. Even on Airbnb, they're still up 50%. Even Coinbase came back a little bit. And then MPW, that one was bad for our latest pickup. Coin at 80.23. CS Big Pop. Is it moving with UBS? I think so, yeah. So these should track each other. So keep that in mind. I'd watch both of those in tandem. Oh, my actual Airbnb, fire. It's like at this point, it's been a couple of years of just solid rents. I mean, even my San Diego one I've had for a lot longer, but it's just been solid. It hasn't even been, I have not really noticed anything. And I should be getting into slow months pretty soon, but as of now, Airbnb is great. Volume is low. Not really. So only thing I've just lost my, or I've lowered my cleaning fee, and that's it. So that'd be the only thing, but I've done good. It's done very, very good. TLT calls, I'm not opposed to it, but I would maybe go shares or maybe go with like a TBT. But I will be holding bonds coming into Powell. However, you could also wait till Powell speaks, and I'm pretty sure you could just position afterwards. So the real risk is going ahead of Powell. And like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, the real move is by waiting for Powell, because once we know the reason why, that the reason why can fuel a lot of other reasons. So UBS is running. Watch Credit Suisse, Coinbase again on the high. So again, Credit Suisse is running up there. MSTR, dude. MSTR's in the high like 300s or something. They've been going crazy. Does bill pay out monthly? Yes. It pays out monthly, but I don't know if it pays out 4% monthly. I think it comes to a cumulative 4% on the year. So it should be like 1%, 1.25. Did I have any Ethereum staked? No. I don't do that. Not for me. Not for me. We'll see, though. Depending on if the Fed ends up cutting rates, though, I will have to buy. I will probably have to buy back into my Bitcoin there from the one we sold in 2021 or 2022. Warren Sanders asked Treasury to crack down on trust tax dodging. What's DRMA? Duramata Therapeutics. SPY's coming lower here again. Google and a couple things just hit highs. Wait, Brainerd? Oh, whoa. That's weird. Brainerd, Biden economic advisor Brainerd comments in prepared remarks. Brainerd says junk fees weaken the force of market competition, and junk fees hit more vulnerable people the hardest. Oh, I was tripping out because I read that as if it was Brainerd in the Fed, but this was Brainerd on behalf of the economic, again, White House economic advisor. So Brainerd just make a statement. Remember, she's not with the Fed anymore, so that comment should hit a little different. She's saying something about fees. And then DRMA had to move. Russian defense minister, there are fewer and fewer steps left towards a nuclear collision. Okay, that's reassuring. Let's see. I mean, SPY, I don't know if that market will react to that. GOP lawmakers probe of FDA baby formula shortage. Or they launch probe, watch Abbott, and then even Perrigo, ABT, and PRGO. They've already kind of reacted, but again, GOP lawmakers launch probe into FDA on baby formula shortage. Perrigo and Abbott. PRGO. PRGMO is not moving as much, and they're both already down. Well, then you just had nuclear war comments. Schwab is on the high. So Schwab is running up there again. UBS and Credit Suisse. Bond just got a bid. SPY wicked into the low. And then GOP lawmakers are putting a probe on the baby formula companies. And then FRC's climbing back up. UBS, $21, up 11%. Yeah, and you got Lael Brainerd comments, but she is no longer with the Fed. Coinbase, 8068. There's still a lot of things running right now. My goodness. JPM, FRC. I'm surprised JP Morgan's not doing as good. Goldman is a leader. I know Bank of America and Wells Fargo are doing good, but right now it's Schwab, UBS, and Coinbase. I don't know. Does Coinbase count as a bank? Bank of America just had a cheek lay. Again, Schwab is hitting another high right now. I'm still shorting coin, sadly. Yeah, it's hurting me. Down $7,000 on that one. It was $5,000 yesterday. I'm losing like $1,000 to $2,000 a day, and I've shorted it for like what? For 7 days? Yeah, so it's about $1,000 a day. I should have just rented like a Lamborghini and made videos or something. But we'll see. That I was going to close it out yesterday, but now that it's there, I'll just wait till Powell. Emotional trade? Maybe. I don't think it is, but like usually when I get into a bad trade, y'all start talking sideways and then like trying, you know what I'm saying? It's like nobody say anything, and then like being around certain friends, and they're like, is it because of this? No, it's not because of that. It's just a bad trade, okay? That's what we're calling it. I talked about closing it yesterday. I didn't, so now I'll use a parachute with Powell, and I will pay the fee. If I close it now, the stock's going to drop. So you don't want me to close it if you want the upside. It's a short. I have as much time as... It's expensive, though. That's the thing. It's very expensive because it's hard to borrow. I did not know that. So I'm even getting charged interest on that. But it's been 7 days. But that shit adds up. No, I'm no longer in the ETH short. Thank God. This is why. This was like my baby Ethereum short, but then I didn't expect it to move that fast. Close it out. I got puts. All right, give me a second. Well, I'm going to wait till Powell. I was talking about closing it yesterday, but then I just said, all right, let's let it play out. I said I'll give it a little bit room. Things were looking decent with the bank selling back off. But then again, just you can't. Crypto, this idea of lower rates is very, very haunting. You're not an SVB. Oh, you got trapped in that? Coin at 81. Still the EUFN, those came back down, but still actually holding pretty decent. And then little candle there again. Coinbase on the high. Tesla was leading at the same time. And then UBS, Schwab, and a couple of other regionals were running up there. Meta. I think Meta's on fire right now. So that's why it just sucks because it keeps rejecting 204. But if they get above 204 to 207, the next level on Meta is 235. So that's why that's why I'm still holding it. So I held that one from negative to positive. I'm up like $5 a share, I think. Did I take off Meta? But I like that one simply because of no, I'm up $7 a share, but I like the upside a lot. And then Coin keeps running there. Again, Para, Snap, Pinterest, a lot of things on the high. A lot of tech and unprofitable tech is on the high right now. What's new today? Just Treasury comments saying that the banking situation is stabilizing and they will commit to providing support. Mercedes, Land Rover, and Jaguar self-driving car collab. Nvidia is mentioning it. Rising interest rates. Well, it's probably rising on the future that interest rates will stop going up. That's why I think crypto has been borderline unstoppable. America's trading halted at B3. FDA accepts Just Eat conclusion for cell-based chicken, or Eat Just clears first regulatory hurdle for self-based chicken. Cell-based chicken? I have no idea what this is. How do I get the levels? Just basic support and resistance and previous opens and close and highs and lows that it was trading at prior. It's not anything too sophisticated. Lab growing meat. Bro, cell-based chicken? What is that? Lab graded chicken. I remember all that fake meat shit, bro. That shit was hype for a while. Coinbase 81. Yeah, I think Coin could go as high as 85 now. Coin is about to break out from the beginning of the year, which is insane. And then if they get above 85, pretty much 90, 94 to like 100 opens up, or even 105. So you got to watch out for that. I'm not going to eat Beyond Meat tikka masala. Y'all got cell-based chicken tikka? What's your minimum volume on the low ticker? I don't know. I I don't have or minimum volume is 5,000. Then minimum price is $1. Oh shit, it just reset my high low. My chickens all caged. They all in cells. Son. It's pretty funny. What's the idea on bonds? Or are you just waiting for Powell? I have a little bit ahead of Powell, but I mean, I'm not as levered up on bonds as like a future. But my idea is hold insurance coming into Powell, just depending on if he drops something big or not. UNH. I think healthcare could come back very, very big. It kind of already is. Remember, healthcare was down a lot. Google's hitting a high. Again, Coinbase is up there. You might get some bigger moves here because, again, we were just wicking into the lows for like 15 minutes, and now we haven't. This is like the upside move. You didn't do anything too crazy. Run, again, a lot of energy. Clean energy plays are on the highs. Credit Suisse, that means UBS. And then Schwab. SCHW. Schwab keeps going. FRC near the highs. EB's on the high. And then FCNCA. Too many letters. Pre-Euro close. Yeah, 20 minutes. But we're still low. But a lot of tech names, even though tech is actually negative by 0.17, even though NASDAQ's up 0.8, you still have a lot of individual names still into the highs, from Coinbase to Google to Amazon. So we'll see. Again, literally Amazon's hitting a new high, about to go to 100. Even Apple's starting to tick up here. So second half of the day, you might watch big tech come back here. And then regional banks are still holding up alongside the big banks. And regional banks are getting more volume right now. AMD got some more volume there off the bottom. A lot of things did. Last 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, Netflix has been pretty bad. I mean, the other day it opened up negative and went green, but ever since their little $15 move, they've chilled out. Teslanian. It's only, dude, it's very early. So today's moving a lot slower and around. I mean, we still have like another hour before any sort of downtrend can form here. But, I mean, you've been selling off since the open. So, if anything, it's either downtrend continues or we start to work our way up. But very, very early. The rumor in the morning hasn't really faded too hard, or, again, the positive news we're reacting to. Fed futures are pretty calm. Nothing has broken ahead of Powell. So we are getting more confident that you are probably going to get a 25 basis point tomorrow. So we will see. SE on the high, PLL. SE kind of a decent pop. It's very small. But it's moving. SE's at the high. Then Google, man. Google nonstop from that AI test news. That's like, I guess it's only like $1 or so, a little bit more. Expected move on options. I have not checked, but we could look now. We can see what the S&P is pricing in. I feel like it's going to be big. SPY. So it looks to be for tomorrow, $6.45. I believe. That's from right here, right now. Yeah, 645 divided by 396. What is that? $396.23. about 1.6%. Kind of decent. Kind of decent. Let's see the average move for FOMC. Average move is about a negative 0.75%, and then a positive move has an average of 1%, and then an average negative move is down 2.5%. So it's very weird. It's in a weird spot. It's a bigger expected move than average. It's bigger to the upside if it's an average upside move, but then 1.6% is smaller than the average downside move. So if we end up going down on FOMC, the average move 6 hours later, that means from the 2 hours leading into the next day, is down 2.5%. On average, we end up 0.75% down if it's an average move, and then positive is green by 1%. Russia and China, nuclear war can have no winners and should never be launched. DRMA, we had that up there not too long ago. Is that still going? What is this thing? Drama. DRMA, Google's catching a slowdown candle at the top. See if that holds. And then SPY still fighting here. And Nvidia a little bit off the bottom. Still holding from the earlier. You calculate what the options are pricing in by, TD Ameritrade. You come here, you see that plus or minus 646. That's pretty much the number. You take the at-the-money straddle price of the daily option and what is priced in. Pretty much the break-even lets you know what the computers are thinking is going to happen. Swiss make decisions on variable pay at Credit Suisse. Then Russia sees no risk of its refineries from output cut. Sweden's biggest pension fund loses $2 billion in U.S. bank crisis. DRMA still running. That's up 81. We literally just saw that 70% ago. And then watch a bank. So making a move towards VWAP. If we could hold up here, this will be a nice little mini bounce from the bottom. So far your downtrend is still intact. I don't think you neutralize anything until you get back up to like 39.90. But it's holding here, and then you got about 13 minutes until European close. Yeah, DRMA, no idea what it is, but we just saw it. It wasn't even up like that, and now it's up 100%. No idea. Duramata Therapeutics. They closed their 5 million stock and warrant offering. So they just sold off their thing. Oh, wow. So they had an offering of common shares and warrants at a price of $309 a share. So they completed that today. I think that's why they were down. This company offered a stock offering, and then they were able to sell most of it at $309, and now they're moving up. So I think it's just a momentum reaction. Is TLT calls the play? I think TLT in any sort of bond play is very compelling right now, just given the situation, but there's no guarantees of it. So it's like at other times, like when we've made TLT, there's been a guarantee. We actually, like, there's a reason why we liked it, and it was working there. In this case, I think it's very compelling to have a bond play ahead of Powell. However, you can just wait until Powell, and depending on what Powell says, that is either going to spark the bonds or not. But there's no guarantee of the bonds until really Powell speaks. Airbnb play. I own 750 shares of TYD. Yes. Keynote ended. So give it an hour, and then the Nvidia financial side, that one's going to come up. Pop, 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 pop. Yes, TLT good when pivot and steepening is in place. Yeah, especially after the yield curve inversion. Airbnb's on the high. Again, Airbnb's is like a 4% day. Google came back up, so that little calm down candle was not enough. Google is just on a tear. Kathy on Bloomberg. She's like, we love low rates. The Fed needs to pivot. I've gotten more inflows off of low rates than any other time in history. Thank you. I love you. I actually do need to go to the bathroom. So I'll let you guys listen to Kathy Wood. She loves you, okay? The market hates you, but Kathy loves you. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. You should be getting an ad in 10 minutes, though, so I don't know. So we'll see. Airbnb keeps running in. Google, I love you. I'll be right back.
Which, by the way, from what we can tell, most advisors have us at that 1% to 3% range. Now, why would you put any if the risk was the volatility that you see on this chart? It is because our companies are going to disrupt the traditional world order. And if we're right, then the large cap benchmarks and even some of the mid cap funds are going to be disrupted. We will be a hedge. Now, I will submit to you that last year was the most unusual year of my investment career. And not only mine, but bond investors. So bond investors had the worst year in 200 and some odd years. When interest rates go up 19-fold in less than a year, it's going to kill long duration assets. Bonds are long duration assets. They've never seen a year like that. ARK is a long duration asset. But if we're right, and these companies are going to disrupt the traditional world order, then we want to be on the right side of change, and the market will come our way, away from those benchmarks, which represent the traditional world order, to our strategies.
For our global TV and radio audience, we're speaking with Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Investment Management. Kathy, in June on stage at Up Summit, you cited retail inventory levels, and you told me, if you remember, that inflation would unravel. Did you get that one wrong?
No, if you look at upstream, what's going on, commodity prices are coming down quite dramatically, some by 70, 80%. And I would also say the retail call was very right. I think you'll agree on that. The discounting, we think, is going to continue to work its way through the system from the commodity price level to downstream near the consumer. And you can see this. Tesla is cutting prices. Many people say, oh, it's because of competition. No, it's because their commodity prices are coming down. And Elon's even talking about deflation, and the cost associated with innovation is coming down because it follows a learning curve. So I think the innovation
Disney's
that our companies...
Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate you. You're getting a couple of Kathy headlines in now. Disney's at 96. They're going up. They're going up. MPO is down. Did you get that one wrong? She said, nah, we good. I said, amen. 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 CNCA. This stock is weird. Staying very pinned as a bank. Tech FOMO everywhere. Well, wait till Powell. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. One more day, but today is moving by pretty slow. We are about to enter 10 a.m., but we still got a little bit more time. As of now, though, this is what you would have wanted ahead of Powell. I mean, it's calm. That's it. Nothing is too crazy. So we're going to see what happens with that one. Like, this is actually, like, it's good, but last time the Fed futures were ever this close, it was a shit show. I think it was around last April or last June. So as of now, I mean, 3 hours into the day, halfway through, and nothing, no bombshells, only good rumors and good things to calm you down. Carvana, spots ripping. Again, KRE is starting to come back up here. Let's see, UBS. Schwab is going up there. Okta's up. Calm before the storm. Coinbase still at 81. Microsoft still down. Then MSTR is at 270. Nikki Leaks can mess everything up, but I think they tried to use Yellen. I think Yellen was the one. I think Yellen's comments today were probably designed to cement 25 basis points, but so far Nikki Leaks, he hasn't even been, he ain't really been signaling anything ahead of this. Microsoft. What's going on, Mike? I thought it was about to be a pop or something. Microsoft is still in the lows. It's worked its way up from the bottom, but them and then Apple is doing really good. They went green. I think Netflix, Microsoft, and then Meta, but Meta's still 1%. Meta should just be up at like 207. A firm ripping hard. I've seen that in the chat a couple of times. Yeah, 13%. I think even PayPal and Square too. They've had good days, and again, Visa and MasterCard. They've kind of been in their own little world. Yeah, Wall is holding up. No, I don't have Yosh shares. We sold that at the tax losses in December, whatever it was. Kathy name. Remember, the Kathy play is the pivot play. Don't get that one twisted. What time is Powell tomorrow? 2:30, and then 2 p.m. Eastern is when the release happens. However, since tomorrow has summary of economic projections, there's a good chance the release at 2 p.m. will have a very, very big move. Nvidia partners with BYD for mainstream software-defined vehicles. So Wall just had a big pop here at the high. They're starting to break out. Big candle on the SPY. Still right below VWAP. We're working our way up here. Again, NVIDIA, BYD partnership. But NVIDIA has not been moving on any of these headlines. Snow is on the high. Team, Amazon now, Google. Google's been nonstop, but Amazon's making the push to 100 right now. What is that other one? I cannot remember this ticker for the life of me. FCNCA. Fucking California. That's how I'll remember it. All right. NATO expanded to Russia. Again, you just had some NVIDIA headlines too. Amazon, pretty big candle here at the top. Again, a couple of those banks. And then Google is still leading up here. You're up 0.75% on the SPY. Dow Jones 0.59, and then NASDAQ 0.89. So NASDAQ is the leader, and tech is about to go green again. It was green in the morning, then it went negative, and now it's going back green here again. Utilities are down 2.5%. Real estate 0.75%. Staples are down 0.5%, and then tech and healthcare barely down. Everything else is green. Financials 2.2%, and then energy is outpacing financials at 2.7%. Bro, even B&B is getting in on this? My goodness. This kind of feels like, January, February? You're watching just every single name. There's a lot of 2 to 5% movers. Even though today doesn't feel that bullish. It's slowly working its way up here. Again, where we are right now is you're near the highs of Thursday, or like the midpoint of when SVB actually occurred, or the lows of the day before. Euro close in 2 minutes, yes. So Euro close in 2 minutes after running up for about 30 minutes leading into it after hitting a low. And then Euro close is going to hit right here at VWAP. The bonds are saying that they're not as panicked as a couple of days ago. Or they're not like doubly panicked, but they're still in fear mode. Hence, the bonds are still holding. So coming into Powell, pretty much the bond market is saying, nah, we think 3.3% yield on the 10-year is where we want to be at ahead of Powell. So they're not giving that back up yet, but they can. It just depends on what Powell says tomorrow. Google again. My goodness, even BNB. Bro, Google is unstoppable. The market is not reacting to China, no. I'm surprised we're holding that even after Yellen's pretty abysmal speech. I'm pretty surprised. I mean, it just seems like that banking confidence from the morning is holding. But again, every single day we have watched that fade. So we still have a whole nother half of the day. Let's see what actually happens with that. Euro close. Close it. Quickly get to the yards. European is now closed. We have Jerome Powell tomorrow. Quickly get to the yards. Hurry. Hurry right now. Google all-time high. Not all-time, but new high. Hurry. Quickly come with the yield if you want to live. Right now. Okay. I thought you needed that. I thought you needed it. I don't know. Good morning. 39.81. Again, Google 104 now. Very, very big. Again, I don't think we neutralized the move till like 39.90. So it's good for now. But Euro close, green coming into it, green within the first minute. Now you have your ad to develop character. So don't worry, just develop that character and you're going to be good. And let's see. Value plays came down today. Procter, J&J, they're not playing along at all. Don't you hate how much one man can move the market? Not really. I mean, it makes sense considering what he controls, but I've gotten over that. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I encourage you to do the same. Don't get so caught up in the whole one man, them, they, and this. And you know what I'm saying? Just vibe with it. Vibe with it. Try to respond. Try to have a logical reasoning and understand what Powell is doing and why it has those effects. Swiss are temporarily suspending bonus for some of Credit Suisse staff. So there it is. Another pop off of the second minute. Is this the peach level? Oh, man. That took us a long time. 39.84. Decent level. Again, we still have not been here for a while. Last time you were here was Thursday. So good to be here. Good to be here for now. Coin new high. Because it just doesn't stop. It was SCHW. Schwab is still there. UBS, not as much. FRC's making a move to the high. And then there's Wall. They're already at the high 20%. Microsoft's starting to work up here now. Microsoft's about to go positive. And then Apple is up 0.5%. Amazon and Google were already going into the highs. And then Tesla was leading. But so far, last 30 minutes, Tesla hasn't got any juice off of this. And then Nvidia is still kind of guttered. Airbnb keeps showing up. Airbnb's like, can I come? It's like, you weren't invited. He's like, I know, but can I come? Is that okay? Is that cool with you? Oh, Meta now too, 200. So Meta's playing along. Banks are playing along. Even, again, more shorted stocks, unprofitable tech. Anything could benefit off of lower interest rates. They're all moving up here. I think Kimberly-Clark's decent, but it's not necessarily my first pick. But a good name brand. Feels so Raulist. Well, we're still low. It sucks because, like, even if you draw this line here, it's like this is still a downtrend for now, but we'll see. But first couple minutes of Euro close are doing decent. Powell's going to bring the hammer. Powell has not brought the hammer 3 months in a row. So just keep that in mind. Coinbase again on the high. Now this time next to Uber. So Uber's actually running. Is Uber above the... No, they have to get above 33. That's when they had the news they were selling or going to spin off the truck driving Tesla hasn't reacted in like 30, 45 minutes. So if this is, this could be the Tesla high jump. Okta is still on the high. D is on the low. Young Tech is very resilient. So Tech is up now 0.04. So even though the Nasdaq's up 0.97, Tech as a whole is barely green. So there's a lot of push and pull between the industry right now. And then again, the names that are weighted a little heavier than not. Microsoft yen. Okay, a couple of red cheek lace all across the board. That was good, though. That was nice for a Euro close. 5 minutes of running up after 30 minutes of bouncing off the low. But let's see if this starts the next 3 minutes, 10 points. City's on the low. What? Yo, why is City selling off? Okay, hold on here. Maybe this is where things get weird. Yeah, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Citi. JP Morgan a little bit, but Citi especially, they're still up by 3%, but they are diving into the lows right now. Big four, yeah. All the big banks are selling off. Regionals are doing good. Again, UBS, Schwab, FRC, they had a nice one, but just looking at the daily, they're still up 3%, but the big four is coming into the lows. Again, Swiss temporarily suspends bonus to Credit Suisse staff. Only 9:30. Oh, Chad, can we do some push-ups? I need to get a carbo here too, but Chad, let's get some push-ups in. Okay, it's been about 3 hours. We're kind of near the lows of the day. A lot is going on. We have Powell tomorrow. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So I hope you liked the video. I hope you're subscribed. But Chadadonia, get beside your desk and do push-ups, okay? Come on, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, huh? Feels good. Feels great. Wow. Oh, wow. You feel your eyeballs relax now? Now chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, relax the shoulders. There you go. Sit with your legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair, okay? You are not riding a dolphin. So there you go. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Then breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Oh, yes. Squeeze the glutes. Definitely. Definitely. All right, I'm going to get my resistance. Just like that. Just like that, Chad. Just move around a little bit. It's good for you. My heart is heavy. That's good. Lift it. You know what I'm saying? That's great. A heavy heart is good for lifting. You know what I'm saying? Where are my heartbreak gym lifters out there? You know what I'm talking about? They call it the forbidden pre-workout. You know that? That's just the best pre-workout you could have in your life. You get your heart broken, you're going to start benching 75 pounds more than you've ever benched in your life. So it's good, baby. Let's go. I got to get my resistances. Ooh. There you go. Squat at 545. Let's go. Airbnb on the high. Amazon FRC calming down. I'm still resistancing. True story on heartbreak. It is, man. It's called the forbidden pre-workout. But if you've been blessed with it, then there you go. You will become unstoppable. And then if you get a girlfriend, you're just going to turn fat like me. So, all depends, man. All depends. Right now I'm doing hip stretches. Am I coming bullish or bearish? I'm just into bonds, but really agnostic. But in a weird, I think a lot of outcomes can have a short-term bullish reaction, and then once we see what's really up, then we'll know. And then most likely, if there's a big change to the financial system or policy, then we're clapped. One thing that keeps me lifting and motivated is me being my own role model. It's just me in 10 years. Amen, baby. Let's go. Let's go. You are your own role model. I agree. Shout out. You better have a long term, too. Okay, that's long-term logic. So bonds still down 0.7. The bonds stopped really creating reactions here. It's weird. Again, last time bonds were here, I feel like we were much lower. No, I closed out those ES contracts. I had to take a loss on them, and then I did not roll over because I didn't want to get in the middle of this mess any further. Because that's what sucks. I mean, there was even another play. Like, I didn't roll over my bonds. Then all this shit happened. Then I got in the ES right before it all happened. So it was kind of messy. FRC is Vegas. Yeah, it's holding up very good, though. You got to, I mean, I'd say give it like 15 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. But it's like we're still very early. So, but usually the banks would be selling off by now. And today they are holding up very, very well. And now today value names. So all of those defensives that kind of had a bounce yesterday, they're all down right now. So a lot of defensives have flipped negative here. Whereas now, again, people are kind of doing the whole tech safe haven thing again. I think I use these. No, I don't use these. This one's interesting. One more hike after safe assets destroyed balance sheets. So here's a question for you. If treasuries and government-backed agency MBS are safe, why did they just destroy Silicon Valley Bank's balance sheet? It's easy to blame it all on the bank's risk management, but the Fed knew full well that its rate hikes last year drove treasuries to the deepest losses since at least 1970. Today's column is arguing that policymakers have the tools to prevent obvious mistakes from happening in the future. That means they will also have the ability to keep up rate hikes. They likely will. Attention will thus soon turn from the fallout of financial panic to the slow burn of a credit crunch and potential recession. Well, that didn't sound too exciting. And then European banks' risk is the return to a recession proxy. European banks face a longer-term risk than another Credit Suisse type event, a resumption of trading as a proxy of economic jitters. JSW won't recommend dividend payment for 2022. Oh, that's foreign. JSW. A's on, again, Citi and those big banks. Watch out here again. I don't know. I think XLF. No, XLF's just still in the middle, but a couple of those banks are starting to sell off right now. Coinbase still near the high. Tesla's at the high too now. Again, it just everything's taking turn. Junko Solar, again, Enphase as well. A lot of energy names have been rocketing here. Nvidia financial event in 15. Was it 10 or 10:30? No, it's getting there. TYD, MPW. Yeah. Bill and MPW are long-term. TYD is a bond play. And just stay tuned. So you should stay in touch with all of those. I don't Again, long-term plays are never going out of the portfolio, Chattadonia. So you'll be good on there. AG. First Majestic. Yeah, they got clapped. I think there was a headline on there this morning. Starbucks dropping new CEO. I think so. Except HBI. Yes, because they cut their dividend after not cutting it for like 10 years. So, but that was a very rare exception. But it shouldn't cause confusion for every other play with our history. Any good REITs? I like O. O is coming back down. I mean, we're still up on O, I think by like 10%, but O is definitely gotten a little cheaper here. But then again, the risk right now is banking and commercial real estate. I do like MPW, but that one I think is a lot of risk given the yield. And then that's it. Otherwise, I mean, there's a couple of other names out there that you could probably scoop up. There's solid dividend yields right now. Again, from like 3M all the way down to like Walgreens. I'm waiting on MO. And that's it. Bill, we're going to hold it. So even Bill, we're going to hold till expiration, or we're going to hold past the dividend. And then I'll probably sell out either when MO is back up or back down, or until it gets back up to our price. So essentially, at the end of the month, you're going to get the dividend on Bill. And then this thing is going to reset as long as Powell doesn't cut rates. And then the chart will start moving back up there. And then you'll be able to get your equity value back plus the dividend. As I like Simon Property Group. I don't think it's a hell no, but it definitely has its risk. Yeah, we're up on Bill. Like, you should have 0.25% easy from when we bought it. Where is that shit? Yeah, we're up 1/3%. And then we're going to get the dividend. You'll get another % of the dividend. And then the stock price is going to reset. And then what's our price? Like 91.40? 91.46. So then the idea is 91.46. That's where we break even. We're up on it now. We're going to get 1% dividend by the end of the month, maybe more. Then it's going to reset probably around 91.40. And then 3-4 days later, you could either, if you need the cash, you'll get all your money back, and then you've already collected the dividend. Simon's chill though. But again, REITs are going to be very interesting here with rates and whatever happens with banks. So again, 5-minute little run up there after Euro close. We had another 10-point sell-off, a little bit under that. And then now you're still just holding kind of near the lows of the day, and then still below VWAP right now. Yeah, MPW was kind of like our, MPW is pretty much our, it was our HBI replacement. High yield name, kind of a name brand, and really we're just buying it where one deposit, a deposit and a half, will just pad the stats on your dividends, and then that's it. MPW, not great balance sheet. They're just, that plays extreme value. So they have risks. We went over it the other day, but it's just simply like, if you compare their price, their assets, even their earnings and earnings growth to any medical REIT in the world, they're just trading at a severe discount. But they're trading at a discount because of the risks that they're dealing with. So that play can fail. We're going to find out. But in the meantime, hopefully we collect 3 years of dividend before that happens. They own hospitals. It's medical properties. And then what are they? It's like Charles and somebody else. They have 2 tenants that are at risk right now, but assuming they get that situated, they'll be good. That's MPW. It's a high risk, high yield dividend play that we added to the long term just like a week or two. I'm already down 8% on it. I don't know. I bought it on that. I think I got it right here. 819. I think we bought it like 840 or something towards like one of these lows and then had another drop. Penort corn. Is it going up? If you could put the direction in the post, that will help. Because otherwise, I'm using coin as a proxy. Yeah, and coin keeps going up. Beto, too. Another 2%. But yeah, we're going to find out, though. Bill, long term. We have a couple days to decide on Altria. So you have literally till tomorrow. So if we really want to grab Altria and get the dividend, you have to buy a maximum by tomorrow. But I think we're probably going to wait. We'll get our yield from Bill, and then we'll see what happens to Altria X dividend, and then hopefully we could go from there. Trump was just arrested. I don't have that headline yet, but maybe you're getting it early. Powell speaks 2:30 tomorrow. That's usually the question for tomorrow, but I'll feel free to answer it today. And I was thinking of more MPW, but at this case, I mean, with everything going on, I really do believe in the cash value. So, like, I think, again, whatever happens, if Powell is going to confirm deflation or not, I just think having that dollar will take us a long way. So it's very good stats. I mean, even though we've bought 3M, it's crazy because we've spent money in the long term as of late. Like, I think we're now, I got 500 cash, and then we have 11,000 in bill, but then we just spent like $7,000, a little less on MPW and 3M. So we spent some of it, but we're going to get another deposit. We're still going to have a decent amount of cash, and it's a good anchor to the portfolio to just keep us in a nice range. We could still scoop up stuff. Thankfully, some stuff is still cheap. Tesla's breaking out here again, so they're starting to go up. Thessalonian. Trump is getting arrested because he gave some pretty girl money. I don't know if I call her pretty. But yeah, kind of, because it's related to campaign finance and the reasons why he paid her and how he paid her and what he disclosed it as. But technically, as of now, we have not gotten any updates on that. Trump pushed until next week per Twitter. Coinbase 82 again. Bitcoin's running right now. We're still at the same level, but all of those tech names, Google's still on the high. Tesla now about to go 196. So, and then I even think Amazon was running. No, Amazon chilled out. And then Meta still above 200. SPY right below VWAP. At least they didn't give up here. So if you could get above this high, that'll be a very good sign. But if this fails, we might be condemned into the gulag. Tesla is still down 36% year over year. A lot of names are. So yeah, 100. Even the S&P is still down, I believe, year over year. And then Coinbase still going. Google. See what Meta does. Silver bounce. Kathy Wood's buying like there's no tomorrow. They getting ready for that pivot, man. Again, last week, ARK had more inflows than 2020 and 2021. as people started getting ready for the Fed pivot. So literally, like, you could buy ARK as a Fed proxy. That's what some people in Wall Street are treating it like. BTFP buy the effing pivot. That's funny. BTFP is supposed to be Bank Term Funding Program. That's the new one that they released after signature. That's funny. Buy the effing pivot. Amen. Trump is arrested. Does the Secret Service sit in jail with him? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I mean, I don't think we've ever arrested a former president ever. Like, even then, like, even Bill Clinton, you know what I'm saying? He was getting topped off in the White House. Like, shit. He even lied before Congress. They were like, just chill, dog. Just don't do it again. And, like, you just got to leave next season. And they were like, all right, that's fine with me. But I don't think any other president has been arrested. So the precedent of that is not really, it's not really there. Yeah, I guess it's not a good precedent to have. Like, yeah, we arrest all of our former presidents. It's something we do here. Just make sure we keep them in line. Bill Clinton should have been arrested. I mean, that shit was like 20 years ago, man. Like, I'm not saying it's good to lie in front of Congress, but, I understand. So it was a very tricky situation for Mr. Billiam at that moment, but that was like 20-something years ago. But again, technically it's a criminal offense to lie before Congress. That's about it. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Imagine being president and doing that in the White House. Well, there was one guy, I think it was the guy in the wheelchair. I'm forgetting who it was, but there was one president who used to, he would have the White House limo pick up hookers, and then the Secret Service would sneak him in through the side. So there was he was single. His wife passed away, and he didn't have was it FDR? It was FDR or Lyndon, I think. But, like, that was, like, his thing. FRC is moving up. Yeah, not that it's good to cheat. 9 out of 10 men are going to lie to Congress about cheating on their wife. Man, it's not even that. It's cheating on your wife in the White House. That's a whole different breed, dog. That's crazy. Zelensky says no confirmation from China yet with talk on Xi. More, yeah, dude, all the defensives are dumping today. Procter & Gamble, J&J, Dollar General, any consumer staple is down 0.5%, whereas yesterday they were holding up. Again, Tesla, 196 now, so they're doing good. FCNCA, that's moving up a little bit. Not near the highs, though, where it was at. Again, I think Wall was up on the high. FRC was looking ready to break out here. Again, this is $17.75, $18. That's going to be big for them. Nvidia is working its way up now. Nvidia is recovering some of that bigger dump there. Google still 104. Amazon's near the high. Apple is about to start pressing highs now too. So Apple was kind of struggling most of the day. And then Microsoft may come back up. We got a little bit of a cheek late. Every time it looks like something's going to hit. It's just like, looks like the market's ready to go from the lows, but that's all. You thought defend? No, I meant like defensives like staples, not like pew pew. You know, not that LMT shit. And no headlines. The only latest headline was Zelensky has no confirmation from China on meeting. More headlines. Russian banks bought 200 billion of auctions. Zelensky meets with Japanese Prime Minister Kishida in Kyiv. Oh, treasury auction. That's what it is. Yo, 20-year yield when issued 3.9 before $12 billion auction. So get ready for that. That auction can move things. Fed future odds still 15%. Other than Purdue. I have nothing on CDI. I haven't even looked into it. I just like their history. I think they did one offering, but other than that, CDTX is simply PDUFA. You're just gambling for the report tomorrow. I could do a little bit more research on it, but I don't think I'm going to play it. So we'll see. Now I'm on TD Ameritrade looking to see if I could get in on a bond auction. Why can't we do this? Yeah, Russian bank bought something, not like options. It was like one of their little auction thingies that they did. It wasn't it was auction, not option. Oh, there it is. Auction date 3/23. Oh, 2 days. We could do it now. Wow. Damn, they're going to auction it after Powell. Yeah, we could do it. So 2-year bond 3.99, 3.909, pretty much same price as when issued, allotted at high 70%. So again, 20-year bond auctions coming in. Yeah, 3.909 versus 9, so slightly higher, but nothing crazy. So I don't know if it's going to let me do it. I don't think I have enough cash because all my money's tied up in bill. But then I have money in what's it called? Oh, shit. I have money on margin on the small account. I want to try a bond auction. That's it. I've never been able to do it here. Are you guys down? You guys want to bid on it's at 4.666 though. Kind of a bad vibe. Nvidia event live. Let's do it. Should we buy 3? Let's see if it just lets me buy it. If it lets me do it on margin, I'm down. Buying bonds on margin seems like a shitty idea. Oh, yeah. I have a pending order. All right. Here's a 5. All right. So this is, I think, on the small account since we've already utilized the cash on the big account. But, yeah, we have an order in. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what... Oh. Is it there? Yeah, pending. Pending bond order on the 4-week bill. So, yeah, well, pretty much they're going to do the auction. It's going to be in 2 days. And then we go from there. FRC's breaking out, 1787. That's on the high ticker. Let's see. let me get one here. Because your account, yeah. So it's letting me on the small account because they have them. I have all that cash there because the margin, WAL. But the big account until I sell the money out of bill. That sucks. Because, yeah, we'll just hold bill. But then let's see what happens. But we do have an order now on, we do have an order now on a bond. Yeah, pending order. So this week's 4-week bond auction, we have an order for 3 of them. So let's see what happens. We'll find out on the next bond auction. But Chad, we are participating. How does it feel? You will get to see your first bond transaction. Bond market live, bro. German 2-year yield rises 26 basis points, most since 2008. There is no fee. It's like a $20. I think it's $20 up front. So I better be making more than $20. And I don't know if I will be. Assuming we actually, I just want to see if I get the full face value. So assuming we get what? Damn it, 3,000 times 0.045. We'll get $135. So we should make $110 in a month off of that. But we'll see. That's which is fucking insane. Off of $3,000. But let's find out. That's for 4 weeks. 4-week bond auction. I put in an order for the auction in 2 days. And then where'd it go? Then CLFD, that's on the high. That thing's running Clearfield. How much off? I think you make less than that. I don't think you get the full 4%. I think you walk away with like maybe 2%. Or I think you get like 1% off of it. It's because it's a 4-week. So I'm pretty sure it's not. I don't think you're getting 4.5% off face value. If you do, it's a great yield, but I'm pretty sure you're getting it. It might be like 1%. We might break even or lose like $2 based off of the fees. That's why I want to put in an order. We'll see. Tie me up for a month. There's no risk with it, but if it's annualized at 4.6, I mean, do the math there. So take 4.6 divided by 12 now, you're really getting about 0.38, which is what we've gotten on bill so far. So now 0.383, take $3,000 times is it 0.383? I think we lose $10. So if it's the annual rate and we only get 1/3%, then we walk away losing $10 in a month. But unless we buy more, then you'll make more. And then if it's a higher yield, we'll get paid off of it. But that's what I want to find out. But I'm pretty sure you're going to get the annualized. But let's see. That's just because the fee is high. So it's the same fee on $1 million as $1,000. Does that make sense? So whenever you buy a bond through TD Ameritrade, you actually you pay a flat fee of $20. FRC's running up there $18 now. So it's like if we bought more, it would actually be better. Another 5 to cut that Tim Whitman. So love, baby. Hey, man. God bless you, my friend. That's not true. It's free. I hope so, but I read somewhere on TD Ameritrade that it should be a $20 fee. the bill. We still have that. We talked about that earlier. What we're going to do is we're going to ride it out until after. FRC is squeezing now. How much am I down? I'm down $2 a share on it. And then only got $80 from the First Citizens. But FRC is actually holding up right now. And then I need to go to the bathroom. I think I have a tonsil stone. My shit is bothering me. So please hold. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. And I'll be right back. And market still hasn't got above FRC running. Same thing with Tesla and the tech. Now Apple's on the high. So let's see. And it's 10. It's 10. I'm going to go get a carbo too. Amen. Amen. All right. I'll be right back.
Regulators starting to participate is a positive thing more than not. Remember that, financial systems tend to go through ups and downs, and it's a balance of getting the private industry right and getting the regulation quite right. Obviously, FTX last November was a huge wake-up call for regulators that, it's time to start participating. Now, I think the regulators actually have a lot of fault in terms of how we got to where we're at. Frankly, if instead of having one bank that was shouldering the majority of the digital asset space completely on its shoulders, and there was a small bank out of San Diego, California. If instead we had hundreds of banks, each holding 1% of the industry on their shoulders, we would have had a much more robust system, and regulators could have helped that happen.
Yeah, maybe you could have avoided some of this concentration risk we've all been talking about for the last 2 weeks. In the absence, though, of that regulatory framework in which you would allow greater access to the traditional banking system on the part of crypto firms, it raises a question of if any entity can fill the gap here in the U.S., or instead these companies are just going to have to go offshore.
Well, that could happen. I think that would be an unfortunate byproduct. Look, I think regulators don't have the permission or right to kill an asset class. Frankly, it should be looked as shameful if that's what's going on. And it does look like there's Operation Choke Point 2.0 that's happening, where there's regulator backlash at the crypto industry. Their job is not to decide what Americans want or not want. Their job is to help regulate and make fair markets. So I hope they go back to concentrating on how to build fair, safe markets that people can count on, and make sure that crypto survives. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity with what we can change with technology.
Of course, one of the primary regulators in question continues to be the Securities and Exchange Commission, and SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, more particularly, some of the proposals he's put forward, including with custody. For BitGo, how do you view that? Would a proposal like Gensler's end up helping or hurting you?
Well, aside from the selfish impact on BitGo, look, we were a custodian, and we've been helping build market structure for 5 years. I think we were talking about it, long before it really caught a lot of attention at the federal level today. We definitely need to start building separations between the different functions of markets. When it comes to trading markets, we've always looked for robustness and separation of duties in a way that keeps investors safe. And frankly, if we had separation of custody from trading, it helps a tremendous amount. So for the most part, I like what's coming in the custody rule changes. There's a few things in there which, I would still tweak and change, but I'm glad that the SEC is weighing in on how should those underneath the Investment Advisors Act be custodying assets on behalf of their clients.
Mike, give or take a year ago, BitGo was seeking an acquisition by Galaxy over here. It was one of the largest in the industry. Things have changed a lot. That deal fell apart. There was a lawsuit that ensued after. How do you think about how you grow from here without an acquisition, and what comes next in kind of your pursuit of, you're pursuing funds against Galaxy?
Well, look, BitGo's been in a strong position. I mean, I think it's, actually part of, what just changed in 2021, 2022, which at some level led to Galaxy not being able to afford BitGo anymore. At this point, our business continues to grow. Now, we've been through the ups and down cycles of digital assets, and we're used to that. We know how to navigate that. It's unusual circumstances. Most businesses don't have quite the extreme of ups and downs. But we are building a whole new asset class here. We are building digital assets from scratch, defining a new market structure around it. And I don't mean just BitGo, I mean the entire industry. That takes time to put together. So, we feel fortunate. Like, we're excited to be able to continue to launch new products, and then becoming fast and furious. We're known for our highly regulated and compliant approach that we take. We've always taken a really straight and narrow path. So we're in good shape. We're happy.
I know you've worked with a lot of interesting people here.
I think this is the new guy who made a new fund, a new crypto exchange today. But 10:14, we're back. A little bit of a rally there. At least bathroom breaks, you did not go down. Coinbase still ripping faces off. Again, even Google, too, along the highs. And then FRC, they went crazy there, 1853 now. So they're up 53%. It's second half of the day, man, and none of these banks have given up the early gain. So this is a very good sign leading into Powell. We have not seen this in a minute. He's giving me SVB vibes. Or what's his name? FTX, SBF. So many SBF, SBV. There's too similar. FTX, FRC. I don't know. GME. No, GME. How's GME? I ain't heard about GME in a while, which is, I don't know if that's good or bad, but God bless y'all. Coin up 60% in 7 days. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Long-term gains, low risk to no risk. Long-term, just straight value names, solid dividend portfolio. And then also, too, you got to be careful of buying into the highs. I mean, that will change a lot, too. People have talked about buying into the higher end of the cycle or missing out a couple of days. I mean, it has some pretty big effects. No, I'm holding Tesla. I'm green on it now, but we'll let it kind of do its thing here. It's nice. I mean, to have Amazon green, Meta green, and Tesla all green now was what I needed, but we'll just see where it takes us coming into Powell. I mean, that's it. After tomorrow, a lot of things could get wiped, or we're going to find out really where just the real direction of things and where we're going. OQQ or QQQ catch the SPY. And then bonds haven't moved much. Zim is on the high, 23.90. I'm going to say whatever to make the Fed pause. If they were going to make the Fed pause, we would have had news like that today. I say that after every data point. Yeah, I mean, has it been inaccurate? I mean, you tell me. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know why you coming at me like I'm the one who invented the stock market and like this is how it's going to work, man. You know, at one point in time, you know, a lot of people didn't give a fuck about Powell or CPI or non-farms. Did you know at one point there was not like the stock market used to ignore all of this? So I don't know if you feel me on this. That's why. So it may be new to some of y'all, but at one point, it's just like this. We didn't have this type of market. You wouldn't have markets moving 2% off of the Fed meeting. You weren't going up 4% off of CPI. None of that was happening. So unfortunately, we are just still locked into this data dependent type beat, and then tie that into the banking crisis. So yeah. It's something you're going to hear when you do stop hearing me say it, the market will be different. So, and we'll find out on Wednesday. We will find out tomorrow. When it goes back to normal, we go back to ignoring it. Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying is like, the market will be, damn, FRC 19 now? That's like squeezing. So I'm down $3 a share on that. We would have made, that's another what? Yeah, that's why I said earlier. I think that's another 30% or something. I guess it's saying 16%. And then it'll probably start. So watch $20 now if it could hold above 19. Yeah, and then Apple is running up. I think TLT is a possibility, but it's not guaranteed. But I could have way more info tomorrow. So the best part is that I do believe that even if Powell is going to create a TLT tomorrow, you will be able to play it after Powell speaks. All this fast money needs to get burnt. Well, just think about it. Again, look at all the banks that went up. Go look at Coinbase. Any of these big rallies, it's weird because every other month there's like opportunities that some big investors are making 90% on their money, 50% off of millions very, very quickly with some of these moves. Boy, First Republic considers downsizing if capital raise fails. So you have First Republic news coming out. So literally they're saying they're considering downsizing if capital raise fails. That was about 30 seconds a minute ago. There's coin 83. Again, 85 I think is that if it breaks above here, it's going to go to $100, sadly. So they need more capital. I mean, that's seemingly what we were figuring out yesterday, but market's liking it for now. Let's see if this one lasts. I didn't cut Coinbase or FRC yet. No. That's it. Coinbase, I was saying yesterday I was talking about cutting it. I should have. But I said, at that point, if I'm not going to take it there, I don't want to sell it out for more. I'm just going to wait till Powell now and then maybe use the average down. But I was willing to walk away with the pain yesterday and go cry. But now I got to fight. Virgin. Oh, didn't they have a buyout deal the other day? PTGX. So First Republic is examining how it could sell parts of its business. Reuters, that's coming out now. So First Republic is looking to sell parts of the company. These are all new updates coming in here for the banks, or at least First Republic specifically. So let's see. Maybe this will be the news or not. But as of now, no knee-jerk negative reaction. EBS, I'm still holding that one. That one's down. It was a smaller size position, so it's definitely not as bad as anything else. But you have a PDUFA here, I believe, end of the month. So in a week or two. Zero hedge, yes. It fails to remain solvent. It will probably downside. Thanks, Reuters. I'm going to run on that. Usually that'd be good news on any other day, any other company. If you said they're selling off segments of the company, everybody would love it. But in this case, I don't think. I think it's just kind of highlighting what's going on with their capital situation. FRC again. News is coming out on FRC right now. They're examining how to sell parts of their business, and that they are saying they're considering downsizing if capital raise fails. Johnson & Johnson on the low. Coinbase again into another high. Even the volume's not even crazy high on Coinbase. Yeah, last time Coinbase was here was September. Dude, that thing is insane. This rally, well, the market is rallying good because of tech. But the only thing I'm worried about is just banks not being up. So just go look at SPY on a 7-10-day chart and then go look at XLF. So this is our only problem right now, is that a lot of tech, a lot of things bounced, and we're back up to the Thursday levels when the crisis first started. But then you go look at XLF, go look at the regionals, everything's kind of still pinned down here. So hopefully Powell creates that middle zone for us to see what's going to happen. But that's where we are now. Yeah, 25 is, unless this FRC news is going to make things get messed up by the morning or even by the end of the day, it seems like 25 basis points is the dagger, I think, or that's it's for sure happening. I don't think you'll get anything to the contrary. OMT's dropping. When we had the NOC news was yesterday, all the defensive pew-pews are going down. But then again, staples are still down here too. Down almost 1% into the low. XLF right at the pivot point. I'm just disappointed XLF is lower. Mm. 25, then we stay at this level. Yeah, it's crazy. 25 will be, I don't know if we'll stay at the level though. Again, the reason why that one is going to be very big. So when they explain why they did 25, and again, the language of future rates or not, that will be key. Tomorrow we get the summary of economic projections. You're going to get a new dot plot. So a lot of things could happen tomorrow. And where we end up will be very dependent upon the reasoning Powell gives. And then, not to mention, we're finally going to get a look on, we're going to finally get to look into Powell, what he's going to say about everything. So he could even explain, he has to mention SVB, but, we're going to finally get to hear Powell. If you think about it, the Fed was on the blackout period, so you haven't heard anything from Jerome Powell regarding this situation. Only thing we've seen is either the Treasury and Fed running to make a new facility, but technically you haven't had a real explanation out of Powell as to what he really thinks is going to be happening here. So they're risking going to zero for quick gains on FRC. Kind of. I mean, that is the risk, but it's already happened to two different banks. But the question is, will it happen again? But that is the risk of buying any troubled bank right now, is that there's a lot of downside, but then again, your upside is very, very big. So it's like if you're right on any of these banks and you just scooped them at a 97% low and that shit goes up, then there you go. So again, even Wall at one point last week hit $8 and now it's holding up 32. So some people made 400% on that in a day. And that's why I'm even trading them back and forth, because I'm like, the stocks are moving 20 to 30% in a day. So you got to find your balance, but there is that risk. Again, latest news on FRC was them looking to sell parts of their business. Now, the stock only goes to zero if the Fed takes over or if the FDIC puts you in a receivership because you have a problem. So that takes a lot. Again, just think about it. And this is why people are buying the banks. You got to really think about it. Besides last week, when was the other time you've ever heard of a bank getting into receivership by the FDIC? I'll wait. You see what I'm saying? You've never heard about this up until recently. So it's like the risk to reward is pretty much in the buyer's favor. The only problem would be if we have more of a banking issue and anything like that. Well, Amazon, Google, they're all doing it again. Tesla even 196. Isn't that scary that banks are trading like penny stocks and biotechs? It is, but it's scary in the sense that this is fear. That's it. This is the first time you're getting another risk factor besides inflation and policy that is floating around. So it's just real fear. Coinbase, they're about to hit a new high right there again too. Google, Amazon, I think even Apple is playing along. Yeah, they're about to. And then Tesla too. So everything's running. You're above VWAP now. And we're getting past that previous high, or we're working our way up to where we were at about 2 hours ago. So we've spent a lot of time doing nothing here. But like I was telling you earlier, if we could get above 39.90-ish, you can neutralize any downside movement. And then it'll really just look like a solidly green day from there. And then we have, 2.5 hours left? Mm-hmm. Brent. Isn't there data? There's something related to oil today, I believe. Intel named Stuart Pan to lead Intel Foundry Services. And then yields climb ahead of Fed meeting. Coin is insane. You're telling me, bro. It is. I think we wait till Powell and see, but again, depending on what Powell says, pause or not, dot plot, I think that's going to move it all. But, I mean, dude, 60% in 7 days is, like, absolutely massive. So I'm sure there's going to be one big pullback, but you don't know when it's going to stop. That's my fear with it. And then if it goes above, like I'm saying, above 90, you open up the door to, like, 105. Anticipate big moves with Biden remarks? No, not now. I don't think Biden could really. This is all financial. You really need a bank to get clapped. You need something to go wrong, or you need Powell or maybe Nick Timiraos to say something other. But you're not going to hear from anybody on the Fed. But as of now, I think we're pretty golden. I think we're going to get our 25 basis points. Nothing else is changing. Nothing has shocked people. The good news is acting like good news today, and that's it. Yeah, and then again, another update, First Republic, they're examining parts of their business. They're looking at how they could downsize if attempts to raise new capital fail, citing 2 unidentified people. Bank is examining how they could sell part of their business, including loan book. One identified person told Reuters. Bank is also considering sale of loans to other parties, including private equity. Bank is working with JP Morgan to find new sources of capital. First Republic and JP Morgan did not immediately respond to Reuters for requests to comment. Timiraos has a Q&A. He might. But unless he says anything groundbreaking, I mean, I really think you need FRC to fail, which is not looking so unless some bad news happens in 2.5 hours, or you need Timiraos to really drop a bomb. Bro, Google's 105 now. Oh my gosh. I think I got out like 102 or 100. Jeez. Bro, Google is all the way back up. I think I got out like 99 from 92. Amazon's ripping tech. Dude, the tech safe haven bid is massive, especially leading into Powell. We're talking 3.7 on Google, 2% on Amazon, now 1% on Apple. Even Meta is holding up 1.5. It's pretty wild. No Fed future movement. Where's the other one? FRC. Dude, tech again. All of it. Even Tesla, I forgot. Tesla's not doing it as much, though. It's weird. Tesla's up. And again, they're saying part of the news today on Tesla was their credit upgrading, but it's not moving the same as the tech names. But now this second half, this is all Amazon, Apple, Google, Coinbase, Airbnb. They're all running up into there. SMCI is running 7%. That's actually interesting. They didn't drop with the chip makers earlier. Damn. SMCI is crazy, actually. CDTX PDUFA early, maybe, but isn't it tomorrow or something? I think it'll be good. How is that good? If they're saying we failed, got to cut off our legs to save the body, please help. Because bad news hits different when you're already in the hospital. So, like, if you're not in the hospital and then you call someone and say, I got to go to the hospital, they'll be like, oh, my gosh, what happened? But if you've been in the hospital for 7 days and you're like, oh, man, I might lose my leg now, it doesn't hit the same as not being in the hospital getting that news. But right now, FRC is just going back and forth. We'll see. But remember, it's like news comes out, people react to it. Once we get the final terms, then you kind of react. And then this morning, we are still reacting a little bit to that positive Treasury news. I think everyone's just dumping into tech for tomorrow. That's it. I think everybody is really, really buying the not only just like potential pivot narrative, but it seems like everybody is just saying buy tech, call it a day, get your support there. Bro, 11.5% on Coinbase. Unstoppable. FRC up 50 today, another 50 tomorrow. Remember, it was down 50% though yesterday too. So it's a nice game, But no, yeah, I think there's like, you could buy tech right now for the pause, but then you could also buy it as like the safety of your margins and cash. So I think that's why it's clear right now. That's all what was happening last week. And now the same thing is happening here today. But this is ahead of Powell, and Google is up 3.5% right now. Even Airbnb is up 5%. I think everyone's just piling into it. Tesla's not going up as much. Again, Google into the highs. SPY now, you are hitting the neutralization point. So if we could get above here and actually hold, I mean, you might actually have a little bit of upside here for the next 2.5 hours. Everybody in big money. Is everybody big money or not retail? I think everybody, broadly speaking. Like, I think your mom and pop investors, your 401k investors, your hedge funds. That's what I mean, I think it's just collective. That's what could be seen by the inflows. Like, pretty much Microsoft doesn't go up 15% in a week off of just one group of people. So that's like collective. Again, even some of these other names, even like Coinbase, I think there's a nice collective shift of both funds as well as individuals, retail, 401ks, traders, everything you can think of. SE and SMCI, then VBTX. SMCI is insane. That one just did like 3-4% just right there. And then TSM's working its way up. They were up a lot more. Jerome Powell's 230. Could be Billy Huang. JPM went up. Oh, but it's still not moving as much. Like, I don't like the movement of the big banks. They gapped up today and they held, but they're not like, I think Goldman was the only strong move. But even then, second half of this day, banks are up, and then people are still buying tech. At least tech and banks are up in the same day. Manu's at the high. They're moving up here. Zion's on the high now too. FRC is up 56%. They're getting another candle. Watch Wall. Wall is hitting a new high now. UBS is still at the highs. What was the other one? Schwab. Schwab is hitting a high now too. I think regional should be at a high. Yeah. KRE regional index 6.6 right now, hitting a high here. 6.66. No. Tesla. The summary of economic projections is more important than the rate in his speech. I see what you're saying, and I agree that tomorrow, right when the SCP gets released, that will have the biggest effect possibly, but I'm telling you, Powell's commentary explaining whatever he did, that is going to be huge. Because, we have not heard from Powell. You have not, since SVB has failed, you have not gotten to hear from the chair of the Federal Reserve, nor have you heard him talk about SVB in context of anything else. So we're going to find out. But I do think the SCP will have an outsized effect tomorrow, right off the release, and there's a lot of unknown that could happen. But also at the same time, just Powell and the reason why will be tremendously important tomorrow. Yeah, Nike is today. Fed blackout period is just like 1 week before the event. The Fed just doesn't make any statements, so they're not allowed to speak to the media or put out any like speeches or comments. Yeah, Powell answering questions will be big, but don't get it twisted. Like we said earlier, that SCP is going to be very important. So, like, I don't think we've even forecasted it. A lot of people could get caught off guard. Like, if they raise the terminal rate on the SCP, it's going to make the press conference so confusing. You have no idea. So, if that terminal rate ends up going higher, like we were talking about earlier, if they revise this and the median is higher, oh, dude, everyone's going to tweak out. And then the questions and the press conference will be that much more confusing. But the SCP is a very, very big deal tomorrow. So, unfortunately, with everything going on, you want to make sure you don't forget about it. But also, too, you know, the real money will be in what Powell actually guides forth with where we go from here. Tomorrow's the third big time. It's the biggest Fed meeting of the year. No, I haven't said that since October, actually. So I still believe that the Fed meetings at the end of last year were more important. This is just a shit show now. So, but technically speaking, I mean, SCPs are usually important. But if you actually go through the videos, I haven't said this is the most important Fed event of the year. I actually haven't said that once about any Fed meeting. So the ones last year, like towards the end of the year, those were very, very pivotal. Like really like September to like October-ish. Those were the ones that held a lot. But this year, this is just a shit show. I haven't even really said it's the most important event yet. And so it is the second biggest event, or the second event of the year. But as of now, this is all boiling down to financial crisis. But until it turns into the pivot or not, maybe the May meeting will probably be the most important of the year, but we'll find out. See, that's even then, it's funny we've talked about it because, like, somebody said it. They're like, hey, you always say watch the next event. You always say it's the big meeting, but I do hope you guys notice the subtle changes because, like, we've just been doing this for so long. I hope you don't get lulled into thinking it's all the same. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, literally, like I'm telling you, until we get away from this data dependent, that'll create a new market. Even now, from end of the year till today, you know, we really actually haven't even hit a pivotal Fed meeting. However, there's been a lot of big pivot points in the Fed bonds and the Fed futures. So hopefully you guys have been paying attention, because just don't get lulled into the boiling pot where you don't realize the temperature is moving, because it kind of feels the same, but it's really not. The market recap today, all we did was the Treasury comments, Janet Yellen saying that the banking system is stable and that they're committed to helping all other lenders. That helped things up. It helped up the banks. We just got news of FRC looking to spin off some of their bad segments to get some money, and then everyone second half of the day just started buying up tech here. Tech, crypto, Coinbase, all of those started going to the moon. Again, it's kind of been the same trend from last week, and that's it. And then coming ahead of Powell, it looks like we are locking in 25 basis points for tomorrow, as no surprisers or no negative events have hit yet. How is tech safer? Well, I'm just giving you the logic. If you're asking me personally, I agree with it 50-50, Habibi. It's like, I understand why people would be buying tech. I mean, granted, I have all of the same positions and I was already in them, but I could see the logic a little bit. But my thing is what I told you the other day. If we catch the smoke, everybody's going to get it. It don't matter if you're tech or not. But the logic people are having now, this is the COVID remix, where people are just saying, hey, things are risky. At least tech, we can't trust banks. We can't trust the Fed. At least tech, they have fairly stable margins. They have gigantic cash balances that could protect them, and they're generally going to make money even if the environment weakens. So that's why people are buying up all of the tech. They're saying it's the safest alternative, sadly, compared to everything when you're looking around the market. But like I'm saying, is if something bad happens, I don't think they're going to be bulletproof, but it's a better place to put your money in right now than not, or at least that is a prevailing notion amongst Wall Street since this banking collapse has started. This logic has taken a hold from last week. The first couple of days, everybody went down, and then starting from the beginning of last week, everybody started buying up tech while selling off banks or playing the back and forth game. But it's the old COVID logic. In what year do we go back to stop paying attention to the FOMC meeting? Probably around like 2025. Maybe. It depends. $100 billion in cash sitting on the sidelines. Well, here's the interesting part. Some of that cash may be going to these banks. So that's what people are talking about. Even when you look at the Fed balance sheet, and people are just saying that this, even though there's cash, it may not be real liquidity. So essentially, there may be money sitting around, but how much money just got tapped because of AT1 bonds? How much money is still tied up in any of the banking fear, any of the bonds, so on and so forth? So it's a very interesting. Pinduoduo is dying. Again, they got removed from the App Store, I believe, earlier today on a headline, but Pinduoduo, they're like dumping. Or at least it's printing the low ticker. These candles don't look too big. Any chance of SPY hitting 400? Yeah, I mean, we were close. We were 10 points off. We were, 1 point away from it in the morning. So you're only 15 points away from it. But you could also end up at a new low, too. I would say it's like a 50-50 chance you go to 400. You know, they probably have more than FDIC insured. Damn. You just inspired tinfoil. You want tinfoil? I need 50 likes to 2,000. I give you tinfoil. This is so tinny. Oh, man, this is as tinfoil as it gets. See, you got to be careful with this tinfoil, because some of y'all get too into the tinfoil. You know what I'm saying? You be like, that's it. Y'all be answering your questions, too, and you spend like 17 hours in the chat just saying what's wrong with the global elites and how it's Lee. I'm like, are you what? No, this is tinfoil AF, bro. Tinfoil AF. Are you ready? So what if this is the plan? What if it starts with the banking crisis, and then everybody is like, oh my gosh, the banks, right? It starts with the banks, and then they get everybody to buy into tech stocks as the safe haven, and then what ends up happening is the tech stocks are the ones that have the liquidity crisis, and then they don't protect stock investors. So then everybody who went from the banks and everyone thought banks were the risk, then the tech stocks collapse, and then nobody's insured on tech stocks, and then all the people who kept their cash in the banks, those are the only people insured. Wow, tinfoil. Tinfoil on OD right there. I got you. There you go. I hope it was worth the like. Thank you for that, Real Fried Rice. Thank you. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible with tin. Clearly. That's what I've learned from tinfoil. Nothing is impossible. Sorry, but tech has the most cash and they are in treasuries. That's not a good thing to say right now. I'm telling you, if like any bank came out right now and said, hey, man, we have a ton of cash that we have in treasuries, everybody would freak out. So that's actually not what you want to say right now. You don't. That's that line of just, I'll be like, no, man, just tell them you have cash. Tell them you have cash. That's all you have to do. Just stop. Just say, I have cash. And that's, I have cash. It's not in treasuries. Mm-hmm. Apple does with cash. Well, y'all get mad. See, y'all get mad though. Like if I like, cause what does Apple do with the cash? So if a tech name doesn't buy treasuries, what's better than a treasury? Does anybody know? A lot of people don't like it, especially Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren hates it, but she don't even understand. Like, I don't blame her, but she hates it. Not real estate. Apple don't buy real estate. They don't just hold cash. Yeah, there it is. They buy back their own stock. They buybacks. That's it. You're like, I got 180 billion of cash. Should I buy treasuries at an all-time low? Nah. Should we pay taxes? They're like, nah. I have an idea. Our margins are 30%. Why don't we invest in ourselves? And then they go and buy back their stock. They're like, anybody want a bonus? Okay, we'll buy that too. Here you go. So then it just turns into buybacks. So, and honestly, that's something I'm surprised regulators aren't looking back at this, because it's like if you look back, I feel like in a weird way, buybacks were kind of good in this sense, because hopefully if you had a bunch of cash just sitting there and bought bonds, you would have been worse off than buying back your own stock. You would have been borderline crisis. Yeah, buybacks are not good for growth. Should be investing in tech and workers. But it's good for cash management, depending on what you were going to do. But like I'm saying there, it's like, again, a lot of these tech names have money. They have cash, and that's why not all of them, not everybody went off the walls and just bought a bunch of bonds. But so, hopefully they just still have. I know Apple has a lot of accessible liquid cash, but they also do a lot of buybacks. Oh, FRC with the candle. Then SHWs, that's Sherwin-Williams, they're on the low. FRC still back to $18 though. That's a great price for them. Make EV great again. Yeah. Pre-Powell dump. I don't know. We're holding up very solid today. The Dow is giving up, and the Dow, depending, we still have enough time for the Dow to go red. But so far, unless any of these banks show signs of weakness today, today is like the first day we haven't sold off half of the gains, and you're like somewhat staying stable. But it's weird because it feels decent today, but like if you look at the chart, if you drop the bouncy ball, it would have probably rolled downhill for most of the day. Like right now, just like flat. Kind of like yesterday. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time doing nothing. But yesterday just flew by. Powell is 2 p.m. for the release, and then Powell comes on 30 minutes later at 2:30 Eastern to do the press conference, and that's where all of the action will happen. So tech is still getting candles here. Am I leaning bullish or bearish? I'm leaning midterm to long-term bearish, but I do think there's a lot of circumstances that could have a short-term bullish response tomorrow. But really all I care about is the information. You give me that information, you give me a confirmation that could even lead into the bonds, and then, we're really going to be in that game right there. So we would find out. SQQ. Well, again, I still think tech is going to have risks, but as of now, the initial logic is people do like it. But he will have to deal with it. Wally up 31% on the cash deployed today. That seems like a great day. Great day. Did you just buy Coinbase? CDTX, yeah. Everyone's asking about that. So again, I didn't play it. We talked about the PDUFA a couple days ago. I just didn't like how it was up. Sadly, I like the PDUFAs that go down into PDUFA rather than the ones that go up. But let's see. Yeah, so CDTX, again, there's a couple of names they're associated with. It's for candidiasis, rezafungin. And then let's see, CDTX. Let me just give you the history on the stock, just so you can see the offerings. That's an important part to the biotechs. Nvidia, SPY's coming back down to VWAP. Honestly, we neutralized the move, or we're about to. Nvidia's running. That could be that financial part. Remember we talked about that? Oh, Sadara's in San Diego. Should I go over there today? No way. This thing's like, dude, this thing's close by. So they're in San Diego. Well, that's good. Yeah, so they IPO'd in April 2015 for $16 a share. Then they did an offering in 2016 for $10. And then in 2021, they did $155. So they haven't done an offering in years, which is actually quite decent. We saw it a couple of days ago. I already thought it was high. BAC. They're starting again. A lot of the big banks, like go watch Citi too. I think Citi is the lowest out of all of them. Yeah, they're all coming down here again. Even FRC. Microsoft's even getting a lot of volume. Then Sherwin-Williams, again, a lot of value plays selling off. Even HD, they're on the low right now. Where's McDonald's? 268, 266. Yeah, SPY's jumping pretty big. Watch any of the other banks, though. But just see if the legacy banks, XLF or KRE, gives up. XLF getting a pretty big cheek lay there. So XLF just literally went from high of the day to the low. But the regional banks, they still have more of a gain. Yeah, Nvidia is bouncing into the low. But then the SPY, I mean, you've just sold off 10 points here in about 30 minutes. So the pace isn't that fast. But these last couple of candles, they just got big. But that kind of ruined that potential upside there. Yeah, Raul. I think it's could be something with the banks. I'm not seeing any other headlines, but you're watching the big legacy banks. They're moving really quickly. And then bonds hit a low of the day and bounced. FRC. No, FRC still has a lot of cushion. Until FRC gets back to like below 17, it's solid. Remember, we didn't really get bank news end of the day yesterday, but we'll find out. Only bank news between now and yesterday. The good news was from Treasury Secretary Yellen in regards to the comments of stabilization and supporting the system. Well, Coinbase finally dropped 50 cents. Woohoo. And then Nvidia just ran up out of nowhere. Even Tesla came down. I watch Google. I think if we're really going to go down, Google, because the last hour or two, Google has been unstoppable. 3M, another defensive on the low. Tesla. Okay, so a little bit below VWAP. See if this bounces. What time is it? 11 o'clock. 2 hours remaining. That's still a lot of time. You have a lot of time, Chattadonia, but we are definitely getting into the end of the day. Volume is really low. 48 million volume right now in the SPY, which will probably put us at yesterday's range, which, again, back to the normal range of the year, but much lower than the last week. So far, so good. Dang, they got a Clifford emoji in the YouTube or in the Twitch. That's pretty hype. Ad. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. Good timing. Good timing. We'll take it. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. If you're having an ad right now, I just hope that I hope your character is being built. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. All right, I'll be right back.
You're really sort of undermining what is a very important plank in the context of the European financial architecture. So well done to the ECB, well done to the EBA and the Bank of England for actually saying that they would respect the waterfall and they wouldn't go down the route that the Swiss have gone, and really sort of distancing themselves from the steps that the Swiss seem to have taken in a bit of a hurried fashion over the course of the weekend.
And so does that explain why it sounds like you're still committed to this asset class based on some of those other jurisdictions, Mark? Because it sounds like despite all the turmoil and despite what happened in Switzerland over the weekend, this is still an area that you're focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting my comments in before the next train turns up and you can't hear me. But the truth of the matter is that European banks are facing the best operating environment they've seen in more than a decade. I mean, European bank profitability is looking in a very good situation at the moment. So what you've actually seen is that yesterday, some of these AT1 bonds were down as much as 15 points. We've seen them rallying all the way back hard today. We've had others claiming that we're facing a once-in-a-generational buy opportunity in the context of this particular asset class. So from that point of view, I think we can feel really sort of quite encouraged that actually the outlook for this space looks very interesting. When you get 10% yields on high-quality banks, we think that that's a very attractive asset class to own. And so rather than seeing sort of investors looking to redeem assets, we've actually seen contact from a number of investors who are very interested to be buying and looking to participate in this space at the moment, because it is certainly something that does seem to be a very interesting opportunity to us.
And Mark, we started the conversation by looking ahead to tomorrow and what the Fed ultimately does. It's hard to ignore the actions that the U.S. government is watching very closely.
Watching very closely. I don't know why Bloomberg has been loud lately. Bro, Suave is at 217. Again, both of those that I cut. Man. Coinbase up a seventh day, heads for the longest winning streak ever. Wow. So our longest winning streak since April 2021. They've gained 54% during the week, while the Russell Index financials fell 2.1. So since April 14th, there have been 2 rallies of 6 days and no longer ones. So January 9th, 2023, it was 6 days up. Return 5 days after day number 6 was 1%. And then October 28th, 2021, 6 days in a row. And then return 5 days after day number 6 was 2.3. So this is one of the longest. Again, this is If it goes 7 days in a row, this will be the longest streak of Coinbase ever. DNA. I only have a short on the NQ still, that age-old one. Literally, that's been since last year now, technically. Or no, it's beginning of this year. DVN on the high. Yeah, FRC came down, but it's still up there. What's that other one? FCNCA? Oh, I got it right the first time. Nice. Nice. Amazon just rocketed up there. So, nice little green shoot on the market. Don't forget, too, you have Nike earnings after the bell. Did Microsoft pop, too? Yeah. Even after selling off there. But Amazon just had a big pop now. Amazon's the one leading now ahead of Google. At first, it was Google. Then it was Amazon. Then Apple. Seems like Microsoft and Amazon got the candle, but Amazon's the one leading in there. And then Coinbase back to the highs yet? No, it looks like Google. The rate increase will be announced tomorrow. And Nvidia says great relationship with car companies. Nvidia recovered all of that. That was a $6, $7 move from the bottom there. I'm still short on FRC with 100 shares. I'm down on it. But then I went long on the bank that's bidding. So I went long on FCNA, fucking California, FCNCA. But I went long on one bank, short on FRC with a smaller amount, and that's it. Manu, I think I'm down on that one, but I think we get the offers. Where is Manu? We're down $100, $1.30 a share. It's a bigger percentage, so 138 is not a lot, but I believe that's still like 5 or 6%. Rate increase, you say? Some people say pausing. Huh? And then again, Intel, they added somebody new to run the Foundry unit. We had that. Where is Intel? Didn't Intel? We should have known all of this, though. Intel recovered all of the earnings in like 4 days. Tell me why Intel looked like Coinbase before Coinbase. I think CDTX is going to be interesting. The only problem with CDTX is, like, I told you guys about this last week. I was even going to buy it, but I was like, $1.50. It's already up over 50 to 70%, and then now it's up a lot. So I think it could be a decent one. And the company, they haven't done an offering since like 2021 or 2016. So you got some room, but I don't really know much about their pipeline or anything else. Let me see if I could find anything. But again, like Rita, if this is their first drug, that'll be good. I was looking into it, and then the big banks started falling there. So I'd even watch like Cities into the low as well, too. Yeah, so there's not much on it. No, there's really not that much analyst coverage. Latest update on it is from January. And that was when the FDA voted 14-1 in favor of limited use approval for rezafungin. That's what their thing was. Again, Needham has a $3 price target. The committee had reservations about limited data set. They ultimately agreed the benefit risk profile was acceptable. So the approval is 322, seems likely, but awaits final decision. One committee member voted against it at the last one. They have enough cash. I'm trying to see their pipeline, though. So this will be a big event for them, though. So this is a high-profile event for tomorrow. That PDUFA could have a big move. But I need to see the rest of their pipeline. Tesla again. Whoa, what was that FRC candle real? No. And then watch Citi, if Citi, Bank of America, Wells, JP Morgan. Tesla is moving up again. Yeah, pretty much. So pretty much if they get approval, they could probably go to $3. But then if they miss this approval, they're fucked. CDTX. That is the FDA. That's the PDUFA name. I'm just trying to get what I can off of it now, but I don't have their pipeline. Oh, wait a minute. And then they did they announced the filing on March 6th. So on March 6th, they put out they filed a mixed shelf ready to go for 9 million shares with Cantor Fitzgerald. So they've already diluted ahead of the event. Or they're ready to dilute. That was March 3rd. That FRC candle is not real, but it keeps showing up. Why did Credit Suisse blame retail for their demise? I think that's a Switzerland thing. Like my girlfriend hella be blaming me for shit that I didn't even do. And I'm like, man, what's wrong with you, Swiss? Why can't y'all just take responsibility? So I don't know. But that's it. Like that's how it works in my daily life. I get blamed for everything. I'm like, how did I do that? That's not even. I didn't buy the bonds. Well, I do have bonds, but yeah. Meanwhile, it sucks that. I mean, we're burning some time here, but we've spent all day at this level, just like yesterday. Yesterday we were at the lows, working our ways to the highs. Today you were at the highs, working your way to the low, but intraday, I mean, the range very, very tight. Bro, what is happening with... That's the third time I've seen that candle hit on FCNA. Look at it. Bro, it keeps doing it. What's going on? There's no way that's real, is it? Let's see, maybe. 1773. Yeah. Nothing on time and sales. Could be a dark pool, but that's weird. Amazon over 100. That's why I put up the time and sales. We'll see. I don't think that's it. Did it 3 times in a row. Said Amazon. Tesla's even moving up here too. Been a little stubborn at 196. I think the level on Tesla is 198. Yeah, it keeps doing it, but I mean, nothing's showing up on the time in sales. I'm like, who the fuck is buying 5,000 shares of this? You have a lot of activity on FRC. It's actually quite fascinating to watch. Like, some of these orders are massive. TL Muhammad. Isaiah Habibi, welcome. Nike earnings, not in 2 minutes, but it's arriving. After hours. Am I ready for historically significant moments? I'd like to think so. I don't know, but like, you know what I'm saying? I got my seatbelt on. Like, you know, that's it. I'm always there. You ever wonder? I'm like, man, I wonder if I'm going to get in a car crash today. But, you know, I'm always like, you know, you can't think like that. So just wear your seatbelt, be aware, and that's the best you could do. Are you ready for Ramadan? I'm not Muslim. I don't celebrate Ramadan, but, you know, shout out to my brothers out there who are. So I do not, I get me a pass. Even though I'm Middle Eastern, I don't celebrate Ramadan. And just because I'm Middle Eastern does not mean I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So we're good. We are good. We are good. Well, FRC, they're running up there again, just tweaking out their E-Trade charts are wild. If we've been flying up, does it make sense to fall after Powell? It's weird. I think we are all getting like the boiling pot. You know the example where it's like if you put like a frog in boiling water, it'll jump out of the water when it knows that it's hot. But if you put a frog in the water and then slowly heat it up till boiling, it won't realize. This is like the analogy they give you in church when you're in Sunday school. I remember hearing this when I was like 9. But that's what it feels like, because I think the market's very weird right now. And what I mean by that is, like, are we up? Yes. But are we really up? No. And what I mean by that is just like, look, it's been 2 weeks now where we're approaching the second full week. That's what this week would be. But we're like halfway through the SVB collapse. You know, we're barely, it's not like, I mean, relatively speaking, we were at this same price here after last Thursday. So almost, again, a whole nother week, right? But then go look at XLF and then go look at the regionals. It's like, dude, the banks are destroyed. So banks are still down 10% since all of this stuff started kicking off. And that's where I'm like, it feels weird, but I don't know. It's like we've had a rally. I think tech, you could definitely say, is rallied, but it's not as if like these recent movements here are just weird. I don't know how to explain them or describe them as up or bullish, if that makes sense. But then it's not like it's as bad as a couple of days ago, and there is some industries and pockets with real relief like tech. However, there's also industries that are still guttered right now, like the banks. And then again, the bonds are still near, panic levels. And that's where it's just like, what is happening? So it's like, I don't know. I think everybody feels a certain way, but it's like when you take a step back, we're really at we've been in a weird purgatory since SVB has collapsed, and even to the same price levels and price action. I'm glad you're here, man. You glad I'm here? Let's go. Good morning. It's still the morning. I need you to buy some SQQ. I need it down if I'm going to risk it. I feel you. Is it below 30 or 39? Oh, it's at 34. It's actually a great price. Great price. Remember last time we were talking, I remember Charlie got in there too. We were talking like below 39. And then it flushed below 39. But now it's there again, so we got to watch out. You're the main reason I got into trading? Hell yeah, man. I'm glad you could say that happy, because there's some people like, you're the guy who got me into trading. Fuck you, Joe. So that's good to hear, man. I hope you got the long term too. You know what I'm saying? That's good. I make these market days fun. Well, this is our last time to have fun. Tomorrow, we are going to be very serious, but it should be an exciting day. And, I mean, again, with the last 2 weeks of all this, man, very historic stuff. So glad we got to share it with each other. And hopefully it's a good for the memory bank so that you are further prepared in the future. Citi and Bank of America, little candles there. Again, watch the big bank, see what happens there. Are those shank noises? Yes. That's my, you know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. That's it. Like when my girlfriend, like when I'm in public and she says something dumb, I just go. So then she knows, because I'm like, you keep talking, I'm going to shank you. So she knows. That's how we communicate. So it's very effective. Sandy, dude, isn't it like pouring right now? I haven't looked out the window yet, but I think I heard it. And then it was raining when I woke up. No, I sold out of EPV. I took a gain on that, so I'm glad we got out of that. Because then I figured I'd just hold EUFN. Then the EUFNs came down, but we're still like up on the spreads, so it shouldn't be too down. But EUFN, I think we would have went negative. So we took, or no, I'm in EUFN, but EPV I took profits on. Sounded like the Soak City bucket dump. Man, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's funny. U.S. will use refurbished hulls to provide tanks to Ukraine. The sinkhole on the 70. I didn't know there's a sinkhole. Sounds dangerous. FRC, I mean, just up from yesterday. Intraday, it's only really moved $1.20 from open. But from yesterday, remember, we bought in at like what, 11 or 12 bucks? I sold out for $8 because I didn't want to hold that long, but that would have been great if we did. What was that? THC on the low. Macy's on the low. Even Nordstrom's, they got some gains. Then Under Armour. Apple's on the low. Or not on the low, but selling off. You're still holding 20 average. 20 on FRC. That's just so, dude, it's so crazy how many different price points that stock has hit in the last week. So, like, you could survey, like, 100 people, and everybody's price point is going to be, like, $2 apart from each other, which is wild to think about. Even UNG, I mean, the high-low ticker is 50-50 right now. We really are near the lows of the day, but the lows are still near the highs. The bonds are going down. Dollar hasn't did much. It actually went barely green here. It's been a very, very interesting setup. The pregame for Powell is very, very calm for now. Nothing snapped within Banklandia. Fed future odds kind of ticked up a little bit there, but we will see. Latest news, we did get FRC news about selling off segments, but people didn't react too negatively. Boyle running. There's Tesla on the high. FRC. Amazon keeps going now, so they're the leader. Watch if Google and Coinbase play along, because those are the other ones. Google, Coinbase, Tesla, or even Microsoft, if they catch a bid. That could give you late day gains in the market, because Microsoft's still negative. Trump did not get locked up. Are additional tier bonds similar to liquid yield option notes? I don't believe so. And it all depends. And now, I mean, again, usually like AT1 bonds, it's additional tier. There's like certain restrictions related to the equity. Again, right now, everybody's putting into debate the seniority, but I think they are different. Google and Spire together. And then everything's up about 1%, or at least the NASDAQ is. SPY's up 0.75, and then Dow's up 0.47. But even then, I'm telling you about the general indexes. But again, Amazon's up 2.6. Google is up 3% or something like that, maybe 4. So it's a wild day. A lot of these are up. Yeah, Google's up 2.9. Again, even Apple's playing along. Even Redfin is up 4%. Like, what? Yeah, UWM, dude, 6% on UWMC, very good. It's weird because REITs are down right now, but a couple of real estate names are doing great. MPW is up, but they flipped. Why would you own up? Probably the anticipation of lower rates. That seems to be something we could apply to a lot of different names. Again, a lot of even tech too. Sell off at 3. We'll find out. Again, 15, 30 minutes ago, we were right here at the levels. So like 15 to 30 minutes ago, you were 10 points away from 4,000. You're still only 13 points away. So it's a weird setup right now because really anything could happen. I think you have a lot of downside. You have not filled any gap from yesterday, but it just like take a look at all these 4 or 5% movers. Bonds are coming down here. It's like we could have a lot of different things happen by the end of the day. You remember when I said I'm YOLOing my Meta to Google? Yeah, bro, why you flexing on me? I said give me half. Then it went up, so you probably made a bag. You didn't even get a membership badge. You ain't throwing me a donation. You just came in here to say, hey, Josh, you know how fucking good I'm doing? That's what you do to me? Damn, bro. That's cold, man. Well, I'll see you for Powell tomorrow. But, yeah, man, congrats. I hope it's good, bro. I hope it's good. Yeah, we should change stream title to No Trump Hasn't Been Arrested. Where's Edgar? Edgar has his badge. Edgar is safe. Edgar is safe. Pay the plug. Nah, I don't know. It's weird. People come at me with that energy. Like, people just, like, flex on me even if I don't ask for it. Even if I don't flex on anybody, bro. I attract it. I don't know why. Like, they come on, they just flex on me. They're like, what's up, son? And I'm like, damn, okay. Okay. That's cool. That's fine, bro. I didn't. All right, man. That's it. Okay. We missed drama. Not today. I mean, today was the day with a lack of drama. You did have headlines out the Treasury, even headlines out of FRC, but that's about it. Maud has a good question. Where was it? Was it a Maud or someone named Maud? I don't see it. But all this talk about bonds, is TLT on your radar? Yes. So that's just, you guys have been missing out. So like if you haven't watched the watch list, I've talked about bond plays all the time. I've talked about bond plays today. So, like, honestly, even coming into tomorrow, I'm probably not going to discuss the bonds if you're not aware. And I really suggest you watch the watch list before yesterday. So, even yesterday, I don't think I talked about it as much, but the one before that I did. But we all did. Some haven't been here all day. Chill. Well, no, not about today. So we've been talking about bonds, and I've given it a pretty clear ever since here. So ever since the bonds hit panic mode, you know, like we should keep that in mind that there's something brewing there. So you got to understand the short and long-term risks as we've discussed. I have a small bond play for now, but I mean, if you really care about the TLT and you really care about the next bond play, I mean, I hope you're kind of on board with it as of now. Spies running up. You agree? Shouldn't flex, but I should be happy for them. I am happy. I'm happy for I love seeing people do good. I'm just making a joke. It's just sometimes I just don't like that. It's like some people come at me with that Wall Street like swinging dick energy. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, there's like a difference between like, are you happy for me or like, what's up, son? So that's all. I was just making a joke. Hopefully you could laugh alongside. But I don't like Wall Street energy though. When some people like try to like do the dick measuring contest, because like I don't play those games. But amen, I hope you put it towards the long term. I hope you do good. I hope even your risky gambles end up good. I will always caution against them if you bring them up. And I want people to have a long term. And the best way to flex, or like the best thing I'm gonna be happy for, I'll tell you, it's not if I see you here today. It's not if I see you here tomorrow. It's not if you make 1,000% today or tomorrow. What matters is, do I see you here at the end of the year? You see what I'm saying? Do I see you at the beginning of next year? You know, like that is the key. Again, like that, I'm telling you, even how last year played out. Last year looked ugly. We walked away with a bag. You know what I'm saying? And I know there were some people excited at the beginning of the year. I didn't see them there at December, and they missed out on 600% plays or whatever the number was. You see what I'm saying? So that's all it comes down to. Like, you know, there's going to be good moves. There's going to be bad news. You know, you'll watch me hit 10 in a row. You'll watch me miss 10 in a row. And it's always about longevity. And that's the thing. So I'm happy for all of you. Don't ever get that twisted. But, you know, don't want to play any flexing games. And then at the same time, what really matters is that we have you here for the long run. That is my goal. That is how I determine what I do here successful. Is that not only can I have success myself personally, but as if I have other people here in the long run. That is how I judge, you know, what it comes down to. Because, again, anybody who is stuck around for that long, and if you stay through it, usually it's a very, very good result. Oh, you got ads during that? Yeah, YouTube said, shut the fuck up. Pay me, son. What? That's crazy. Yeah, Amazon, the FRC starting to dump. So these are the first FRC reds of the day. I don't know. Bonds are coming down. I don't know where Citi is, too. FRC is down big, but this is just where it was at open. So you'll probably get some big candles to the upside, too, but we'll see what happens. He may have been here since 2020. See names come and go. I love what Josh preaches. If I didn't start the long term, I would have been clapped. Amen. Amen. And you learn a lot with the long term, even the trading too. That's what I'm saying. It's all going to be about, you know, consistency. Again, short-term consistency could be very variable, but the idea you want is to be able to stay alive. And that's really what I want. I've seen your portfolio. I don't feel bad about using ad blocker on your vids. That's cold, man. See, I mean, come on. He's like, I saw your portfolio. Fuck you, Josh. All right, then. Well, shit. Okay. Well, I'm glad to be here, man. I'm glad to be here. Okay. That's it. Maybe I should just go get a yacht or something and go get a tan. And you know I'm pale as shit because of you, Chad. Because I sit inside all day. I should be on a yacht right now. I don't even have a yacht. And I don't even know what I would do on a yacht because I don't even like swimming like that. You know what I'm saying? But, like, shit, I'm pale. That's all I know is I'm pale. Man, this is crazy. That's crazy, bro. Pasty. I really am, dude. You have no idea. It's crazy how fast I could go from, like, a nice golden Arab to, like, a very, very pasty white boy. And it's so bad. Like, it's bad. Haters feeling themselves today. And not really, because I'm having a lot of fun, though. Like, everything's been a joke. If you haven't picked up on me having a blast today, and you're like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you're misreading the room if you're a hater, because I'm just having fun. It's like there's no ill sentiment at all. So this would be a weird day to be a hater, you know what I'm saying? But, like, you know, I'm just teasing y'all a little bit. You know, y'all throwing jabs at me, I'm throwing them back. You know, we're just sparring a little bit, you know, getting ready for any banking news. Tesla again, 196. Again, 198 is the level. Get an RV and stream on the beach in Baja. I've considered that. That's one of my goals. Like, I want to be able to, I want to drive across the United States one time. Like, I think that because I like cars and I like driving and I like the United States. So, I'm kind of like, I want to drive across the U.S. one day. So I just need a bus, satellite internet, and I'll be good. You did cross country 4 times? That's insane. How? I don't know if I could do a cannonball. I don't really drive like that. Tesla, 197 now. So Tesla could heat up. Again, 7.5%. This is one of its biggest rallies since the beginning of the year. Again, there was Tesla bond news in the morning, which some people are saying is a driver. You said smuggler. You want to fly around the world? See, I'm scared of planes like that. Mm-hmm. J Lucky party bus. Yo, you might be onto something. That's it. I have to fall off completely. Let me just go heavy on the yen and then lose. And then if that happens, we're going to do J Lucky experience. I'll just take a party bus and I'll travel across the U.S. and we'll stop by every city. I'm like, y'all want to gamble or what? All right, what's up? How much money you got? I'm like, can you give me a Chick-fil-A number 2? All right, then why are we in the game? FRC, no headlines now. It's just dumping from earlier. I'm about to be positive on the short now. The latest update was them selling off a portion of the unit. Invite Chads on the bus and throw dice. That's a high probability. That's a high probability. We throw dice. We play ghetto dice. So I don't know how to play like normal dice, but like a game we play, like me and my friends, like we did this once. We were at the casino and we didn't want to walk to the casino. We didn't want to go downstairs from the hotel. So then what we did is we just took 2 dice and we would bet on it. So whoever rolls the highest number just wins all the money. And we did that. We did that for like an hour. So I'm down. We could play ghetto dice if you're open to it. Mm-hmm. Tesla's annoying. I got my mini child support payment back, so I'm not frustrated, but it at least makes sense in this idea of bid up every single tech with a decent cash balance. U.S. is expediting Patriot missile for Ukraine. Honestly, bro, today it's weird because we're waiting for Powell and we're waiting for the banks, but today has been a day of war headlines. You literally had China and Russia signing a pact together, deepening ties, and now all of a sudden we're expediting Patriot missiles and tanks to Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like a side bet going on right now. Side news is all the Russia-Ukraine shit today. Low-key been pretty big, but I don't think we're reacting. Yeah, war stock, there's no reaction to it. I think everybody's still waiting, and now, sure enough, we're back here to that 39.90, 23 minutes till power hour, and now you're like 10, 12 points away from hitting a new high. So very awkward day. Like I was saying earlier, just like even these moves, we're like close to the highs and close to the lows at the same time. Very weird purgatory. Amazon keeps going up. Again, Tesla was leading up. Wait for Google, Microsoft, and Coinbase to continue because if those go up. But Citi's coming into the low now. And then a little bit of a cheek leg. Coinbase trying to make another run up at the high. SMCI, geez, that one's crazy. What was the other one I wanted to see? Do you ever play craps and bet on don't pass? No, man. What kind of vibe kill do you think I am? I hate people at the craps table who bet on do not pass. I'm like, what kind of villain are you? Like, why don't you have any friends? Who did this to you, bro? I sit and I go over and I talk to them. I say, have you heard about our Lord and Christ, Jesus Christ, the Savior? I say, have you heard, like, you could join Facebook groups to become social and meet new people and like-minded individuals? I don't like the do not pass people. I don't like do not pass, asshole. I don't gamble. I just do stocks. That's good. That's good. I haven't gambled in a while, but gambling, entertainment. But be careful. There's a fine line between gambling and stocks. Is something I think a lot of people learned. FRC, they bounced a little bit. I'm barely down on the short now. Big res. A little chicle. I mean, we've had this a couple of times, but if it could absorb this and this turns to a reload, you're going to have a nice power hour. Well, we'll find out. It stokes the same dopamine receptor. Well, that's why I realized, like, gambling. That's why I like gambling for fun, but, I mean, it's borderline the exact same. But I don't gamble how I, like, trade stocks. It's weird. Like, I'm cheap as fuck when I gamble. I don't know why. I wish I could shake it, but it's good. It's protected me. You could trade puts against your coin position. I could probably sell covered calls, too. That is something I didn't even think about with Coinbase. Let's see what we got. Well, no, I can't even sell cover. I don't even own them. I'm short on them. Never mind. What am I saying? Covered calls are up, though. Mm, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. Keep going. Dude, it's sad. So there's this guy on TikTok. And I feel really, really sad about it because I watch all of it. I forgot his name. His name's like Jumanji or something. There's a guy on TikTok, bro, and like he straight up has a crazy gambling problem, and he just TikToks himself going to the casino every day, getting his paycheck, spending it on gambling, and yeah, no, it's like a real gambling addiction. He gets wiped out. And then, like, everybody in the comments is just, like, they just keep encouraging him. They say that. They're like, oh, keep going, bro. Most people quit before they, like, fail. And then, like, they even start cash apping him, and they send him money to go and gamble. So I think he's gotten money off of it. I think he's actually, in a weird way, it started as, like, everybody just watching his gambling addiction. But then everybody got so entertained by it, they started sending him money. And then he starts like, but then he keeps gambling it. And then like, he just gets wiped every time. And then like everybody in the comments is just like, it's like 50 sarcastic comments of just like, oh man, don't quit. You got this. They're like, oh man, like you're so like, that's it, man. Like, it's kind of encouraging, honestly. Like, I wish I got those comments. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that'd be very encouraging though. It's like, imagine if like you had like 1,000 people just like, you got this, bro. You got this, man. Don't quit. You're doing so good. I'd be like, fuck yeah. No, it's crazy though. But yeah, real gambling addiction is very, very sad. But like, you would be surprised like how it plays out. Like, but that's why I said it. Like, I did have to call out some people though. And I really believe some people in here, you treat options and trading like that. And what I mean, bro, is like, we're talking about people going to the bank, withdrawing the last of their money, and then throwing it on a play, trying to make a bag out of it. And like, there is a point where it's like, okay, you better watch out because you gotta be careful. Just make sure you don't get there. Make sure you do not get there, my friends. Okay, that's all. Just make sure you are not sacrificing your daily expenses to make an option trade. And that's where you got to, that's like the red line, more or less. You should feel attacked. I'm not trying to attack you, but I am trying to make sure that you just be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you are pulling out more from your bank account, like, and you're withdrawing your bank account even negative and then throwing it into Robinhood to make a play, that's borderline like the same thing as like TikTok gamblers. And honestly, At that point, you might as well make a gambling TikTok and have people give you money. That's what I'd say. Mm-hmm. Have you seen your share of blow-ups on stream? I have, but it's not as live in public as you think. So, like, remember the other day, somebody was in here and they're like, Josh, I lost so much money. I'm losing all my money. And I was like, Cap, you're a lying piece of shit. No, you didn't. You wouldn't be talking like that. Because, like, most people, it's like a private email. You know what I'm saying? Or it's people who come and approach me in a different setting, and like most people don't even want to talk about it initially. So that's why it's like we've seen it. I've seen people, 4 or 5 years here, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of people from never trading stocks to getting into it, to leaving their jobs, to do this, to do that, career changes. So we've seen a lot of ups and downs on it, but like that's why I'm saying, like, I could tell very, very easily when people are just capping in the chat, because like I've seen a real blow up, and I know it's like when people do approach you with it, it's definitely out of a more like humble and serious place where they're like, hey man, what do I do? How can I get out of this situation? Or, hey, I was embarrassed to tell you because I didn't want, I have my long term still, and thankfully I have the long term, but so it's kind of how it goes. But usually it's not, you're not going to see it in the chat of, oh, I just lost all my money. UBS in terms to talks to terminate first Boston deal. I think that'll be good for them. They want to get rid of the spinoff and then cherry pick the deals from Credit Suisse. If you hit the daily, it's lunch for I'm gonna find that TikTok channel. We'll go. I'll watch it with you guys. You'll see what I'm talking about. I don't know. I think unless you've seen real gambling addiction, it's hard to describe. But like you could just tell. Like there's a point when it's like, all right, bro, you're like scraping right now, and then you're like, if you go and take that, and then you go and try putting it on a game, like that's crazy. Yeah, Jumani, that's his name. Jumani is on TikTok. Even my girlfriend, she's like, what the fuck are you watching? I'm like, nah, like, this is crazy. It is quite captivating. Because I'm like, I can't believe this is real. I can't believe he's doing it. And then he does it again. And then somebody sends him like $200 and they're like, don't give up. You're going to win. And I'm like, oh, man. I've never used TikTok. Yeah, a lot of people haven't. If you could never use it, good for you. It's borderline addicting. I don't smoke weed like I used to, but now I TikTok. So that's the only other problem. But I showed my mom TikTok the other day. Dude, her mind was blown. She had no idea that like YouTube Shorts copied TikTok. So I showed her TikTok and I was like, it's the same thing, right? And then I would show it to her. And I would show her. She's like, it's the same thing. Oh my gosh. She went, oh my gosh. Yes, I did hear about YouTubers getting sued. It was because of FTX. They're suing the people who took money, but I don't know what the actual claims are. I don't know if it even has merit. We'll find out. My wife begged me to get it, then I refused, and I'm hooked. Honestly, I think it was my girlfriend who got me into TikTok because she would keep sending me shit, and then I would look, but I hate it. TikTok is like, it actually is bad. I hate it. It's like, I hate it. Selling out Arita, locking the profits. Yeah, it's good. I think even with our covered call, you got like 1,500 more of upside to 100, but you could walk away. I mean, right now we could walk away with 5,000 net, which is a great bag. Oh, I missed another. Tim had another one? Bro. Oh, we got Ian applying for my first credit card. 700 credit score with little credit history. Should I unsecure first? Yeah, if they'll give it to you. I mean, your 700 score, if you've never had credit, doesn't really mean anything. But if you could get a non-secured card, then yeah. Yeah, Josh sending money for that gambling addiction. How's that NQ going? Yeah, that's pretty much gambling with futures instead. Honestly, I could spend more on futures than I ever have at a casino. But now I'm like, maybe I should just spend it at the casino because I get mad comps on one of those NQs. I'm not playing SMCI, but we saw it run up there early. 3-year NFTs ready, baby. GG's. Honestly, we need to get them ready. I need to see. I'm actually going to contact YouTube. And I'm going to see if we could add a beyond 3-year badge. Otherwise, I might have to give you a NFT as a 3-year badge. Or maybe we make an exclusive Discord only for the 3-year pluses. Ho 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 ho. Oh, somebody's been trying to get me to do a Discord for a long time. I just wanted to see what you guys would do because I know you'd freak out. You'd be like, "What'd you just say?" Do not. I still have the Gen NFT, yeah. Yeah, I haven't been on the only time I went on Discord was for the Bored Ape thing. Even in 3 years, baby. I just got the pony. Let's go. Look at all the pony. Today's pony day, huh? Hey, man. And since 2020, man. God bless y'all. Let's go, man. Talk to me in 2030. Diamond next. I hope so, man. I really hope they let us add it, but it just sucks that you can't for now. So a little bit of a cheek lay here. Again, watch FRC and some of the other banks. Again, Citi's going down, and now all of the other banks are starting to drop. So be on the lookout here. Yeah, memberships. Can we do it? Let me see. Well, I'm checking it here. 'Cause last time I checked, it wasn't that good. No, it's tripping out. Oh. Oh! Oh! Chad. We could do it. Wow. We have it. We have unlocked after 36 months. We can now add another badge. Wow. What do we do? Lori says diamonds. I'm thinking Jerome Powell. But what do we do for the 36-month badge? Oh, man. It could be a peach. Yellen, Trump, Powell. I'd like Powell. We already have the Powell one. Oh, Janet Yellen, peach. A lot of peaches out there. Oh, peach. All right. I think peach or Powell. Well, we'll get to that. Wow. Uncle. Diamond. Saki. Damn, Chad's going crazy. All right. Let's see. Let's see, bro. Hey, that's hype. All right, we'll get that. We'll get that situated. Save the peach. Dang, that's crazy. A rocket would be ironic and funny. Sam Bankman. All right, well, Chad, that's very exciting. I'm like kind of speechless now. Spy's ripping up here. Even the Spy likes it, but that could be crazy. Chad, we have a new badge on the way. So get ready. I think by Friday you should have new badges in all of my 3 and 4 years out there. Just get ready. You guys are going to get ready to go. You guys are, oh, we could have the Lexus. Ooh, the Lexus could be good. Lexus, Powell, or a peach. Oh, my God. We got something for you. So, hey, wait, save your membership. Save it. Save your little membership comment you could put. So save it, because when we get the new badges, I want to flex them. You know what I'm saying? We could get the Lexus. I think the Lexus is actually quite interesting. And then Spy is ripping now, so don't let the membership badges get in the way. Tesla is about to hit 198. Spy is at 3994, 5 points below the level. FRC is coming down, but hot dog. The Camry. Oh, Clifford. I just got this one. That's okay. But now, if you've been here for longer than 3 years, you could get a badge, which is awesome, which is very, very hype. Wow, that all started with that he said GG 3-year NFTs, and then I was like, man, I need to contact Google, and then I finally looked at it, and then it looks like somehow we unlocked it. So maybe that was part of when they switched up the terms on us. But that's hype. So FRC now, I'm back. I'm up 20 cents a share now. Oh, Caleb, showing some love, baby. Let's go. Where's my horn? I just wanted to blow the horn. I was getting hyped on that. God bless you, my friend. Yeah, Google barred waitlist. That was the news. We had that in the morning, and that's kind of what started a little bit of this rally. Bonds are off the bottom. Coinbase still hates everybody. I'm sure some people are getting hooked up on Coinbase. Nvidia is about to break up to the high. Again, watch FRC, watch WAL, and then KRE. Just watch as the banks come down. But again, all of big tech. Amazon's still up. I think Tesla's the one leading this one now. But then Tesla and Coinbase at the same time. Google's trying to get up here. Travel of the universe. Welcome. Ramir, y'all welcome him back. So let's go, man. Let's go. I can't wait to get these badges in here. Dude, this is so hype. Fuck yeah. Ooh, a Monopoly House Hotel. I kind of like that idea too. It's not as reminiscent of the culture. Like, I feel like a peach or a Lexus means a lot if you know. But that's a good idea. I kind of like the Monopoly House too. I need to pray on this one. So, Chad, I'm going to surprise you with the memberships here in the next day. The deal that we're about to get new membership badges. That's all. It only applies to a select portion of you who have actually been here for 3 to 4 years. But this is a big day. This is a very, very big day. Power hour in 10 seconds. Is it? Yeah, no, right now. Power hour has began. So, Chad, power hour, we did a lot of nothing. Remember, I told you, if you could get a reload candle, that's going to be a very good power hour. And sure enough, now we are in the higher level. It's sadly right where we opened, but considering you sold off most of the day, you still held green. You are making your advance up here right now. Ad clapped again. Oh, can I go to the bathroom? I'll go to the bathroom if you're getting clapped by an ad. So BRB, I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. About 60 minutes left to go here in the trading session. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld, joined right now by our colleagues Carol Massar and Jess Minton. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio originals, and those folks streaming on YouTube. Carol Massar, risk on here on this day, as I guess we get to this point where people think that maybe the systemic issues that some people were concerned about, maybe not so systemic, and you have a Fed meeting that is taking place right now and a big decision 2 p.m. tomorrow.
I do wonder how this risk on trade and maybe this calm feeling coming back into the financial markets, how will it ultimately affect what the Fed does in its decision tomorrow? We will certainly know in less than 24 hours time. Having said that, looking for some outperformance in the market, and I found it in the alt energy space. Check it out, everybody. If we bring up the Invesco solar ETF, rallying up the most since late November. It's up more than 5% as we speak. I don't know that. Is that right? That looks right. Okay, just checking. Sorry. Had to put my glasses on. All right, so it's up more than 5%. You have Tesla also rallying. It's up about 8%, top in the equity averages. The company's bonds received an upgrade from Moody's. You also had reports that it's expected to post one of its best quarters in China. This is according to the latest retail sales data from China Merchants Bank International. They track car insurance registrations. Rivian up 5%, and then you have Lucid up almost 8% as well, Jess. So really standout performance. Risk on trade certainly there.
And when you're talking about this risk on trade, I have to point out what's happening with the VIX. If you look at it now, it's below 22, Carol. So just seeing the moves there, especially over the past 2 days when you've seen that volatility ease as we head into this Fed meeting. And especially when you think of last week, there was a particular
volatility easing. So is that not as loud? I made sure it wasn't too loud because I don't know why they are up there. I bought one of those gaming consoles off of TikTok, the 2000 games and the Super Nintendo. Man, they got you. That was the OG mall kiosk scam. You remember that? I remember they had those at the mall kiosk, and I wanted one so bad. And then my brother slapped me. He wouldn't let me get it. He said, "Why would you get that?" He said, "Play Nintendo." I said, "Damn it. All right." I feel like it has way more nostalgia value now, though. She said short solar. Well, solar's been on fire. I mean, I feel like clean energy, I mean, it hasn't been getting the best press as of lately, but I feel like they could be making a move. Again, Enphase, we've seen a couple of big days out of them. But Viva, let's see, again, market is running right here. Microsoft too. Apple is near the high. Geez, 160, bro. Again, even all of them are unreal. I guess even Tesla right near 200. A little SD card. It's pretty wild. I think even Soulja Boy made one. Morgan Stanley, Mike Wilson says it's the beginning of the end of the bear market. Yes, he says it's going to go out with a bang.
Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As traders battled against bank failures, they realize the market is at the same place. It's going up. It's going down. No, it's down. But how are we so bullish? It's bullish. Can you not see it's bullish? It's going down. Everything's going to fail. They fought, but we're at the same price point as a week ago. We feel like the job's not done here, and we will continue to raise. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, Jerome Powell, Wednesday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All nations and all geographics. Quickly, get to the yards, hurry. There's no time for a commercial. Hurry, get to the yards, the TLT, the IEF, everybody, hurry. Quickly, now, hurry, stop delaying. Get to the yards right now. Hurry, now. I apologize. I'm sorry. Something came over me. I didn't. I'm sorry. I have these episodes, and my bad. I'm sorry. Quickly. No, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Like the other day, like I was in the shower, and one of those came to my mind, and I was in the shower talking to myself with that voice. Okay? Another heart-to-heart moment, bro. But like I was in my shower the other day, and I was straight up like, on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, as traders battled for nothing, they realized they were battling over nothing. So like, honestly, it was bad, bro. That was like an all-time low or an all-time high. Am I drunk? No, I'm way funnier. Like, if you think I'm naturally funny and like I entertain you for 7 hours a day, bro, what do you think is going to happen if I down like half a shot? Because I'm a lightweight. You give me half a shot, bro, I black out. I'm telling you, bro. You give me like a half a shot of Malibu, you know, like I do like half a shot of Malibu. Bro, you give me a half an ounce of Malibu, dog, that 15%, dog, I start, woo! I turn up, dog. I turn up. I'm telling you, you think I'm funny now? Oh, man. That's it, bro. Yeah, you get me on that Malibu. Fuck yeah, bro. I'm a Malibu drinker. You know why? Because I don't like alcohol. That's it. So I hit that. No, I'm bad, though, if I drink, though, because I just start, like even now I have a filter, kind of, and I still don't say a lot. But, like, dude, I'd be straight just saying the most out-of-pocket shit. That's why I don't like drinking, honestly. That's the second part. Not only do I not feel good, it's just like the next day I'm like, did I really just say that to somebody? Why did I put myself in that position, man? So I don't like it. I don't like it. But, you know, a shot of Malibu will get me. Half a shot. Does Josh dance? Oh, yes. I'm an excellent dancer. I love dancing. That's, of course. I have to. That's it, man. I'm funny and I could dance. Everything else, because that's I got to, you know, I had to work hard in life. Being 5'6" and looking like a lizard. So I learned all these random things that could help me in terms of personality. Yeah, I love dancing. Love it. What's my go-to dance move? Ooh, it's kind of embarrassing. But I could hit it good. You know Lil B? Yeah, you know Bass God? I do the cook. I could cook very well. So, yeah, I do it. I do it in public, too, sometimes. You get me with the right music, the right setting, bro, I just start cooking. I chop it up. I throw it in the pot. I stir the pot. I throw it up in the sky a little bit, bro. Like, yeah, I definitely, like, I could cook, bro. I could cook. No, I do. I do it. I wish you'll see it one day. Coinbase, again on the high. I have 2 Teslas. Where's FRC? Dude, Coinbase. So watch, 85 is probably going to have a crazy either stop at 85 or it breaks 85, then goes to like 88 by end of the day and then sells back off to 85. So watch. No pullbacks allowed. Well, that's a shitty rule, but hey, that's what it seems like. Amazon, big volume on Amazon into the high here. I don't know, bro. I had to stop drinking in public. I just start kissing. It's not good. Okay, you're a predator.
That's cool. What do you mean, bro? He's like, oh, I got to stop drinking. I just kept kissing everybody. What do you mean? No, I get it. People are like, oh, I get angry. I say embarrassing things. He's like, I get drunk and I assault people. Yeah, I had to stop. I had to stop. What do you mean, dog? Calm down. Okay? Only person who could get away with that is Joe Biden. If he was like, yeah, I just start smelling people. I can't hold it back. It's okay. It's fine. What? Everybody likes a good smelling. Everybody loves Bed Bath Beyond Body Works. Beyond Bob the Builder can fix it. Yes, he can. I mean it. He can. And Bob the Builder was union. You know that? He made a union for all those Nickelodeon characters. They were all in a union. How do you think they got things done? Exactly. Seriously. Come on. Okay, wait for it. I'm waiting for the one person to get offended by Biden. Wait for it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was a good joke. We made it clear. Nobody got offended by that one. We made it out. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Oh, there you go. You think that's funny? There, you guys were baited into that. Nope, I got it. I went full 10 seconds without anybody getting mad on that. That means that was clean, bro. That was clean. That's straight through the pylon and the 2-point conversion. Fuck out of here. We got that. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you do it. I don't care. You can't report me now. No challenging that play. We made it. Ain't nobody. There was no immediate. Everybody had an immediate smile. You didn't have immediate offendedness. You didn't even know what to do. It was beautiful. Am I closing most? No. If I'm going to close anything, I mean, now Coinbase ripped too much. My plan was close Coinbase for a loss and then throw the money into bonds. But now I'm just going to deal with Coinbase and then hold. I may want to sell Amazon now at a gain, but I kind of like it. And that's it. I think I might stay clean in here. There's a couple of plays I could get rid of, but I think we will just hold until Powell. CDTX, that's a biotech for tomorrow. Again, PDUFA. So the PDUFA will be big for them, but I pretty much think CDTX could go up to like $3, maybe a little higher. But then if they fail, they're going to get clobbered. And then CDTX has already issued they've already, on March 6th, they put out their offering. So they already did a raised offering, or they have a shelf ready ahead of their report. Tesla, again, SPY's hitting a new high. Chad, you are about to break out. That's it, 3997. You're 1 point away, half a point away. Bro, you're about to go to 4,000 right now. So there it is. Amazon's breaking through. Coinbase about to hit 85. Apple is about to hit 160, or I guess 159 flat. Yeah, you haven't been above 4,000 in a long time. Been a long time. Should have let you. That a dope beat to step to. Damn, that's crazy. So again, you're back above SVB levels now, or pretty much this is the higher point. Where's the other chart? This one makes it look cleaner, yeah. So there it is. This is where we closed on Wednesday. This is right around the close of Wednesday before we opened up into SVB problem. So very, very, very crazy level, man. Very, very crazy level to think about it. No, the banking crisis still exists. XLF and bank stocks are still down 10% since last Thursday. Stocks are practically break even. Bonds have moved tremendously. And now tomorrow will be the dagger. But as far as today, the level of fear has not arisen. So it's not like you've had Fed futures all over the place. It seems like a quarter is locked in. And we're going to be right at this midpoint leading into all of it. It's SMCI on the high again. Senate banking to hold March 28th hearing on SVB collapse. Senate banking hearing on Wednesday, or March 28th. I don't know if that's Wednesday. Tesla. MMA long term. I've got an MPW and 3M. Those were our only pickups this year. And then last year we got Redfin, Meta, Netflix, JPM, and a couple of others, I think. And then HBI we sold out of because they cut the divvy. And then MPW and 3M are the only plays for this year, as well as a big cash balance stowed away in Bill. Bro, City's on the low still. CYTK, I think I still have those shares. I think we're in a lot higher. Yeah, that's at 43. That was a bad biotech. And FRC, I'm still in that one. We were up on it for a little bit. I might pretty much break even. Don't be upset with MPW when it's in the 20s. I mean, God willing, man, but either I just want that dividend yield. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to give me. Just give me my dividend yield. If that at 13, 14% interest at dividend yield, I mean, you get like 4 years on dividend reinvestment, you break even. So as long as MPW takes 4 years to go bust or doesn't cut their dividend, and the best part is they might be able to lower dividend if their revenue gets lower, but given the fact that it's a REIT, they're not going to cut the dividend. You see what I'm saying? So if it's a REIT, they have to pay out profits. So it'll always pay out something, but it just depended on how much they earn or not. Mm-hmm. Why do they do rate hike increments in 25? Great question. It's because they used to do it by 1%. So they actually, they found that out in the modern era, that by going to a quarter point at a time, you could, I think it was after 08. Yeah, so I think it was literally like after 08, that's when they started doing it. So like if you notice, I guess like 03 a little bit, but they used to do it just like straight up half a point at a time or 1% at a time. It's actually kind of more modern that was like after 08, they started moving into quarter point, half a point ranges. They did it a little bit leading into it, but for the most part, they were just like much bigger ones, or it was just like a straight point when they would do it. I'm short on FRC with 100 shares. I'll probably close it out by the end of the day too. We're going to see. Yeah, before 1994, they didn't announce rate changes. Investors determined it from the secondary market. Hashtag Fed futures. And bro, the fruit flies are coming back, and I have no idea where they're coming from, because I'm not even next to like my kitchen or my sink or anything, and these guys just keep pulling up on me. So again, new high of the day right now, or you're about to. And you're about to hit 4,000. I guess you're right below the high right now, but you are working up right now. And then what's the FNCA fucking California? That's what I call it. We're still in that one. That one's going up. Not bad. I mean, that was actually what? $10, more than $10 a share? That was $15 a share? But again, the thing moves crazy. Short to Powell, I may have lost my mind. I feel you. We'll see. I mean, Powell, again, if Powell ends up good, it will be a monster rally. But, I mean, granted, this is exactly where we were. You're at the midpoint between the highs and lows of where we started the year. But we're going to see, man. Tomorrow is going to be that powder keg. Friendly reminder, you're the GOAT. Well, thank you, my friend. I accept it, man. And friendly reminder that we love you and appreciate you. Amen, amen. If Powell pauses, I'm going to buy more bonds and then use whatever he says. If I could get enough evidence and data, I'm going to use Powell to build a bond position if it's possible, or to know how to position. SVB loan insiders tripled to 219 million before it fails. Loans to insiders tripled to 219 million before they failed. More Bill. If they pause, we could deal with Bill, but once they pause, Bill is going to be a very interesting one, because then there's a chance rates go lower. And then if you missed it, we did something today. We're going to find out in about 2 days. I bid on the Treasury auction. So we did a bond play where we put in an order for the Treasury. So that's going to be fun. Again, shout out to the long term. Why is the long term up so much? Is it because Snapchat and other shit today? Bro, long term is loving today. I didn't even realize that. But let's see. Trade, bonds. Where is it? Order status. So here it is. We have a current order in for the bond auction, the 4-week bond auction that is on March 23rd. So that's when it expires. And then by the next day, we'll get the data. Or I think by the end of that day, you should get issued the bond. I still have coin in the long term, yeah. So we do benefit off of it. I mean, we're still down 65% total, but, I mean, it does pad the stats a little bit. But long term loves today. I think today, Airbnb, Snap, banks, Uber, Coinbase, Redfin, DraftKings, Meta, and then value plays are the only things down. Even MPW came up a little bit, but he didn't want to play along. Still slightly up. And small account, that has not even gone negative once this year. And then remember those covered calls too. So covered call Airbnb 47%, Uber covered call 33%, and then Redfin, I think we're down 30% on that covered call, but then still 130% on the shares. Yeah, Citi keeps selling off. That's the only thing that gets me sketched here. Citi, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, they're just not having fun on this little rally here. Goldman's loving it, though. But again, Citi's into the low. Amazon into the high once again. No, Amazon 150. Wall is selling. FRC is holding good. And then First Citizens is going up. Yeah, Wall is coming down. Break 4K. Is that where we're at right now? 4,116. So, yeah, you hit it there. You broke it for a little bit. You got a little bit of bid support. So, you might get a wild move, and you have about 37 minutes left. Tech is killing it now. Tech is, they're only up 0.71, but the NASDAQ's up 1.5. But now discretionaries are up 2.6. Consumer discretionary is doing better than financials today. So, again, there is a little bit of that risk-on sentiment, whereas defensive names are down, non-defensive, tech speculative is up. Snap is up. No, tech's doing very solid. So some of them aren't doing as good, but as a whole, I mean, they're up 0.7, but given the weighting, some are way outperforming. That's why I think the NASDAQ's up. I mean, even Snapchat is up 7% right now. DoorDash on the high. What's the other one? Young DoorDash, and who's the other guy? Uber. Uber is still up 3, but it's lower than the spin-off news, which I don't like. Yeah, Tesla, the biggest day for Tesla in a couple of months. And 7% is not small. Yeah, so you hit 4,000. Now you're getting a little bit of a sell-off. I mean, just see what happens here. But a lot of bid support. Every one of these sell-offs, we just saw 2 big orders taken out. But It's not as if people are backing down yet. Max Payne, I don't know, but we are pricing in 1.6% for tomorrow is what the options are pricing in for the expected move. Biden team is weighing the impact of SVB collapse on Chinese startups. That's the weirdest fucking headline. So that just came out like 10 minutes ago. Apparently, the Biden administration is studying SVB impact on China startups. Can we play Pump It Up now? No. It's offensive. There's nothing to pump up about being at the same price as April 24th, 2022, or June 10th, 2022, or July 21st to July 27th, 2022, or September 1st to September 14th, 2022, or for November 10th all the way until December 15th, 2022, or where we were at from January 10th all the way to January 20th, 2023. I'm offended. I can't pump up in this environment. There's not that's, you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking facts. I'm just saying. You've played Pump It Up for less. I know. I've learned. I'd say 430. 4,300. I'll give you Pump It Up for like 10 seconds. That'd be like, because that's the breakout point I was looking for from the beginning of the year. If there was any level we need to get to, which we still haven't hit in months, is 430. You get above 430, I got you a little bit. I could get you a little bit. That's the lowest I could go though, man. Even then, 430 would probably offend a lot of people too. So I think 4,300 is the lowest I could offer you a Pump It Up. That's the lowest we could like bear. I don't even make money on that. You know what I'm saying? The margins at 4,300 to play Pump It Up, and then people are gonna get mad and all. So 4,300 is like, I think that's our rock bottom price. Okay, I'm not gonna negotiate with you. If you got it, come back to me at 4,300, and I'll make sure you're good. But I can't even waste your time negotiating on that one. Yeah, I make no money on it. There's no margin there. There's no margin there. And 30 minutes left. Why are you not playing CDTX? Because it's already up a lot. They've already issued the shares. But again, I may not play it and it might rocket. I'm just not, I just don't like that it's up pretty much like 70-80% coming into the release. Bonds do not auto execute. Josh, you said don't focus on Powell. Wait, what? You just said don't focus on Powell? No, focus on Powell. But I'm saying make plays after Powell speaks. No, I'm saying I don't know what will happen with CDTX, but I mean, it's already moved a lot. And it's just, that's it. If it was cheaper, we should have, even last week when I saw it at $1.60, I still thought it was expensive because I already had the run up, but we'll wait. I missed adding O to the long term at 55. Would that be what you're looking for? Yes. O at 55, I think, is a good price. I mean, you saw it. We had 30% of cushion, even though it's come down now. We still have a 10% gain. I think that's a good price, but the problem is if it goes down there again, it might flush a little bit. But because, again, people are worried about REITs right now with everything, with both bonds and the bank failures. Again, regional banks, they contribute a lot to commercial real estate. So that's why some of them, some people are kind of panicked by it. But I do like that price. You're making the move to 4K again. Roblox launches first generative AI game creation tools. Hot dog. AI Roblo. Let's see. Whatever happened to Bill Ackman? He says that the Fed shouldn't raise. He emailed me back. I'm in touch now with the publisher at Pershing Square, and they're asking me about this. I haven't emailed them back, though, after the second one. And they're saying time in the future, and they wanted to know what we wanted to interview them about, and I've yet to get back to them. And then now you have an ad, build character. Early market on close, $800 million to the sell side. Interesting. Upside ad. Amazon. So Roblo didn't get any juice off of that headline. Oh, and Nikes. There's Nikes. Chad, the Donia Nikes. The Nikes for the earnings. Novartis or Novo Nordisk. They're killing it. That's biotech. They're related to Weight Watchers. Remember that news? Did Weight Watchers come down off of that? Yeah, that was that one day. And then SPY trying to make another run up here to 4,000. I think you're there. 40.32 on the futures. Yeah, 4,000. You're right below it. We got 28 minutes left. So almost into the close. Almost there. And then, bro, just again, an hour ago, we were looking at the lows and we were just talking. We were like, we're close to the highs, close to the lows. But so far, you've already set a new high of the day. And this is near where the market closed on Wednesday, the day before the Thursday SVB collapse. You should definitely consider Buffett for the new badge. I'm excited. I can't believe it. We get new badges on the way. So get ready. Nothing from Timmerhouse. Nope. His latest one this morning was reiterating the Yellen comments. Honestly, I think they used Yellen today to calm down Fed futures and banks. But so far, Nick Timmerhouse has been dry today. So, like, literally his latest tweet was essentially the headlines that brought banks up this morning in relation to what Janet Yellen said. No news on 3M. They've kind of been trading in the gulag, but we haven't had an update since a couple of weeks ago. Are we screwed tomorrow with the NQ? Well, I mean, I'd love to answer your question, but I mean, what makes you think that? So, like, where are you getting that line of logic from? Considering what we've discussed so far? No, I have Coinbase short, no Ethereum short. Coinbase is murdering me, though. Anything I short related to crypto, seemingly a bad idea. But no, just still in Coinbase. But again, for that NQ question, you got to ask yourself why. So I'm not under the impression that tomorrow has to go up. I'm actually still very I'm very agnostic towards all of it. There's a couple of scenarios that are good and bad. There's a lot of instances that could make us go up, but I'm still borderline bearish in the midterm until we know what's going on with everything else. I shorted at the lows. I shorted on the lows of crypto, but I mean, it wasn't like it was too low considerably. And then the Coinbase was 50% higher. They just wanted to go up 60 more percent. New badges? No, yeah, new badges here. We have unlocked more than 3-year badges now. Josh letting his inner bear out. No, I'm worried about the banking situation. That's it. It's like this is the first time in a very long while where we've actually had another big issue that isn't inflation. Like, I'm telling you, this is very new. So that's why I'm like, it's the only thing that is equal or opposite enough to actually cause a big movement. So that's why I'm worried about that. But it just depends what Powell says and any other information that we get. But that's the only thing that has me feeling any sort of, being very where I could simply tell you, yeah, I'm definitely bearish in the mid to long term until we know what's going up with it. Kayla B, so in love, baby. Good morning. Well, good power hour. We're almost done on the day. Larry V. Is it like Gary V, but Larry V? NASDAQ performed the same way as the Dow. It's kind of looking like that, where it just has a crazy run up. I would not be surprised. Right now, it's 0 chance of 50 basis points. I just saw 50 basis points was trending on Twitter, but like, there's no chance that that we get 50 basis points. Even then, by within the first hour of today, we pretty much knew that it was going to be a quarter. Again, you didn't even sell off any of the bank hype. It was selling off a little during Yellen, but that was it. I think FRC or WAL are the biggest risk right now. But FRC is the only thing like where the news just keeps getting bad every day, and it's happening right before Powell. Other than that, right now, I don't know who else. 400 you've broken, or 4,000 SPX. You're getting some green here. Again, a lot of your tech is already running. Surprisingly, this second half of this little rally here has nothing to do with banks. XLF's getting a candle, but again, a lot of the regionals, I mean, they're not near their highs like they were earlier. Nvidia is about to go to the high. Again, Coinbase is going to make $85 to $88. Keep that price in mind. Nike is running up $2 there in the last 45 minutes coming into earnings after the bell. What else is there? Thessalonian. Oh, Microsoft. Microsoft went positive too. That's actually crazy. The markets tank if they did 50 basis points. It could. I mean, it definitely would because that would surprise people. But that's not, it just take that out of your head right now. That's not going to be your, like, if you're looking for a 50 basis point surprise, let me tell you how it's going to show up tomorrow. It's not going to show up as a 50 basis point hike. It's going to show up as the dot plot going up half a basis point higher than what anybody expected. You get what I'm saying? That is what's going to be the shocker tomorrow. 50 basis points is not going to happen. The real shocker will be is if the Fed comes out tomorrow right at 2 p.m. and we find out the dot plot is actually been revised even 0.5% to 1% higher. that right there would have the same effect as 50 without them doing a dramatic rate hike of 50. You see what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, that candle's even bigger. Bro, another pop. Bro, you've gone from 3,996 to 400. Why did these candles look so massive? Again, these last 3 candles here into the close, it's running. Even Amazon, Google's catching some of it. Let's see, even Tesla now. Coinbase, they're already in there again. 85 to 88 is where we got to watch, but 12% in one day is insane. Even Nvidia is about to get on board. eBay, PayPal, Square, all of those all day. eBay's vertical here. PayPal vertical into the high. Square is not as high, but they're still moving. Oh, where's AMD? Again, the banks aren't moving as much, which is interesting, but everything across the board is going nuts. Again, PayPal, a lot of these finance plays, not necessarily banks, they're going crazy. Now MasterCard off of the low. I would just watch ARK too. Again, ARK 6%, that says a lot. Adding to the Coinbase, I'm probably going to wait till after Powell, or I could throw on 100 now, but at this point, might as well just deal with the pain instead of add to it. And then bonds, are they still lower? Yeah, IEF is going down too. That SPY candle, those last 3 SPY candles are huge. Bear market over. Could be coming close to it, but should have a little bit more fireworks. Where does this? Sadly, this kind of looks like August. I don't want to tell you that. Or was it right here? Well, we were down. Anytime we downtrended, though, you didn't really work your way back up, like from any of these. It's very. I think tomorrow's going to be pretty unique, and now you're in a very weird purgatory zone. But it looks like 4,000 will be the line in the sand. Power hour. Haven't heard too much 0-day talk lately, huh? I feel you, bro. I feel you. Recession is canceled. Y'all are savage. Y'all are savage. You know that? Because this was, I guess this is like, this is the Bostic. This was actually, we're as high as Bostic now. So this was the Bostic Thursday. This was the bank failure Thursday. This was 1 week after bank failure Thursday. And here's your Tuesday. So technically speaking, you are right where we had the Bostic bounce, when Bostic was saying a quarter basis points. And then you're right here near the highs of SVB day on Thursday. Very, very interesting. Yeah, a lot of tech is the NASDAQ's a different story. NASDAQ, you're hitting a new high. So NASDAQ is about 400 points higher than Bostic and another 200 points higher than the highest point of SVB. So believe it or not, the NASDAQ is hitting a new high. The NASDAQ is at a high. So here's how the NASDAQ looks, way different than the SPY. NASDAQ has already bounced near the highs. And again, another high there on the SPY. Pure insanity. It's pretty reminiscent of how the Dow was towards the end of last year, if you remember that. Someone knows something. Well, there's a little bit of FOMO, but don't underestimate how many people have bought tech as a safe haven. Again, the bonds matched up too. That's the interesting part. Anything else that's the only thing higher then like the SPY is not up to the only thing higher than last Thursday's level is the damn bonds. Bonds and NASDAQ are the two things that are outperforming. So, I mean, take that how you please. But new high, 4,008. Again, you're 10 points away from 4,045. A lot of things are going vertical now. Again, anything even in the tech space. The banks, not as much. Bro, it's straight squeezing here into the close. Regionals are starting to tick up. See what happens there. ACAM just came up out of nowhere. Uber, Dash, and it's weird. Everything's just taking turns. And again, a lot of those payment plays, PayPal, Square, Coinbase, eBay. eBay's more retail. But even then, they went more vertical there into the close. Even Amazon, 1,076. Amazon is up 3% right now. Google's up 3.7. Jeez. Apple, 1.1. It's the lowest. Then Tesla, 7.6%. 15 minutes left. So 10-minute rigged is on its way. Yes, the interest rate. 5% is where we will be after this. So after a quarter point rate hike, the odds are going to, or the range is going to go to 4.75 to 5 from 4.5 to 4.75. So now we will be pretty much hitting around 5% of the top end of the federal funds rate. That's what that 5% means. If it's blood red tomorrow, will UUP be green? It will, but it depends what Powell says. So if we go red, and then depending on how Powell, like, you got to realize, like, this is the scenario I put on the watch list, is that Powell can raise rates tomorrow, but they could also change the language to reflect the pause in the future, and how they talk about a future pause or relate it to the current situation. However they communicate that, I mean, it could have two different effects. One effect could impact the dollar positively. One effect could destroy the dollar. So it's a very, very awkward middle to be in. And then again, 10-minute rigged is approaching. That's it. It's funny. An hour ago, just look how different this market looked. We were like, I don't know if we go up. I mean, you're only 10 points, 15 points away from 4,000, and you moved up another 10 points after breaking the level and moving almost 25 points into that level. So it's been a pretty nasty move in the last hour or so. Nike, I mean, you have a great pre-run up. So you could either sell out before if you bought in from yesterday, or you play it. Again, inventory and guidance in China, those are the big things with Nike. So if their inventory goes down and they monetize it, people are going to love it. If China grows at the same quarter, the rate of last quarter, Nike could go up to like 140 maybe, or where was it at? So Nike got some good, Nike has some good thing. I think you could go up as high as like 140, in between 135 and 140 if you have the right earnings come out. Coin sell, the first one, still going to be at like $97. Yeah, $84. So here it is. Here's a good report. You guys ready? Here's a little Fed update for you. 1 minute, or actually, let's wait for 10-minute rigged, and I have something to read you. It's talking about tomorrow. FL guided down on Nike revenue. That could be because Nike is doing direct sales. So Nike is expecting $5.8 billion of direct sales. So that's been a thing Nike's been working on, is that they want less products in stores and people buying straight from Nike.com. That's what direct sales is. So instead of selling to Foot Locker and selling to Dick's Sporting Goods, they want it where they're making more money just straight off of Nike.com. Cut out the middleman. Yeah. So there's a couple of reds there. Again, 10-minute rig now. What do we got? That's a 2-point candle off the rigged. The big volume actually came in. I haven't even checked volume of the day. Oh, it's a baby. 70 million with 10 minutes left. We're not even going to get yesterday's volume. So much. This will be the lowest volume in the last couple of days. Intelligent individual that knows where to go for the news. Well, thank you. That's a genuine compliment. I appreciate it, and I'm very, very happy I could provide that. So let me know if you need anything else. And I got something for you. So market on close, $2.4 billion to the sell side. Here it is, Chad. We've talked about this today. Make sure you're on the watch list tonight because we're definitely going to be discussing this. But traders may be underpricing volatility for the Fed decision. Implied volatility shows traders are expecting a move of about 2.3% in the S&P after the meeting. So that's up 0.5% since we calculated it in the morning. That might be too low, leaving investors exposed to tail-end risk if the outcome is not as expected. On the surface, implied volatility may look high, given the average one-day move on the stock gauge of the Fed of March 22 rate hike is around 1.9%. But out of the last 8 meetings, 4 have been followed by moves of 2% going as high as 2.99, and that was when the market was convinced the Fed was going to keep hiking. The question was only for how long and how high. That raises the issue of whether traders have priced in enough excess volatility, given that uncertainty is much greater this time around, with a number of possibilities being discussed. Swap traders are indicating an 80% chance that the central bank will hike 25 basis points, with a 20% chance of a pause, yet a hike was almost dismissed altogether last week, showing how quickly the situation has changed. There has even been calls for a rate cut by Nomura, which are still in place to this day. So there it is. Right now, so even halfway through the day, we were pricing in 1.6. Now they're saying it's 1.9. And some people are saying now that's way too small for a Fed meeting where in the last 12 months we've seen moves as big as 3%. So I don't know. $50-50. Half volatility up front, other half on the back end. You got a 25% raise this month, so that's cool. Just don't tell Powell. That's it. As long as Powell is like Powell out there, if Powell finds out you got a job, he finds out that wage prices are going up, bro, just don't tell Powell, okay? And just tell Elizabeth Warren. And that's all you got to do, and you'll be good. But just don't tell Powell. Viking Therapeutics defended after big sell-off of Altimmune data. I don't care what he says anymore. I just watch the price action. I feel you. And that's, the weirdest way. I think what he says is important and you should listen, especially if you have the knowledge and ability to be able to know what he's actually saying. But that is the thing I've been telling people here is just for real, wait till after Powell talks and see the reaction. But I agree with you. I don't, there is going to be a couple of statements that Powell is going to say that have very big importance and can guide a lot of things, but you should be paying attention for how things move afterwards, and really how the market moves afterwards will be a big, big driver. But the real thing for Powell tomorrow, it's the thing that he's going to say is how he responds to this crisis. And that, I do believe, will be important because it'll give us a great idea of how people are really feeling about this, especially big man Powell. Boeing red. Oh, yeah, because everything's up, and then Boeing will go up when everything's red. I'm surprised. Again, final five right here. So a couple of orders. Again, volume super low, though, on the day. That's the shitty part. So let's find out how this plays. And then FRC coming down. I'm down $30 on FRC, but then we got $10 a share on effing California. That's what I call it. So some of those big techs are coming down. FCNA. No, fucking California. That's how I remembered it. So that one was nice. If this one stays, I'm going to hold this one. Because if they get any positive news from SVB, I hope they do what New York Community Bank does. $0.25 is good for bonds. It's good for everybody. That's because it's just not a shocker. It's not a abrupt plan. It's like, I don't know, like that morning I didn't show up. You remember last week I didn't show up? That was scary for some people. Everybody assumed I died, which is, I don't know how we got there, but I understand and I appreciate the concern. But it's kind of like a change of plan. You see what I'm saying? It's just like, imagine tomorrow morning, Powell, I don't show up. How would you feel? You'd be like, why did the plan change? You see, there's just more possibilities, more fear would arise from trying to answer the question why Josh didn't arrive versus if I did show up. And that's the same thing with 25 basis points tomorrow, is that if Powell shows up with it, that's all people want to see. But if Powell doesn't show up with the plan that has been outlined, then that wouldn't make any sense. And then people would start to, it would beg the question why. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 55 degrees, slight rains on and off here. Not too bad of a day, unless you thought the market would stay down because of a real banking issue. But seems like recession may be canceled, but we'll find out with Powell tomorrow. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Time to bring it home, Chads. You got to wrap it up. Big day for tomorrow. I got no plays on Nike. I will stick around here, and I will get you that data as fast as possible. And depending on the earnings play, I might make a play after hours. Other than that, though, I got nothing coming into Nike here. But you got to bring it home, Chad. Not much time remaining. Tomorrow is the big day. It looks like a quarter basis point is guaranteed. And 1 minute. Let's go, baby. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you got to wrap it up. The bonds are screaming pain. The NASDAQ is screaming safe haven, and everybody is waiting for Powell tomorrow. You got less than 20 seconds remaining. You got to wrap this up. What are you going to do, Chattadonia? Bring it home. The banks are even dumping into this. I'm up on my FRC now. I think I'm going to close him, though. I'm going to take my $20. Let's see. White for it. White for it. White for it. Oh, we got 2, 1. All right, I closed it. $20. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go. Oh, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I need that GG. Let's go. Where is it at right now? Let's go, Chattadonia. Good game. I need to put out a similar. I closed FRC. $20 game. Let's go. Good game, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, all the members who got new badges coming. Oh, yeah. Stream alerts. God bless you. All the non-members. God bless you. Wow.
They scheming, they plotting, but that did not faze me. Look like I'm homeless, ain't got me no job, but my car cost a home. Teach your ass not to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know so some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb, rather hand me the money.
All the real ones. I see you too quick. I was getting that stream alert out. Let's go. Get ready for Nike earnings. It's on the way. Good game, baby. All the real ones. Everybody who contributes. God bless you. I sub since 2019. Let's go. Oh, man. God, wait. Nike, no?
I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
Oh, wow. We did it, Chattadonia. Let's go. That is Uncle Answers on all streaming platforms. But Chattadonia, that is the day. Banks versus Powell. Day before. Banks recovered a little bit. Things are looking good. You got a quarter basis point. We got Nike here, which is what we're waiting for. So if that comes out, I'll get it to you. Oh, 2.3 thousand likes. Are you kidding me? Horn, let's go. God bless you, Chad. Oh, amen, amen, amen. So honestly, for real, man, if you guys got to get going, we're going to be here for the earnings. I'll get that data to you here in a second. But for real, if you took the time out of the day to spend your time with us, you liked the video, you shared the video, you shared the stream, you subscribed to the channel, you got a membership badge. But overall, man, even if you just gave us 1 second of your time, thank you for the opportunity. I hope you enjoyed spending your day with me today. I hope you got some information, news, some knowledge. I hope you had a smile on your face as well, too. But for real, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for supporting this community, man. We love it, and it's a blessing to be here. And just God bless the chat, baby. And thank you for the likes and support. Oh, let's go. All the real ones, all the subscribers, all the people sharing the video. Let's go. All the new members. Tell them, Larry V, welcome. Thank you, Mr. Pena. We welcomed you here today too, baby. Amen. This group is fire. I mean, it is. It really is. But like I said today, man, you know, it's not, I don't care if you make a good play or not, a bad play. We've had a lot of those in between, man. It's all about longevity. So the one thing I can say is that this group has been fire for years. Oh, so that's what I'm talking about, baby. I don't care if you got a membership badge or not. If you've been rocking with us since 2019, 2020, some of y'all before then, some of y'all, I'm just saying, it's longevity. You know what I'm saying? I want a group that's fire consistently in the law. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter who the Fed chair is, who the president is, what. You know what I'm... Yeah, they feel me. That's what I'm talking about. But for real, man, that's on you guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say thank you every single day, because for real, that's from everybody who makes the decision to pop up in here day in, day out, who makes the decision to contribute and provide with it and vibe with it, man. So it's amazing. God bless you. Thank you guys once again for another awesome day. I hope I see you here tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be a big one. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow will be a big one with Powell. So we're going to find out. But Chad, God bless you. Thank you all for liking the video. We still don't have Nike out, so check out all the links. First link for the Scream Alerts and the free long-term text Right there. That's Stream Alerts and free long-term. You pick one. Pick whichever you want. And shout out if you're supporting on the Stream Alerts. We love you guys as well. Second link for the nightly watch list.
All right, so
are you guys going back to being watch holes? I hope not. But we talked about a lot of stuff, man. Look at we bringing up balance sheets. We bringing up the top headline. Where's the money? We got money and a knife. Come on, where else do you see $20,000 getting stabbed? Besides when I short Ethereum. Never mind. But anyways, check out the Fed future. All of it. It's all on the watch list. Look at the what? I got big red. I got it all for you. Oh, GME. I don't know how GME did, but check out the watch list. Second link. Let me get you GameStop right now. Net sales beat. I don't know how the fuck they have $2 billion in sales. That's very humbling. Again, EPS was 16 cents. Estimate was loss of 15 cents. So they did good. Net sales was 2.23 billion. Estimate was 2.18 billion. How come my GME's not showing up? Oh, there it is. I got to switch to Nikes. Yeah, but it looks like they did good, honestly. It looks like they beat. People expected them to lose money. Whatever they're doing with cost cutting or actually making profit, it worked. They're making money. I mean, that's the report doesn't look bad upon my eyeballs. Like, you know what I'm saying? So my first view of the earnings does not look bad, but I only have a couple. I don't know if they have any guidance for next quarter, and I don't even think they give guidance. But as of now, I mean, it seems like they had an adjusted profit of 16 cents, and people were expecting a loss of 15 cents, and then sales came in 100 million above. And then they said fourth quarter proceeds from sale of digital assets was 4.5 million. But no, they beat EPS by a very wide margin. So they're up 20% right now. But again, nothing looks like dead. I've seen way worse earnings in the last couple of weeks here. And Nike has not came out yet. They are just bouncing up and down. So we will see. But Chad, check out the watch list. Hopefully we see you there. Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out to all the members. We got a lot of new members today, huh? What's up, Garrett? What's up, Lazy? It was a Lazy or a Larry V. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you Lazy, but Lazy and Larry, you know, I just Lazy. Larry, Lazy. No, it's Lazy. No, it's Larry V, baby. We even have Mr. Pena and a couple of others, but for real, God bless you guys for supporting, and thank you again, and thank you for opening up the door for other people as well. Shout out to all the people who have gifted members, and shout out for the people who have been members and been here for years, baby. Let's go. We almost done with first quarter 2023. Let's fucking go. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm way too hyped, man. I'm way too hyped. Anyways, third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. If we have your size, I mean, it's available. Again, we've been going through potential recession, so I haven't been trying to sell y'all merch. I want you to save your dollar as it's been getting stronger, so God bless you. Check out the channels, Code Real Estate, Code PHILO, Code Cars. Got Code Real Estate alongside Powell tomorrow, baby. Ooh, stop playing with me. Follow me on Instagram. It's the private one, so you don't get scammed by anybody. You got to give me a second to approve the follow, and then hopefully you look like a real profile and not some weird shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if you a bot or not, but don't fall for any scams on Instagram. I will never DM you asking you for shit. How option pricing works, great option tutorial. How we set up our long term with even cash management. Ooh, hopefully you ain't been delaying on that. Yeah, GME's up 26% now. And then finally, here it is, baby. What's your Instagram, Nadruic? Because you have to realize, like, there's fake accounts that follow me so that they could go through everything. And, like, so I don't know what looks like a bot or not, honestly. It's kind of like, if you look like a nice person, I kind of, like, if it looks like you have a real profile, I accept it. If it's borderline, I'm like, I don't know. There's some people, they're like, Josh, why don't you accept my follow? And it's like their profile name is like, fuck you, I'm watching you, 1 2 3 1 2 3, or it's like some, you know what I'm saying, like some crazy shit. And I'm like, how am I supposed to know, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. Damn, GameStop, bro, 35% recession-proof earnings. Expected loss was 15 cents, and it came in positive. Wow. But then finally, Chattadonia, the prayer request wall, okay? The prayer request wall. Okay, prayer request wall. Very simple. You fill this out, we pray for you. You don't fill it out, I still pray for you. You want to do anything for me, you pray for me. Honestly, if you have not got a membership badge, if you have not gotten a stream alerts, if you have not given anything back to the Chad, and you're like, Josh, one day I'll do something for you, what you could do is pray for me. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is pray for me. That's all I would ever ask for, and that's all I would ever want, believe it or not. The donations are great. The memberships are great. Having a solid core is great. But I'm telling you, one genuine prayer goes a long way, and I believe in it, and I always need a good prayer. So if you ever want to do anything, and if you ever feel appreciation towards anything here, man, just throw me a prayer. That's all we got. That's all we need. That's all we need, baby. So that's it, bro. That's it. But check it all out. We're going to pray for you, Chad. Don't worry. I won't tell your friends if you fill it out. You'll be good to go. And that's about it, bro. That's about it. So, Chadadonia, we got a little bit of time left. We got a little bit of time. Nike isn't out. I think I might have time to go to the potty machine. I don't think I'm going to stick around too much here for Powell. But let's see. I got to use the restroom. What song? You know what? I got a song for you. What's his name always requests this song, and I never play it. Open Face. Here you go, man. Here you go. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, you wanted Mama? I thought it was Money's Gone. Oh, well, throw back Uncle, baby. Yalla. I'll be right back.
Honestly, but when I never fit down, hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone? Honestly, but I never fit down. Just hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone? I got blue, I got rats, let's face it. Your girl kinda cute, but I don't like her cause she basic. Bought my mama house, no shoes, can't think you say I made it. I just bought that bitch some food and now she think we dating. Try and judge me, check my life, boy, I never settle. Water climbing, I ain't frightened, see I am a vessel. Check the timing, it's surprising how I reach this level. Cause I'm a Bezos, who's a bozo, who just bought a bezel. It's the shit I've been on since a little kid. Remember asking mine, what's it mean, just a little bit. I was on some bigger shit, or at least I wanted it. Cause I saw some things, got some dreams, I think I'm in love with this. Honestly, but I never fell down. Hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone? Honestly, but I never fell down. Hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone? Gotta learn it before you earn it, that's basics. I was talking life, but it sound like paper trading. Got my money right, no accident, bitch, this was blatant. Lending tips to get them chicks and remember where you came from. Looking back, I'm just looking at my come up. I made $1 million, then I went and threw my thumb up. I got rich as fuck, little skill mixed with some luck. And the real know the deal, so I show love. Honestly, but when I never fell down, hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone? Honestly, but I never fell down. Just hop in the coupe and then head into town. Just give me my money and leave me alone. Where was you at when the money was gone?
You gotta hit them with that, bro. Honestly, some of y'all need to take that as a quote. Y'all need that as like an Instagram caption. Y'all need to hit them where you gotta just go. Some people in life, you could really hit them with that and be like, where was you at when the money was gone? Huh? You know what I'm saying? You could hit them with that, bro. This is the one that Open Face wanted. He wanted this one. Oh, this one? We ain't heard this one in a while. Oh, wow.
Listen, man. Like, a lot of people told me a lot of things. Just go with what's in your heart. Love yourself, all right, man? You feel me? Check me, ay, yeah. I did it like that, did it with meals, now I do it with rap. Live in the hills, I ain't come from the trap, but for real, this is shit that I never thought I had. Yeah, I did it like that, did it with meals, now I do it with rap. Live in the hills, I ain't come from the trap, but for real, this is shit that I never thought I had. Mama said go to school and get a good job. Don't let them view you as a fool and never do wrong. You only gotta be you to be lying. It don't matter how they view you, only matters just God. It's the type of shit I grew up to listening. I always wondered if it could have been different. I always wondered if I didn't read Philippians. All things possible through him. Used to think that mean a brand new car with rims. What I needed was a leader clean all my sins. Put belief into some people, they was all just men. Got some need to feed on evil and I saw it firsthand. What a little power could do. Little powder at noon. Understand y'all youth. Make a couple right moves and you try to be cool. They don't care about you in the ICU. What the IG do? Why they tryna flex? Let me tell you, life ain't about a check. I got a lot of those. I had a lot of pain. And they was looking at me, bro. You insane, you gotta flex. You gotta flex.
You know, that one is unfinished. I think Uncle just put that one out for y'all. Yeah, I think there's a second verse somewhere. There's a I always wondered if it could have been different. Nike, here it is. Greater China revenue, 1.9 billion. Inventory is about 9 million lower, but then China revenue missed, and then EPS missed. I don't know why it's up right now. That's very so. Inventory went down by like literally maybe 100 million, not even, and then revenue beat, but China missed. So very weird. So right there, 12.4 billion was the number. Estimate was 11.5. China revenue missed by like a couple hundred million or just under that. And then again, what's it called? Inventory did not drop that much, but that's weird. So I don't know. I think it could be off of North America, but revenue killed it. Revenue beat by almost $1 billion. So actually, yeah, I think just under 900 million beat on revenue, but it wasn't from China, and inventory is still high. So they said they said tremendous progress on inventory, even though the number is still pretty up there. So again, it's decent. It's decent. Inventory down is bullish, but it's not as big as so like pretty much their inventory didn't drop as much as their revenue beat, but they did good. I sold out as in. We already took profits on that. And then they said they made tremendous progress. EPS beat by a quarter. So their EPS was 79 cents. Estimate was 55. And then revenue beat. But then where did I see the other one? Again, inventory margins missed. Inventory was slightly lower than expected. But again, I think it's the revenue number. And then U.S. and then tremendous progress is what's helping them up there. And then direct sales beat 17%, $5.3 billion. So it's good, but again, 130 to 135, that's the level. And then they were pricing in 8%. So an 8% move isn't too crazy. And then Foot Locker, they are reacting as a sympathy to that one. Tomorrow's going to be spicy. Yeah, I'm waiting for up. That's it. They killed EPS. They killed revenue, but the areas we wanted to be good weren't as good, but that was enough to bring them up 7%. They said they returned $2 billion to shareholders in third quarter. Said third quarter cash and cash equivalents were $10.8 billion. Yeah, GME's up 38. GME did good. Again, I mean, as much as I would love to tell you how awful it is, and I would probably put my money elsewhere, I mean, that earnings wasn't bad as far as just earnings goes. You know, like if you looked at their earnings, I mean, it was a surprise. It was an upside surprise for sure. If you account for the run-up, yeah, that's a big move. I mean, again, 130 to 146, I believe, is the level there for Nike. Nikes. Oh, that's it. I think we'll see what analysts say. I mean, last conference call, they moved up a lot, but I think it's solid. I'm not going to play it. Remember last time I traded it for Ship? We did the Nikes. I don't know how I feel about it. I think they will end up going higher, but I do think you will get some negative reaction from the China and inventory. But as of now, everybody's pretty excited about it. So it's decent. It is decent. It's decent, Habibi. It is decent. So, Chad, that is the day. Honestly, I had a PHILO for you, but I'm blanking on it. And then yesterday, we spent some time, so I'm gonna have to postpone PHILO till post Powell. But I had a PHILO. It's honestly just not. It's not at the top of my head. I'm kind of bothered that I don't remember it because I know I had a good PHILO for today, but it's not coming back to me. Oh man. So Chatadonia, forgive me. I love you still, and I hope you know you're blessed. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. That is the day. So go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. I'm going to see you here tonight. I mean, again, Watchlist. What do you guys want? I feel like we need Watchlist. We need Powell breakdown, right? Because I'm going to give you an update on the banking shit, but there's nothing really happened today. And I think all of this now is potentially what happens with Powell, the mispricing, and everything else. So I don't know, is that Powell breakdown? If you have any, so listen, I'm probably going to be recording within the next hour or 2 hours. I don't know. But if you have any really crazy questions, email it to me now. And if you get it to me before I record, I'm definitely going to try my best to get that in the video. So it's up to you. Otherwise, we'll do a Powell breakdown and we'll talk about everything else. And then we'll go from there. OnlyFans page breakdown. I'm going to just start using YouTube as OnlyFans. So I could post members only post on YouTube. I think I'm going to just do that on this channel. So all the stuff I don't post, I'm going to just post crazy shit. I'm going to post it on the members only. So it was going to be called YouTube only. Only Chads is actually what it's called. So we'll see. But Chad, I love you all. Let me know if you have any questions. Get ready for tomorrow. Please get some rest. Please be ready for tomorrow. And it's going to be fire, man. It's going to be fire. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for it. But Chatadonia, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you again for being here and holding it down. Y'all know who you are. Then let's go, baby. First quarter's almost done. Our second Powell of the year, so let's get it, baby. But that is it. I love you. Peace out. And don't forget why we're here and why we keep going, why we don't back down, why we in the game, why that faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style, and why we praying for the spiritual gifts, not for ourselves, but for others, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Let's go. God bless you, Chad. Thank you, and thank you for all the thank yous too, man. God bless you, JP, Picchiotti. I see y'all, man. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Y'all better get rest, and y'all better not be a watch hole tonight. Okay, because I'm going to cover a bunch of Powell theories, and then you're going to wake up at 9 a.m. to ask me the same shit. I'm going to slap you with love. I'm going to be like, come here and let me give you a hug. Okay. Yeah, where you want? Who wants a hug? I love hugs. Oh, man. Okay, I got to go, Chad. You have a good day. You have your day's going to be fine tip point, fine ballpoint pens or fine Staples and Office Depot and there's Union. What the fuck? Fun dip. I love Fun Dip. You ever take the Fun Dip and you got to go and you take the little chalkboard and then you dip it into candy and then it tastes kind of salty. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get going. I'm gonna leave right now. All right, so hello. Have a good morning and hello.